Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 351, Fireman. Leo eats the flame fruit and the devil fruit is just as disgusting as ever. Buggy tells him to eat the whole thing if he wants to get all its power even though he doesn't need to. But Buggy wants Leo to learn that to receive power, he needs to go through pain even if it's just eating a very disgusting fruit. Belmere, who knows that Leo doesn't need to eat the whole thing, also stays silent. She knows it's Buggy's way of teaching their son that not every power is sweet. This is also a good lesson for their daughters, who immediately feel relieved that they refused to eat devil fruit. After Leo finishes eating the flame fruit with great difficulty, Buggy pats his head and praises him. Leo smiles happily when his father praises him even though he always tried to kick his dad's ass. Kids are really complicated, so their parents need to understand them. Buggy then asks Leo to use the power that he has just got. Leo nods and tries it, but he can't do it even after trying for a few minutes because he doesn't understand how it works. Buggy tells him to just imagine it because Leo should have felt what his power is. I can't, the fire in my mind can't come ooh. AAHH, my hand is burning. Shouts Leo so suddenly as fire suddenly appears on his right hand. He runs around with a panicked expression because he can't put out the fire. Nami and Nojiko are panicking too and try to help Leo put the fire off by blowing the fire. But it just gets bigger and now both Leo's arms are on fire. Buggy and Belmere just watch amusedly from the side. Nojiko gets angry at them for not helping Leo, who gets burnt. The kids start crying, so they decide to step in and stop them. Belmere picks up the girls while Buggy approaches Leo. Leo cries and asks Buggy to put the fire off while saying that he won't be a bad boy and won't try to catch Buggy again. But instead of putting the fire off, Buggy knocks Leo's head lightly. It still hurts though, but now Leo's attention is on the pain in his head. Arg! What are you doing, Dad? Asks Leo while holding the place that Buggy hits using his burning hands. It hurts, isn't it? So which one is more painful? My hit or that fire? Asks Buggy. FREWBNV. Hey? Of course the hit. Oh, says Leo dumbfoundedly as he realizes what he has just said. Now when he thinks more calmly, the fire in his hands isn't hot at all. He can feel the place that his dad hits twitching, but he can't feel the heat of the fire at all. Nami and Nojiko also stop crying when they see that Leo is fine. That fire is your power, so you won't get hurt by it or any normal fire. Your body has also become fire itself, so you won't get hurt by normal attacks like this, says Buggy while flicking a finger at Leo's forehead. Leo closes his eyes and flinches, but the pain that he anticipated never come. Buggy's finger just passes through his forehead, leaving a trail of fire that disappears soon, and his forehead is not damaged at all. He and his sisters are very amazed by it and the girls want to try it. You can't do that, little girls. Your hands will get burnt if you try to do what your father did, says Belmere. Buggy shows them what will happen if they try to do it by stabbing his index finger at Leo's palm. It passes through the palm easily, but there's a small fire burning on Buggy's finger. He can put it off easily, but it's enough to stop the girls from trying. But if your attack can pass through his body, then how did you hit Leo's head before? Asks Nojiko after she remembers Buggy hitting Leo's head just now. Well, that's the second lesson. I've told you that normal attacks won't hurt Leo, right? That means there are still attacks that can hurt Leo, says Buggy before flicking Leo's forehead again. Leo thinks it will pass through his forehead again, but it doesn't because Buggy uses a little haki on his finger. His flick hurts Leo's forehead and makes the little guy screams in pain while being confused about how Buggy can hit him even though it didn't before. I won't tell you how I do it yet. The only thing you should know is that you still can get hurt. Other than a mysterious attack like that, you still can get hurt by other things. Water is the most obvious because you are fire, and devil fruit users are weak to sea water as it takes away their power, which is also the reason why we can't swim. There are still many things that can hurt you, so rather than relying on the fact that your body is intangible, you should think that your body is normal and keep fighting as if you have a normal body. Think of your intangible fire body as your last defense. I've seen many Logia devil fruit users who overestimate their power and get defeated miserably, after all, says Buggy. The kids get confused by the long explanation, so Buggy sighs and explains it again. Just think that you'll always get hit by every attack, so you'll be more careful. Oh, alright, says Leo. After that, Leo starts his training to understand his new power more. Buggy just tells him to play using his power however he likes in the training ground. The best way to understand a devil fruit's ability is by exploring it however he likes. Meanwhile, his sisters are playing ball catching with fries. Belmere watches over them because they shouldn't get too close to Leo who plays with fire. Buggy watches over Leo's training to prevent him from making mistakes that can endanger the others because he can't control his power that well yet. Luckily, no accident happens because even before it can happen, Leo gets tired first. Using devil fruit abilities is more tiring than people thought because it uses the user's energy too. So devil fruit users need a lot of stamina to keep activating their power. Leo pants heavily on the floor and Buggy hands a bottle of water to him. He gulps the water down in an instant and feels refreshed immediately. But then his stomach sends protests because it needs things other than water. So the family decides to have lunch in the training ground. Belmere has cooked a lot of food which they brought here. Her cooking skill has improved tremendously since she needed to feed some mouths, so her food has become very delicious, unlike when she was still dating Buggy. They eat immediately and to his sister's surprise, Leo is eating really fast, although their father is still faster. He also eats twice more than his usual portions, but Buggy knows it will increase over time. That's what happened to him when his usage of his devil fruit ability became better, after all. Luckily, Belmere likes seeing the food she cooked gets eaten well. She doesn't care if she needs to cook a lot more because seeing her family enjoys her food gives her the best sense of satisfaction. Besides, she is already used to cooking a lot of food whenever Buggy returned. After eating, Leo is playing with his fire again, and they let him be. He is still very curious about it and it's the best chance for him to know more about his power. But he will get tired again, so Belmere goes home to cook more food with Nojiko and Nami helping her. Fries joins them too, so it's just Buggy and Leo in the training ground now. Buggy tells Leo that he can use more power now that they are alone. So Leo does as he says and makes more fire which tires him faster, but it also makes him more satisfied and gets a better understanding of his power. The training ground is in a little mess with many burnt marks. But it's not a big problem at all because a training ground was built with the expectation of getting destroyed in the future. So Buggy just smiles widely seeing his son showing promising talent in fighting too. Buggy even starts thinking too far ahead, maybe he can be the next pirate king. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 352, Sudden Work. Buggy keeps teaching Leo the basic knowledge of devil fruits. But he doesn't teach any technique or even give ideas regarding the usage of Leo's flame fruit. He wants Leo to explore his power however the kid likes. Children usually have many wild ideas that adults never even thought of. Adults' thinking has been affected by their experience, while children who haven't experienced many things will have more imagination. So Buggy thinks it's better to let Leo use his imagination freely. That's why Buggy just teaches Leo the basic knowledge of devil fruits like the weaknesses, types, and famous users. But he trains Leo seriously on other aspects like swordsmanship, battle skills, and physical training. Buggy knows how important it is to have good basics from a young age. So he teaches Leo the best training menu he has formulated using all his experience. Buggy has experienced all levels of power in this world from bottom to top, so his experience is very vast. He needs to prepare Leo well because he is very sure that Leo will enter the World League. As his son, Leo will surely become a target of many big leagues. Not only that, he is Nami's little brother and both of them are very close, so he might get associated with Luffy one way or another in the future. Their training sessions are also time for father-son bonding. It also makes Leo want to chase his father even more after he realizes that his father is never even a little bit serious against him. Buggy also put more oil into that flame because he knows the importance of having a big goal for people to reach the top. So, who else can be a better goal for Leo other than one of the strongest individuals in the world? And Buggy prefers his son chasing after him over his enemies because it also means that he is Leo's idol. There's no way a proud father like him will let his son idolize other people's fathers. However, their father-son bonding time needs to end a month and a half after Leo ate the flame fruit. The Caribbean has informed Buggy that they get information on Op fruit. A pirate crew will sell the fruit to Marine and the transaction will happen on Minion Island, North Blue. So Buggy immediately calls his crewmates and they return to Konami Islands in a few hours. No one wastes any time returning after their captain called, no matter what they were doing. Even those who are in the middle of snoo time leave their partners without any hesitation, that's how loyal the crew is to their captain. Sorry about this, kids. Dad has work to do. I will return as soon as possible after this work is done, says Buggy while hugging his children. Nami and Leo look sad and even tear up while Nojiko is calmer. She always acts strong as the oldest child and never wanted to show any weakness to her little siblings. Nojiko is also the one holding her little siblings' hands as Buggy gets on the ship. Belmere pats Nojiko as praise as they wave their hands to Buggy who is departing with his crew. Nojiko also feels lonely when Buggy leaves, but she tries to be strong. They know that Buggy will need to leave sooner or later, but this is just too fast for the kids who have just enjoyed their time with their father. Buggy also feels sad about leaving his family, but it needs to be done. It still feels lonely though, so he keeps looking at the island from the rear deck until it disappears from his sight. His demeanor changes immediately and he is in captain mode now. Move at full speed, we will fly over the red line through Reverse Mountain, says Buggy. Aye, says the crew excitedly because they can finally have some action. They always wanted a break when they were on Lodestar Island. But when they get that break, they missed their adventure. These guys are like teenagers when it comes to this kind of thing, they are label. Anyway, the Black Pearl moves very fast and undetected. The Marine that has let their guard down a little after the clown pirates made a pact with world government and haven't made any movements in a few months doesn't even realize that the clown pirates have left their base. This always happens anyway, so no one will get surprised anymore. The clown pirates always slip out of Marine's watch, after all. Well, they can even fool New World's Marines, so East Blue's Marines won't stand any chance. The crew reaches Reverse Mountain in a short time. They want to climb it immediately, but two idiot pirate crews are blocking them. Both crews are fighting near the entrance of Reverse Mountain even though this place is dangerous enough. Move, says Buggy shortly to the two pirate crews. Hey? Who are you? Asks one of the crew's captains. Scram, don't disturb us. I am a pirate with a 25 million bounty, says the other captain. The clowns laugh upon hearing such a funny joke. It's been a long time since someone with a 25 million bounty brags to them and even threatens them. Buggy even sighs hearing it and he looks at the two captains pitifully. They must have not recognized his crew and thought they have a chance just because they have big galleon ships and more people than the clown pirates. It's not the first time the clowns meet ignorant people, but it surely is the most entertaining meeting with ignorant people like these guys. I will say it for the last time. Move, or we will sink your ships, says Buggy. The two captains get irritated and decide to attack clown pirates first. They shoot their cannons at the Black Pearl at the same time. But the clown pirates aren't attacking back and just let the cannonballs hit their ship. A lot of cannonballs hit the Black Pearl, but it doesn't budge at all. There's not even damage on its body, which surprises the two pirate crews. The clowns are grinning from widely seeing it, including Buggy. They were deliberately taunting the two pirate crews so that they will get attacked. The clown pirates haven't had the chance to test their ship's upgraded body's toughness in battle. So they decided to test it after seeing the two crews fighting. Well, thanks for the help on testing my ship. As a reward, we will stop you from killing yourselves in Grand Line, says Buggy while grinning before snapping his fingers. Magnus, who was hiding from the sight, appears and shocks the two pirate crews. Then he picks his axe and swings it toward the two ships. A horizontal slash attack flies toward the ships and cuts their masts. There are many guys like him in Grand Line, so unless you are confident about facing them, you should just enjoy your time in East Blue. Let's go, lads, the game is over, says Buggy. The crew then moves their ship again and it passes between the two galleon ships. Both unknown crews can only watch them pass with dumbfounded expressions. Then they look at each other with expressions that indicate they want to cancel their trip to Grand Line. Let just goes home. Being a pirate isn't that fun anyway. I will rather be a farmer, says one of the captains. Yeah, I rather raise chickens, says the other captain before they row their ships back to Logue Town. The clown pirates just keep moving without minding what the two crews will do. They finally enter and climb the reverse mountain. The crew makes their ship moves faster using jet dials and they reach the peak in a short time. Then, because of their high speed, the Black Pearl flies through the top. After the ship flies to the highest level, a pair of jet fighter-like wings come out of it. The ship starts flying toward North Blue with the help of wind and its engines. Buggy looks at the sea below and thinks, let's see if there's any change caused by my small action. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 353, Ope. Just a day after the clown pirates left East Blue, the Barrels pirates arrive on Minion Island. They will meet the marine to sell the Ope fruit. The price that they set is ridiculous. 5 billion belly, and the marine agreed to it. Well, considering what the fruit can do, that price is acceptable. That price is also the reason why Barrels pirates become very careful now. They move stealthily at night and will make the transaction in a hidden location. However, they are just a strong North Blue crew, which doesn't mean shit in this world's ranking. So even if they move very carefully, they are still getting tracked by the ones who want to steal the fruit. Just like in the original story, Corazon steals the fruit from them. Then, just like the cannon, he runs away from the pirates, but then he falls on a cliff. The Barrels pirates managed to chase him and attack him. But Corazon manages to escape despite getting shot many times. Corazon then arrives in his hiding place and then two children come out. One of them is a boy while the other is a little girl who looks younger than the boy. Both of them have white marks on their skin, but the boy has more white marks than the little girl. The boy is obviously Law, while the girl is actually his little sister, Lami. Different from the canon, she survives the extermination and escaped with Law. This is a change that occurred due to Buggy's action in the past when he warned Law's father of Amber Lead. It didn't save everyone, but one more survivor is better than none. Corazon shows the Ope fruit to Law and Lami and asks Law to eat it. But Law is still skeptical about the fruit, and even if it can cure the disease, he prefers his little sister to consume it rather than him. But there's a strong reason why Corazon wants Law to eat it rather than Lami. You have more medical knowledge than her, so if you eat this fruit, you will be able to save yourself and Lami. This fruit won't immediately heal you, it will help you to heal yourself. So your medical knowledge is needed, says Corazon. He's right, brother, you have learned about this disease with father, so you are the one who can save us, says Lami while panting. Her disease isn't bad as Law's, but she is younger, so her body is weaker. That's why she is in a worse state than Law right now. But Law is still unsure of what to do and it makes Corazon impatient, so he forces Law to eat the fruit. After Law ate it, Corazon sighs in relief and falls on his back. Now Law and Lami can see that there are many bullet wounds on Khorasan's body. Law intends to use his new ability on Khorasan, but Khorasan tells him that he can't do it now because he needs to understand his fruit's ability first. Khorasan then asks Law to send a secret letter to the Marine that will make Doflamingo gets arrested. Law doesn't like Marines, but he knows that there are doctors in the Marines. Those doctors will be able to save Khorasan, so he leaves to send the letter. Lami stays with Khorasan because she is too weak to run as fast as Law. So she stays there and waits for her brother's return while sitting beside Khorasan to keep herself warm. Khorasan wraps his coat on Lami's body even though he also needs it to stay warm. Sometime later, Law returns with a marine soldier that carries him. But Khorasan is very surprised when he sees the marine who comes. Of course, it is Virgo who comes, just like the canon. Khorasan doesn't know Virgo because Virgo has entered the marine before he joined the Donquixote family. But Virgo knows Khorasan because the family always informed him of anything. Khorasan realizes his true identity quite fast, but it's too late already. Virgo then reads the letter that Khorasan wrote for Marine. The letter will surely endanger the Donquixote family if it reaches the Marine. So the angered Virgo attacks Khorasan and the kids, but Khorasan can protect the kids despite all his injuries, and he can even run away from Virgo with them. After losing them, Virgo calls Doflamingo and informs him about everything. Of course, it angers Doffy who immediately uses his birdcage technique on the island to prevent Khorasan from escaping. With nowhere to run, Khorasan finally gets found by Doffy and the gang, but he has hidden Law and Lami in a chest. Khorasan uses his devil fruit to block the sound in the kids' hiding place. So Doffy and the gang won't hear him and his sister at all even though they are very close. Doffy orders Khorasan to pass the fruit, but Khorasan refuses and tells Doffy that Law has eaten it. Angered by it, Doffy intends to kill Khorasan and takes out his pistol. But then he hears a rustling sound from a tree near them. Everyone looks there and sees someone sitting on a high branch while looking at them with an amused grin on his face. However, none of the people below are amused by this man's presence. There are only shock, disbelief, and even fear on their faces. Who they see on top of a branch is none other than Clown Lord Buggy, an emperor of the sea that is feared by even Marine. What's wrong? You can continue, I'm just a bystander, says Buggy while grinning. Everyone stays silent for a moment before Doffy finally asks, what are you doing here, Clown Lord? Am I not allowed to be here? Wow, sorry, I don't know that. Is this your territory, Pinky Boy? Whoa, you must be a big shot in North Blue to even have a territory, says Buggy with a sarcastic tone. Doffy gets angered by Buggy's mockery, but he holds himself back. He knows that Buggy isn't an opponent he can take lightly. Doffy has never seen Buggy's capabilities himself, but knowing that even Marine is afraid of the man is enough for him. Buggy looks at them all who stay silent and clicks his tongue. Tisk, I guess you don't like talking normally with people. I'm already pissed that I can't get the op fruit, so I wanted to talk with people, but you all just ignored me. Everyone flinches when they hear that Buggy came here for op fruit. They have guessed it, but hearing the confirmation from the man himself gives a different feeling. It makes them unsure of what to do because now they have a strong competitor to get the fruit. Buggy suddenly disappears from the branch and appears right beside Khorasan. He doesn't have any speed ability, but he is very fast that no one there can see his movement. Doffy's forever hidden eyes get widened the most because now he can see the vast difference in their power. You are in very bad shape, hey? You will die if you don't get treated soon. Manhwa, patch him up, I need him to tell me where the kid who ate the fruit is, says Buggy. Everyone wonders who he is talking to and they get surprised when Manhwa suddenly jumps down from another tree. The fatty checks Khorasan's condition and treats him without questioning anything. Well, fellas, I don't like being a party pooper, but I need you to leave this area. Please forget what happened here and go on with your lives, says Buggy while shooing them with his hands. Buggy really looks down on them and they all know it very well. If it's the older Doffy who fights Luffy, he would leave while holding his anger and plotting revenge. However, this Doffy is still young and still full of himself. Even if he knows Buggy is one of the strongest in the world right now, he never fought the man himself. Even if Marine fears Buggy, he has never seen the cause himself. He is still full of pride and believes that he can conquer the world right now. So when Buggy tells him to leave as if he is very insignificant, he gets angry. His veins popped out in his typical way and he looks at Buggy angrily. Doffy is almost 2 times taller than Buggy, so it looks like he is the one who threatens Buggy. "No one can order me around," says Doffy before sending his strongest right leg kick. There's a strong impact, but that's it. Nothing else happens because Buggy catches that kick with his right hand easily. Buggy then calmly says, "I never ordered you, I just gave you a chance to leave in one piece." "Well, I guess you wasted it." Underscore 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 un. Chapter 354, Just Another Deal. Doflamingo's attack on Buggy doesn't end well for him. Buggy never liked the guy to begin with, although he likes his character as a villain. But never as a human being. After Buggy caught Doffy's kick, he pulls the guy's leg and punches Doffy in the stomach. Buggy doesn't even use haki, it's just his pure physical power. But Doffy already coughs a lot of blood as he flies back very fast. Doffy crashes into a cliff and it gets destroyed by the impact. The rebels and Snow bury Doffy, making his crewmates panic. They immediately aim their guns at Buggy and shoot their weapon at the same time. But none of their bullets hurt Buggy because he catches all of them. He only uses basic colorless haki, so none of them know how he catches the bullets without any scratch. Then Buggy drops the bullets to the ground, making their eyes widen. "Stop, Dion. They're not worth our time," says Cricket from the top of a tree. Dion has already sneaked behind the Donquixote family. His punch is just a melee away from Pika's back when Cricket stops him. He pulls his hand under the Donquixote family's stunned gazes. "Consider yourselves lucky, you bastards," says Dion coldly as he walks toward Buggy. Cricket gets down from the tree and walks toward his crewmates. There are just 4 of them, but they already make the Donquixote family nervous. Then Doffy comes out of the rubble after opening a path using his strings. There's blood around his mouth and he is holding his stomach. He walks weakly while looking at Buggy and the other clowns. Then he looks at Corazon that gets treated by Manhwa before looking at his crewmates. "Let's go," says Doffy before walking away. His crewmates follow him with bitter expressions but they don't question him. They all know that even Doffy doesn't want to fight the clown pirates. It is clear that they don't stand a chance against the 4 clown pirates. Well, they don't even stand a chance against even one of the clowns. Manhwa or Dion can wipe them out alone in a very short time. Their levels are too different with massive gaps in power and experience. After the Donquixote family leaves, Buggy walks toward a treasure chest. Corazon has a panicked expression, but he can't do anything because Manhwa is holding him. He can only watch with a worried expression as Buggy opens the chest. "So you're here, Trafalgar's kids," says Buggy. Law is protecting his little sister behind him while looking at Buggy with a wary expression. "I like your spirit, boy, but you don't need to worry, I won't harm you and your sister. Don't you remember me, boy? Well, I won't blame you if you forget. It has been 7 or 8 years I think," says Buggy. Law seems confused, but then he widened his eyes as he finally remembers something. "Ah! That red nose. You're the guy that my father always told me. Oh, it seems he told you about me. Then this will be quicker. Come with me, I'll protect you and your sister until you're old enough," says Buggy. "My father said that I can trust you, but I've seen many things happen. Even if he trusted you, I can't," says Law with a suspicious look. Well, that makes sense. But it will also be difficult for you to survive on your own. You might not worried about yourself, but what about your sister? Ah, maybe you want to go with that guy? I thought you hate Marine though, says Buggy while pointing at Khorasan. Law is still not sure on what to do, so Buggy continues. By now you should understand that not all Marines are bad. However, I still don't think it's a good idea to be connected to them. The fruit that you've just eaten is very valuable for the Marine. It has a power that only a few people know, and that power is the reason why that Flamingo wanted it so bad. World government, or to be precise the Celestial Dragons, also want it. They will do anything to obtain what they want, even if they need to destroy this world. You should have known from your dad that the world government hid the fact about Amber Lead so that your people would keep mining it. They also killed everyone despite knowing that Amber Lead syndrome isn't infectious, right? Asks Buggy. Yeah, my father told me everything. But it's also the more reasons why I become more suspicious of you. You didn't help us when the extermination was done. But now you suddenly appear and want me to follow you while knowing the fruit's real ability. So you must have wanted that power instead of saving us, says Law. Cricket and Co are impressed by what Law said and his quick wit. None of the kids in their crew will ever say something like that. They aren't that smart, after all, but they sure are strong for their ages. Buggy laughs loudly hearing what Law said. Ha ha ha, you're not bad, kid. You really are Trafalgar's son, you're as smart as him. Then how about this? Let's make a deal, a trade I'll say. I'll offer you something, and you'll offer me something too. Law thinks for a while and looks at his sister before saying, all right, what kind of deal? Buggy smiles and says, then I'll offer you protection and my man Manhwa will teach you medical knowledge. You might not know this, but he is one of the best doctors in the world right now. Law raises an eyebrow and looks at Manhwa, who already finished treating Khorasan, who has slept because Manhwa sedated him. He hasn't learned much, but Law has seen a lot of treatment in the past. Just from the bandages on Khorasan's body, Law can understand that Manhwa is a genuine doctor, although he can't say that Manhwa is the best just by looking at some bandages. And what do you want from me? Asks Law. It's not just you, it's the two of you. I don't need anything from you right now, it's in the future. You just need to do some operation procedures for me every once in a while when I need your skills. However, I will never ask you to use your fruit's ultimate ability because I never wanted it in the first place, says Buggy. Just operations? Asks Law suspiciously. Yeah, what do you think I'll ask? I came here to obtain Op fruit because of its ability to help doctors perform miraculous operations. If you haven't eaten it, I would give it to my doctor there. But you've eaten it, so I don't have any choice but to ask for your help. Well, it's not like there's no other choice at all though, says Buggy. What's the other choice? Asks Law. You better not know it now. So, what's your answer? Asks Buggy. Law thinks for a while and looks at his sister, who then whispers something to him. He nods and asks, can we add more terms? Buggy nods and Law says, help me destroy Dongquixote family and world government. The Dongquixote family really tried to kill Khorasan, while the world government was massacring our people, our parents. Sure, but I won't do it for you, I will make you able to do it yourself. This is not my war, after all, this is yours. Also, revenge is sweeter if you do it yourself, says Buggy. Law nods hearing that. All right, I'll take the deal. Buggy smiles and shakes the little man's hand before getting up. He tells Manhwa to take the kids with him back to the ship. He, Cricket, and Dion will pick up all the treasures here even though they don't know where these came from. Wait. What about Khorasan? Asks Law. Don't worry, kid. The Marine will take care of him. He is an admiral's favorite son, after all, says Buggy. Man believes with Law and Lami, while the other three are gathering the treasures. When they're about to finish, a group of Marines comes. The one who leads them is someone that Buggy knows well enough. "Oh, good night, Mrs. Tsuru," says Buggy. "What are you doing here, Clown Lord?" asks Tsuru. "Ha ha ha, I'm sure you know it already. Anyway, I'm quite busy, so I'll take my leave. Tell Sengoku that he doesn't need to thank me," says Buggy while leaving. Tsuru's eyes widened when she hears what Buggy says. He was just saying that he knows who Kora-san is. Only a few people know about it, so it really surprises Tsuru. Tsuru then says, "It seems we are still underestimating him even with everything he has done." With Tsuru's order, the Marine then takes Kora-san and returns to their HQ. Kora-san's survival is another change that Buggy made. But he doesn't know what effect it will cause in the future. FAWEBOLOM underscore 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 un. Chapter 355, Trafalgars. The clown pirates are sailing again and leave Minion Island. Now they have 2 more people on their ship, Law and Lami. But the 2 haven't interacted with the other crew members because Manba took them to the infirmary right after they arrived. He also locks the infirmary so no one can enter, even Buggy. Right now, Manba is focused on treating the 2 kids' diseases. Buggy has told him the use of op fruit, which Manba understood easily because it's similar to Buggy's awakened power. So he is guiding Law to use that power to cure their Ember Lead syndrome. Of course, Manba tests their blood first to understand their disease. It doesn't take long for him to understand it with his knowledge. Law's father needed years to understand it, but it only takes minutes for Manba. Well, Manba has traveled around the world and seen many types of diseases. He can even make a cure for this disease right now, but it will take a long time for the medicine to cure them completely. So it'll be better for Law to use his ability which can cure them faster. With Manba's guidance, Law can extract all the lead particles that caused their disease from both his and his sister's body. Law operates Lami first because her condition is worse. Besides, it is more difficult to do an operation on himself, so Manba told him to operate Lami first. Law succeeds, but he gets very tired after the operation even though Manba also helped him. Well, it's the first time Law actually operates a human, and it's his sister too. So the mental fatigue is high because it's very stressful and he's pressured to succeed or his sister will be in danger. Lami is still sleeping after the operation because Manba sedated her. The operation procedure might be too much for her, after all, as Law uses his power to open her body. Also, removing the lead required them to remove a lot of her blood that get contaminated, so she gets very weak and it will take her some time to wake up. But she will be fine because her blood will recover and Manba also gives her a blood transfusion. The crew always has blood stocks for them, so they have many types of blood. They never know what will happen, after all, so they often took their own blood to be stored for the future. After Law recovers his stamina, he does the operation on himself. With Manba's help, he takes all the lead particles from his body using his power. As Manba thought, it is far more difficult to do it on himself and it takes a longer time. Law gets very tired after the operation and he falls unconscious right after finishing the procedure. Manba looks so proud of Law even though they've just met. He knows that Law has gone through a lot, after all, so he is glad that Law succeeds. Manba comes out of the infirmary after cleaning it and putting the siblings on the bed. Everyone is waiting for him, so he tells them that the kids are safe now. Everyone sighs in relief, even those who haven't seen the kids. Buggy has told them the kids' conditions, after all, so they were very worried. The crew sails leisurely while waiting for the kids to wake up. They haven't been to North Blue for so long, that's why they are quite excited to explore this sea. It's just that Buggy doesn't intend to stay here for long because he has another plan. While the kids are sleeping, the crew goes to the nearest island. They explore it leisurely and have fun on the peaceful island. Those from North Blue are enjoying the nostalgic atmosphere, food, drinks, etc. The ones who explored the island return to their ship in the evening. But they're confused when seeing the ones on guard duty are gathering in the kitchen. So they approach the guys and look inside the kitchen. Now they all can see why these guys are gathering here. Law and Lami have woken up and the siblings are eating in the kitchen now. Mantis is already inside because she returned earlier to prepare food for the kids. Law and Lami aren't big eaters, but they eat a lot for their sizes. It's not just because they were very hungry and needed a lot of food after the operations, but Mantis's food is just so damn delicious. Even small eaters will become big eaters when they taste her food. What are you doing here? This is not a show, so let the kids eat. Don't you have jobs to do? Asks Mantis while glaring at the crew. They immediately scramble away and do their jobs. Don't be too harsh on them, they are just curious about the kids, says Buggy as he enters the kitchen. Lami smiles when she sees him and she says, Hamfuhofhub. Law doesn't like that she talks while eating because some pieces of her food are falling. So he tells her, Fohohafian. While also having pieces of food fall out of his mouth. Buggy sweat drops and says, just finish your food first. We can talk later. Lami nods and continues to eat happily while her brother looks satisfied and continues to eat too. It's quite funny for Buggy because he knows how Law acts when he's older. But maybe because his sister is still alive, he becomes less serious, or maybe this is how he is when he is young. After they finish their food, they can finally have a proper talk. Lami finally can say what she wanted to say properly now. Thank you for your help. I never thought that we will really get cured of that disease. You can thank us for saving you from Dongquixote family. But you need to thank your brother and Manhwa for curing that disease. They are the ones who worked for that, says Buggy. Well, that's true. But it could only happen because you helped us and Mr. Manhwa is your crew member, so we need to thank you too, says Law. Ha, you really know how to talk, boy. Your sister sounds more sincere though, so I will only accept her gratitude, says Buggy while smirking. Law scoffs and looks away while Lami is just giggling. But suddenly Buggy gets a knock on his head from Mantis, which surprises the kids. Stop acting like that. Just accept the kids' gratitude, says Mantis. Alright, I'll accept your gratitude, kids, says Buggy while rubbing the bump on his head. Law and Lami are surprised to see the crew's captain getting hit by a crew member and doesn't get angry. They have never seen something like this and Mantis knows it. Don't be so surprised, kids. This is normal in this crew. We are a family, after all, so this kind of interaction is usual here, says Mantis. Cricket suddenly comes in and says, she's right, we are more of a family than those guys who named their group as family. But even if we're a family, the hierarchy in this crew is still firm. He is still our captain, so we will always follow his order. But he is just our little brother in a normal situation like this. Little brother? More like a son, right? Asks Buggy while holding his laugh. Cricket gets pissed and gets into a brawl with Buggy while saying, bastard, I may look old, but it's not to the point where I look like your dad. I am just 4 years older than you. And why already have kids while I'm not? Don't bring my kids to this, you arsehole. If you want kids so bad then make them yourself. I never forbade it, motherfucker. Says Buggy pissedly while they brawl. Mantis gets pissed seeing their fight and she knocks both of them. They get slammed onto the floor and some big bumps appear on their head. Mantis has hit them a few times even though it looked like she just hit each of them one time. Don't be bad examples to the kids, says Mantis with a low scary tone. Why yes, ma'am, says Buggy and Cricket weakly on the floor. Law is stunned while Lami is giggling seeing their funny interactions. They've lived with the Dongquixote family for some time, but the clowns look more like a family than them even though it hasn't been long since the two are here. The crew's interactions look more genuine than Daffy and Co in their eyes. Buggy gets up slowly and looks at them while rubbing his bumps again. Well, kids, I don't want to play around, so listen. I already made a plan for the both of you and I'm sure you'll like it. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 356, Independence. Before telling them his plan, Buggy takes the two kids to the main deck where everyone gathers. He calls the teenagers to come forward and sit on the floor. Law and Lami also join them, then Buggy tells them his plan. Alright, the four of you have been on my ship for years, and you're more than qualified to start your own crew, says Buggy. Alan, Elin, Jack, and Yamato are surprised by that statement. So Alan asks, what do you mean by that, Captain? It's the first time Alan calls Buggy Captain after a few years because this is a serious matter. Buggy then says, it is what it is, I want you to form your own crew and develop yourselves. If you keep staying under my wings, then you'll never grow to a great height. You know Marco and Yozua from Whitebeard Pirates, right? They are great and strong, but when compared to me and Shanks, they are lagging behind. We come from the same generation as apprentices. But Shanks and I have spread our own wings while he stays under Whitebeard till now. You all surely can see the differences in our achievements right now. Marco's and Yozua's achievements always become Whitebeard's achievements, while mine and Shanks are ours alone. Both me and Shanks have carved our own paths, while they are still following their father's footsteps, says Buggy seriously. The teens know what Buggy wants to tell them, they aren't that stupid to not understand it. Even though Buggy and Shanks were forced to start their own crews because of Roger's death, starting their own crews was their own choice. They could choose other things to do, but they decided to make their own crews and sail as captains. Alan looks at his friends and says, all right, if that's your decision, then we will do it. Brother/Alan, says Elin and Yamato in unison with surprised tones. Jack doesn't say anything and just nods, he is a very obedient guy, after all. Don't protest. This is Captain's order, so we need to follow it. He also never said that we aren't parts of this crew anymore, says Alan firmly. Buggy smiles and says, good, it seems you understand my intention. Rebve.co. Alan nods and says, you want us to make our own crew which will be Clown Pirate's subordinate crew, is that right? Yeah, but I also won't hold you back by forcing that. You can choose to not be a subordinate crew if you want. No matter what you choose, your crew will still be my crew's ally because in the end, you will still be our apprentices, says Buggy while smiling. Our crew will always be your subordinate crew, it is my decision, and I'm sure they also think that way. We were saved by you and we are forever grateful for that, says Alan. Jack nods firmly, then Elin and Yamato also nod while tearing up. They never thought there will come a day when they'll leave this crew that they love so much. Buggy nods and says, all right, it has been decided. Law and Lami will join your crew, but not as members, they will be apprentices. You guys are ready for Grand Line, but they're not. So you guys will train them and teach them things about sailing. Law, you need to form your own crew too in the future. To defeat Doflamingo and world government, you will need power, knowledge, and experience. The best way to do that is by starting your own crew and exploring the world. You can't stay with the four of them forever because they can't keep babysitting you. They can already enter Grand Line right now, but they will train you first, says Buggy. No problem, I will do anything necessary to defeat them, says Law. Good, that's the spirit. Alan, Elin, Jack, and Yamato, you guys will stay on North Blue for 2 years. Expand your crew and train the two of them. They will also gather their own crew while training, so you can help each other. Manhwa will stay with you to teach Law and Lami about medic for a year. But he won't help you in battles, so keep that in your minds, says Buggy. Can we ask him to train us? Asks Jack, who rarely talks. Yeah, if he wants to, says Buggy. Jack nods, and then there's no question at all. The ship turns silent and it feels very awkward right now. What are you bastards staying still for? Go and prepare a party. We need to send our little ones with smiles, shouts Buggy. Everyone scatters and they take out all their drinks, food, and entertainment tools. They hold a big party immediately as they go to the next island. This won't be their last party with the teens, but this is surely their last party while being in the same crew. The clown pirates arrive on the next island after some hours. They help the teens take out their stuff onto the empty coast. The teens are very wealthy actually, and they can buy a big galleon ship with their money. Even though they are just apprentices, Buggy always shares the crew's treasures and money fairly with them. Also, they never spent too much of their wealth, so they still have a lot of savings. They were correct to do that because now they won't need to worry about money when they start their own crew. Manhwa also takes some of his stuff and medical equipment. He has his personal equipment, so the ones that the crew has are still complete. The crew also doesn't need to worry about their health because Manhwa's medical team is already as skilled as some big cruise doctors. Well then, lads, I guess this is a temporary goodbye. All of us hope that you'll do great on your journey, says Buggy while smiling at the teens. Don't hesitate to call us once in a while. We might be parts of different crews now, but we are still family, says Cricket. Find a good ship, okay? And take care of it, or I will destroy it if you don't, says Palu. Well, you know, good luck, says Enel awkwardly while patting Jack's shoulder. Yo ho ho ho, you don't look cute, Enel-san, says Brooke. Shut up, you pile of bones, shouts Enel embarrassedly. Alan, beat up the guys who try to approach your sister, says Dion while giggling. Don't forget to train every day, warriors never stop improving, says Magnus. Yamato, don't forget that you're a girl, alright? So don't enter the men's bathroom, change clothes in your own room, don't get naked in front of men, blah blah blah, nags Jude while hugging Yamato. Alan, you're the oldest, so take care of the others. Elin, you need to be strict, you're the only one who can take care of these guys. Notes everything they do and report it to me when we meet again. I will beat them up if they don't behave, says Mantis while hugging Alan and Elin like a mother. Mantis was the one who picked them from the streets and took care of them the most. So she is really their mother figure even though she isn't that much older. That's why they cry a little when she hugs them, and she also cries. Everyone then bids farewell to the teens and the girls even cry. Brooke and his band also plays some songs as their way to say goodbye. Then after they're done, the clowns get on their ship and get ready to leave. Bam 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 bam. Suddenly, they hear some loud noises, so they look back. They see the 4 teens are slamming their heads to the ground. The teens are prostrating toward the crew while Law and Lami watch confusedly. Alan then shouts while doing that, Captain, Cricket-san, Mantis-san, and everyone, thank you for your guidances all these years. You have done so much for us even though we couldn't do much for you. We might never be able to repay all your kindness to us. But we will try to meet your expectations. You are our family, and the clown pirates will always stay in our hearts. We are grateful for everything you've done for us. Then the 4 of them shout together, thank you very much. The women on the ship are crying immediately while telling good luck to them. Some men even tear up and also tell good luck to them. Buggy is the only one who doesn't look at them, so they can only see his back. But then he says, don't worry about it, family always help each other, after all. Just stay alive and come to New World. We will meet each other again when you've succeeded. Buggy then orders his crew to start sailing and the ship is moving away, leaving the crying teens with their faces on the ground. As the ship goes away, Cricket pats Buggy's shoulder from behind. They can't see us anymore, so no need to hold it back, says Cricket while smiling. Buggy is still standing on his spot firmly without moving. He looks fine from behind, but the floor between his feet is wet as some water drops there. The tough and strong Buggy was actually crying when he heard the teens' farewell, but he couldn't show this to them because he needs to be strong so they can sail without worry. Those rascals better stay alive or I will kill them myself, says Buggy while wiping his tears. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 357, Years of Promise. After the crew leaves the teens and Manhwa on the island, they go to the reverse mountain. They will leave North Blue already, but they won't return to East Blue yet. The crew has another plan, and that is to enter Grand Line again through the normal way. Yeah, they will really use the reverse mountain to enter Grand Line like they're supposed to. The clown pirates haven't used reverse mountain to enter Grand Line for years. Their reason is just one: to avoid meeting Laboon before Brook fulfills his promise. His promise was to go through Grand Line and return to Twin Cape from the other side of Red Line. Brook's late pirate crew didn't specify that they would find Laugh Tale because it hasn't been found at that time. They just needed to pass the challenges of Grand Line and return to Twin Cape from the other side. That's why Brook thought that it was enough, because the clown pirates have reached the end of Log Pose, which was also Rumber Pirate's original goal. So Brook decided to meet Laboon again and fulfill his late crew's promise. He doesn't want to make Laboon wait even longer, after all. It doesn't take long for the crew to reach the Twin Cape at Black Pearl's speed. They arrive just in a few hours, but they don't find anyone there. Both Crocus and Laboon aren't there, at least not in the place they can see. Well, let's just wait, maybe they are diving or something, says Buggy. The crew then docks their ship, and right when they drop the anchor, the water in front of the downstream raises. It keeps getting bigger until eventually something massive comes out of the water. It's a massive blue whale that has many scars on its head. Brook's body trembles and tears come out of his hollow eye sockets. But no word comes out of his mouth. He is rooted in his spot on the ship's deck. Many emotions are filling his heart now, but his mind can't convey them. That whale seems to be the same as a few years ago, says Paulu. Well, yeah, it is the same whale, after all, says Jude. No, I mean it doesn't change at all. Didn't Crocus tell us that this guy keep ramming its head onto the red line? Then its scars should increase, right? But it looks like the scars stay the same, says Paulu while rubbing his chin. Maybe it's just your imagination. You don't have a good memory, after all, says Jude with a rather annoyed tone. This again? Come on, haven't I apologized, says Paulu with a defeated tone. Humph, how many times have you apologized about the same topic? You always forget our anniversary and never remembered it even from the first year, says Jude while pouting. Both of them have been dating for a rather long time now. Paulu was working hard to get Jude's heart after she moved on from Buggy. He succeeded and she finally accepted him, but well, there are always problems in relationships. Jude is someone who always wants to celebrate their couple's events. But Paulu always forgets them, even their anniversary. Well, men don't usually think about that, but the problem is he forgets it every year. Luckily, it's easy to appease Jude, so she won't get angry for too long as he gives her something she likes. They are like a couple of teenagers, so their crewmates are always amused by their antiques. Anyway, the crew's attention is on Laboon again. Most of them had never seen Laboon before, after all, so they are quite amazed by it. They've seen many giant creatures and whales bigger than Laboon, but somehow this guy looks more impressive. Then they get more surprised when they see a side of Laboon's body open up like a door. A small ship that looks like a floating island with a house on it comes out. There's also a man on the ship, it's Crocus who has just entered Laboon's body. Crocus also sees them and he gets rather surprised. It's been a long time since he saw the clown pirates, after all. The last time was when they've just entered Grand Line with their small ship and only have 5 people, but now they have a bigger ship and many more members. Laboon! Shouts Brook so suddenly. Crocus and Laboon get surprised when they hear his voice. It's a familiar voice they haven't heard for a long time, after all. Of course, Crocus has known about Brook being in Buggy's crew and he has speculated that the living skeleton is Brook from Rumber Pirates. But he wasn't sure yet until now when he finally hears Brook's voice. Laboon also recognizes Brook's voice and looks toward the ship. The whale then swims closer and looks around to find Brook with its big eyes. However, it can't find the Brook that he remembers. Brook waves his hands while calling Laboon and the whale is tilting its head in confusion. Well, Brook is very different from how the whale remembers him. Brook gets sad, so Buggy tells him, "Hey Brook, why don't you sing something that this guy likes? It must be confused right now." "Oh, that's a good idea, Lord Captain," says Brook while giving Buggy another nickname. Brook then goes to his grand piano and starts to play it. He plays the song that almost every old generation fun pirate in this world knows, Bink's Sake. The crew enjoys Brook's play but they don't interrupt him and let him play alone. "Yo ho ho ho," sings Brook while remembering his late crew. "Bingkusu no Sakwo, Tadak ni yuko yo." Brook keeps singing the song while the crew listens to it calmly and swings their bodies to the left and right. Crocus, who is still on his ship house, smiles while closing his eyes. He's also remembering the Rumber Pirates who always played this song back then. Some tears come out of his eyes and then he looks at Laboon. Laboon the whale is staying still as if it is just a statue with its mouth opens. Then as Brook keeps singing, tears also come out of Laboon's massive round eyes. Laboon also remembers its old friends whom it has waited for so many years. Then Laboon looks at Brook and finally realizes who he is. Brook's appearance is different now, but he is still the same person. After realizing it, Laboon cries happily and sadly at the same time. Laboon is a smart whale, so it knows why Brook comes back alone. It makes Laboon happy that Brook returns and fulfills their promise. But it also makes Laboon sad that only Brook returns after so many years. That's why Laboon's cry is full of happiness and sadness. Everyone there can feel it and it makes many of them cry. But the ones who cry the most are still Brook, Laboon, and Crocus. This is such a happy yet sad day for the 3 of them who have waited for this day to come for years. "I thought you were joking when you said that you would find them. Even if only one of them returns, they are still fulfilling their promise," says Crocus to Buggy after he gets on Black Pearl. "It was luck that helped me meet Brook. Also, different from Roger Pirates, we were exploring more places, so our chance to find him is higher," says Buggy. "How did you find him though?" asks Crocus. "It's better if you ask Brook rather than me. He must have a lot of things to tell you and Laboon," says Buggy. "You're right, Laboon needs to know what happened too. It will be devastating, but I'm sure he also wants to know what happened to his friends," says Crocus. Crocus and Buggy stop talking and look at Laboon and Brook, who seem to sing together. Then everyone in the crew starts singing with them. It makes Laboon very happy because it feels like the past when it was just a small whale following a pirate cruise ship. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 358, Resuming Break. The clown pirates stay on Twin Cape for a few days. They don't really have anything to do, so they just enjoy their time there. It's quite entertaining too in here because they can see rookies who enter Grand Line proudly without knowing what they'll face. In the last few days, they also get to know that Laboon hasn't rammed his head onto the red line in the last few years. Paulu's hunch was right, and it makes Jude angrier because he is more sensitive about a whale than her. Well, anyway, the reason Laboon acted like that was because of Buggy. Buggy scared the whale a few years ago using Conqueror Haki because it blocked his crew's way. Since then, Laboon always remembers it and it gets scared to ram its head onto the red line because it thought Buggy will get pissed and come. It sounds good but also bad at the same time because Laboon doesn't hurt itself anymore. But it's also sad because now Laboon gets scared every time it looks at Buggy. Luckily, it opens up a bit to Buggy after he apologized and Laboon also knows that it is Buggy who brought Brook back. Then after spending a few days there, the clown pirates decide to leave. They are resuming their break, so they want to do many things. Brook will stay there for the duration of their break because he can't leave Laboon after just reuniting again. No one minds it, so they leave Brook on the Twin Cape and sail again. They go to an island pointed by their log pose and it guides them to Whiskey Peak. It's a home for bounty hunters, but no one dares to even get closer to clown pirates. The crew's name is very known in Grand Line, after all. It's not only because they have become so famous now. But they've also explored Grand Line, especially Paradise more than any crew existed right now, even Whitebeard pirates. Many civilians who live on the islands that they've visited actually like the clown pirates though. Although the crew always mind their own business, they never attack civilians like other pirates. They were even helping civilians when they came across something. But well, there's no civilian on Whiskey Peak as they all are hungry hunters. These guys are afraid of clown pirates who can wipe them out very easily. So no one creates a problem with them, which is great. Alright, so who will stay in Grand Line in this break? Asks Buggy to his crew. Many of them raise their hands and only 11 people don't. Buggy nods and tells them to take their stuff. They do as he says and everyone on the island witnesses clown pirates members leaving the ship with their luggage. Are they disbanding their crew? Asks someone. No way, why would they disband their crew at that level? Asks someone else. Maybe they are dismissing some of their crew members, says another one. Then, isn't this our chance? If they dismiss a lot of people, doesn't this mean they have many spots to fill? Asks an idiot. The others seem to get enlightenment and they all now think the same. They want to join clown pirates even though they are bounty hunters. For money-oriented people like them, the profession doesn't matter as long as they get money. So the idiots immediately rush to the ship while the others who have some pieces of brain stay behind to look at the situation first. The idiots immediately tell Buggy that they want to join the crew without asking any questions first. Buggy is quite confused by this, but then Enel tells him what these guys want because Enel has heard all their conversations. It makes Buggy laugh because this is just too funny. But then he seems to get an interesting idea. Fine, I will allow you to join my crew with only one requirement. Anyone who manages to defeat even one of my crewmates will replace that person, says Buggy while grinning. All his crewmates who are just about to leave for their break look back at him. They all have the same expressions that say, "Yo, what the hell, bro? I thought we are on a break." Buggy looks back at them with an expression that says, "But don't you think it's amusing? This will be fun too, for sure." This sure sounds fun to them, but it doesn't mean they want to do it just because it's fun. Still, it's not like they have any choice here. This is what their captain wants, so they need to do it even though they just want to enjoy their break. Do we really need to defeat them? Asks an idiot. What? You're scared? I thought you want to join my crew, one of the strongest crews in the world. This kind of requirement is necessary, isn't it? But well, maybe it's too much for you, so I'll lower it a bit. If even one of my crewmates gets defeated, then all of you will enter my crew, says Buggy while grinning. The bounty hunters widen their eyes and smile greedily. Even those who are looking at the situation start to come out. They will risk it if it means they can join an emperor crew that surely has a lot of money. Meanwhile, the clowns are doing a small lottery to choose the one who will face the idiots. It is then decided that one of their nerd scientists will fight the bounty hunters. The scientist's name is Henry. He is a rather short and skinny man with dark baggy eyes because of his lack of sleep. Buggy raises an eyebrow because he never thought that the bounty hunters will be so lucky. Henry is the crew's undisputed weakest adult member. So he is the bounty hunter's biggest chance to enter the crew. Well, aren't you lucky, mongrels? He is our weakest member right now, so your chance to win is higher now, says Buggy while grinning. The bounty hunters smile sinisterly when they hear that and they immediately prepare their weapons. Sigh, I just want to go to some islands for my research immediately. Well, let's hurry up and finish it so I can go soon, says Henry before yawning. The bounty hunters get irritated seeing Henry's attitude. But they don't say anything because it means they will have more chances now. So they just look at Henry before they rush at him while some are shooting him from the back. Henry is just looking at them before his body wobbles as if he's about to fall asleep while standing. But those wobbles make him evade all the bullets the bounty hunters shoot. He is still yawning while wobbling around, making it looks like he's very sleepy. The bounty hunters are surprised, but they keep attacking him. Then when the melee attackers get closer, a spinning saw blade tied with chains comes out of Henry's sleeve. The clown pirates are sighing seeing this because they know what will happen. Sigh, it's over, says Dion. Yeah, that crazy bastard is actually enjoying this, says Cricket. It's lucky that we let him join us. This guy would be a psychopath if he was left on his own, says Palu. The reason why they say those things is because of Henry's true nature. He is someone who loves science and does many research with rough. But he is also someone who likes fighting with violent methods. His weapon is crazy enough, but his expression is crazier. The sleepy and stressed Henry has disappeared. He is now smiling evilly and he looks like a crazy demon right now. It makes the bounty hunters surprised and they start to think that it's a bad idea. But it's too late because they've gotten closer to Henry. Henry then swings the saw tied with chains to the bounty hunters. His swings are fast and he can cut their bodies every time he swings. He doesn't cut them completely though and just gives them flesh wounds. It doesn't take long for Henry to defeat all the bounty hunters. Then he returns to his sleepy self in an instant. His crewmates are always amazed at his instant transformation that looks like a devil fruit power. Buggy smirks and says, well, this is a good action before a long break. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 359, Idiot Brothers. Their small activity on Whiskey Peak doesn't stop the clown pirates from taking their break. They go their own ways and most of them stay in Grand Line. Only 11 people leave Grand Line, but they spread to the 4 Blues. Only Buggy, Cricket, and Mantis go to East Blue using Black Pearl. Palu and Jude will go to Birka to visit Palu's parents. But Enel doesn't join them because he doesn't like that place and prefers going to South Blue and West Blue during the break. Magnus goes to North Blue again because he hasn't finished exploring that place. Dion is staying on Grand Line and so is Ruff who wants to go home first. As for Della, she returns to Water 7 because she wants to see the sea train and she misses her family. Anyway, Buggy returns to East Blue just with Cricket and Mantis. The couple leaves as soon as they reach Konami Islands though. Well, they have their plan and Buggy also just wants to stay with his family during this break. His kids are very happy that he returns in just a few days. They don't care about his work, they just want him to be with them. But Buggy only has one body to do everything, so he tries to grant it as best as he can. He spends a few days just playing with his kids and they don't train at all. Leo has been training diligently since he left, and the girls are studying hard, so it's their time to rest. Resting is also important to make their training and study efficient. While on break, Buggy keeps managing his business. The Caribbean can move on its own, but he needs to keep supervising it. Also, the organization is his fastest way to get information from all over the world, so he needs to stay in contact with them. 2 months after he returned to East Blue, Buggy gets a visitor. The red-hair pirates who are in East Blue visit him on Konami Islands. This is not a visit that Buggy appreciates because they are disturbing his family time. You never visited me when we were on Grand Line, but now you visit me when I spend my time with my family. Do you really want to annoy me, Shanks? Asks Buggy annoyedly on the port. Ha ha ha, that's not my intention, Buggy. Sorry if it makes you annoyed. I just think it's a good time because we are relaxing on East Blue, says Shanks, who hasn't lost his left arm while getting down from his ship. I think you were relaxing too much since you formed your crew. We have gone this far, but you guys are still stuck there, says Buggy. Well, we aren't in a rush and there are some circumstances, says Shanks. Suddenly, a little girl with red and white hair looks out of the ship. Buggy raises an eyebrow as he sees it and then he looks at Shanks. The red-hair guy is smirking when he sees Buggy's confused gaze. Isn't she cute, Buggy? She's my daughter, Yuta, says Shanks smugly. Out of Shanks's expectation, Buggy is holding a dendon mushi, which makes him confused. What are you doing? Asks Shanks. I'm calling the Marine. I never thought you would be that low to even kidnap a kid, says Buggy very seriously. Shanks blinks his eyes dumbfoundedly, followed by his crewmates' laughs. His face gets as red as his hair before he dashes toward Buggy and takes the dendon mushi. She's my real daughter, Buggy. And why's a pirate like you are calling Marine? Shouts Shanks angrily. There's no way a bastard like you can raise a kid. I don't even believe that you would take responsibility after getting a woman pregnant, shouts Buggy back. Buggy died before One Piece, Red gets released, so he doesn't know anything about Yuta. He only thinks that it's something caused by the changes he made. Also, he knows Shanks since they were kids, so he knows that Shanks can't take care of a kid. What did you say? I am not irresponsible like you, Buggy. Shouts Shanks while grabbing Buggy's collar. As if I'd believe that, you bastard. I'd rather believe a celestial dragon being kind rather than that nonsense, shouts Buggy while grabbing Shanks's collar too. Don't put me in the same level as those pieces of trash, shouts Shanks before getting into a childish brawl with Buggy. I am putting you below them, you dimwit. Shouts Buggy while brawling. The red hairs and villagers who see it are sweat dropping. They know these two are close like brothers, but it seems their idiocy level is also close, or maybe the same. This fight is too childish for their levels of power. Stop it, you idiots! Shouts Belmere as she hits their heads. The two idiots fall and their faces get planted into the floor. Everyone flinches seeing her punch and they step back unconsciously. Don't fight in front of the kids, says Belmere with a murderous gaze. Why yes, ma'am, says the two idiots from the floor. Belmere then pulls their hair and tells them to sit on their knees. Then they get a hell of scolding in front of everyone with their bruised and bumped faces. They can only nod and say yes as she scolds them. Shanks never met Belmere before, but he is still listening to her scolding obediently. This is the behavior that has been planted in their minds since they were young because Rayleigh scolded them almost every day when they were still members of Roger Pirates. After the scolding finished, Buggy finally introduces his family to Shanks. It's now Shanks's turn to get shocked and he almost gets into an argument again with Buggy. But he stops when he sees Belmere's angry gaze. Cough, anyway, can we have a private talk, Buggy? Asks Shanks nervously. Sure, let's go to my base. Move your ship there too, this is a public port. You will scare the merchants if your ship stays here, says Buggy. Both of them then go to Clown Pirate's base on Red Hair's ship. Yuta and Shanks's crewmates stay there though. Only Buggy and Shanks will go to the base, so they are the ones controlling the ship, and it's easy for them. So, is she really your daughter? Asks Buggy while they go to the base. Yeah, I adopted her. What about your kids? Asks Shanks. Nojiko and Nami were adopted, but Leo is my biological son. They are the same though, all of them are my kids, says Buggy. You've grown up, Buggy, says Shanks with a surprised tone. Bastard, are you picking a fight again? Asks Buggy pissedly. No, I mean it. I would never even imagined you act like this when we were young, says Shanks. Tisk, people grow up. You and I aren't exceptions. Anyway, what's the occasion? I don't believe that you come here just to meet and greet me, says Buggy as they reach the base. Shanks then ties the ship to a post while saying, well, I just want to meet you after so long. There are some things that I want to talk about with you too. But first, I want to apologize for not helping you in Wano a few years ago. I have things to do and I still thought that I shouldn't meddle in Wano's business at that time. That's why I need to apologize to you and Odin. Well, it doesn't matter now. Thanks to that I got all the fame for myself and my crew, says Buggy while smirking as he walks into the base building. Shanks also smirks and says, yeah, you sure are. It will be very hard to chase you now. It's not hard, it's impossible, ha ha ha, says Buggy while laughing out loud. Heh, we'll see then. Anyway, Buggy, I need to tell you something quite important. You are now at the same level as Whitebeard, so I think I need to tell you this. Be aware of Teach, says Shanks seriously as he catches a bottle of booze that Buggy throws. No need to tell me that. I've been aware of that creep since we were kids. Don't you remember that I've already got a strange feeling about him in our war against Whitebeard pirates? Asks Buggy before drinking his booze. It is more serious than that. These scars on my eyes were inflicted by him. I know you are very strong and must be stronger than me now. But I am confident I can fight you till you're exhausted, says Shanks. Buggy knows how strong Shanks is and how strong he will be. Still, Buggy is sure that he can defeat Shanks in a second if he goes all out. He won't say it though because there's no need to say it. What's your point, Shanks? Asks Buggy. Teach is hiding his power. He must be at the level of Whitebeard's commanders already. There are some possible reasons, but I can't think of anything good. I just want to warn you and tell you to be careful, says Shanks seriously. Of course, Buggy already knows this, since years ago. But he still acts surprised, really? Then I think I need to keep tabs on that guy. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 360, Yet. Shanks tells Buggy the story of how he gets injured by Teach. Buggy keeps listening and says, damn. Really? Whoa, that's crazy. So that's how it is. No way. He keeps saying those things while nodding with a surprised expression. Buggy isn't too interested in that, but he can't ignore Shanks, so he just responds like that. For Buggy, the current Teach isn't as problematic as the future Teach, so he isn't too interested in that guy. But his attitude changes when Shanks tells him about rubber fruit that the red hair stole from world government's ship. Buggy has suspected that it was not a normal fruit as it is made for the main character of this world. Also, there's no way Shanks would steal it from world government if it's not so valuable. The world government also won't take a normal fruit and assign Cypher Paul to guard it. That means the rubber fruit has a big secret. In his past life, Buggy died before Luffy awakened his power, so he doesn't know rubber fruit's true ability. That's why he listens to Shanks' story seriously. But Shanks just keep talking about how he stole it and then a kid ate it before starting to talk about the kid. It pisses Buggy off, but he doesn't want to ask Shanks about the fruit too deeply. Even if they are like brothers, there are limits to what they can ask of each other. If Shanks doesn't say anything, that means he wants to keep it a secret and Buggy won't pry into it. Shanks then talks about Luffy and Buggy just listens again. It might be interesting if he doesn't know about Luffy, but he already knows about that idiot even before Luffy was born in this world. So it's just like hearing something that he already knows very well. "What's your plan after this, Buggy?" asks Shanks. "I will just continue my exploration after this break ends. My crewmates are enjoying their lives now to prepare for our next journey. What about you?" asks Buggy back. Shanks smiles and says, "I'll go to New World and start getting serious." Just don't mess with my people," says Buggy while smirking. "Why should I? There are still many people that can be my targets out there," says Shanks. They talk again for some time before returning to the village. The red hairs have blended with the villagers and no one finds it strange anymore. Well, everyone in this place is used to pirates already, so the villagers aren't afraid of pirates anymore. But Shanks and Buggy are surprised by something when they go to Buggy's house. Many people are gathering in front of the house. They all are enjoying the music that comes out of a piano and a singer. Leo and Yuta are playing a song in front of the house right now. The kids were talking to each other when a talk of Leo's music and Yuta's singing hobby came out. So they wanted to check each other's skills and start playing some songs. They are playing together right now, but everyone can feel the competition between them. Leo is younger than Yuta, but his play isn't losing to her. Well, Brooke was the one who taught him music, so his skills are great at his age. "Hey Buggy, you never told me that your son is good at playing music," says Shanks with a surprised tone. "And you never told me that your daughter can sing this well," says Buggy with a surprised tone too. The song finishes after a few minutes and the two kids are not satisfied because they can't find a winner yet. Then they see their dads and look at each other before nodding. They run to their dads and ask them to play a song to decide the winner. It surprises everyone, but then they all start cheering for the two captains to play. Without any choice, the two men sigh and agree to play a song. Shanks prepares his throat while Buggy sits on the piano chair. "You can play that?" asks Shanks impressedly. "Well, just a little," says Buggy before he starts playing Bink's sake. Shanks and everyone there get impressed by Buggy's play. It's not the level of being able to play a little, he is quite good at it. After all, Buggy often plays with Brooke in their free time, and it all started when Leo started liking music. Buggy wanted to be a cool dad, so he asked Brooke to teach him. In another word, he has waited for this moment all these years. His hard work pays off when he sees his kids' impressed expressions. He isn't talented in music, but he can play decently now. "Oi, Shanks, hurry up and sing," says Buggy because Shanks just watches him play the piano. "Oh, right," says Shanks. Shanks starts to sing, but he is not good at all compared to the music that Buggy plays. Leo looks at Yuta smugly and Yuta pouts while looking at Shanks. "Hey kids, this is time to get fun, so why don't we all sing together?" asks Buggy. The adults know Buggy's intention, so they all start singing and dancing together. Nojiko and Nami also join them, while Leo and Yuta look at each other before shrugging their shoulders. Then they all start singing together and Leo joins Buggy to play the piano. The children's competition ends and now it's just a time to get fun. Then, typical of these pirates, this turns into a party in a short time. They all are enjoying this day as usual because these pirates know that they can die anytime, so they are enjoying every moment of their lives. The red hair pirates leave the island after a week because this place is more enjoyable than they thought. Everyone on this island is treating pirates like them normally, unlike other islands, after all. Well, they all are used to clown pirates, and red hair pirates act quite similarly to them. Buggy starts training Leo again after the red hairs left. He also teaches Nojiko and Nami about business and navigation. Luckily he has skills on what his kids like, so he can teach them those things. Then a month after the red hair pirates left, Buggy gets another visitor. Well, this guy is not really a visitor because Buggy was the one who called him here. He called Bentham, A.K.A. a Mr. Tu Bonchan who has joined the Caribbean's East Blue branch. Bentham is just like how Buggy remembers him in the series. The guy is very cheerful and full of emotions which makes Buggy's kids like him fast. But he doesn't seem to have any respect for his boss which makes Buggy sigh deeply. So, Buggy-chan, what's the business that you meant? Asks Bonchan while spinning on his toes. Let's talk in the base, says Buggy before walking to the base. Bonchan follows him and they talk in the base. Buggy has a secret plan that he hasn't revealed to even his family. He has just told Cricket and Mantis about this and the two of them were very surprised, but they didn't oppose it. Buggy tells his secret plan to Bonchan and the Okama is very shocked. He even calls Buggy crazy but Buggy just grins and doesn't deny it. If he is not crazy, he would never reach this level because he won't dare to fight Kaido and all those powerful people. How is it, Bon? I will help you meet Ivankov if you agree to do it, and there will be more rewards too. But you will need to train with me while I'm on my break because you are too weak for this plan right now, says Buggy while smirking. My life won't be threatened, right? Asks Bon suspiciously. No, but you will still need to get stronger. At least to the level that will help you survive in New World, says Buggy. Bonchan thinks deeply for minutes and Buggy doesn't interrupt him. Eventually, Bonchan agrees after making sure that he won't die by asking it to Buggy many times. Buggy grins widely when Bon agrees because the future looks more fun now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 361, Clown Land. Now, Buggy also trains Bonchan while also training and educating his kids. Bon has a decent talent, so he learns things fast. He just didn't have time to shine in the series and he worked under the wrong person who can't maximize his potential. But Buggy knows that merely training won't make Bon reach the required level for the plan. So he will send Bon to challenge Grand Line when his cruise break is over. Bon will form his own crew with the goal of reaching Clown Pirate's base in New World. The Clown Pirate's base is going through changes right now. While the crew is on break, the Caribbean is reconstructing the base. Of course, Palu is already there right now to supervise the project. He just visited his parents with Jude for 2 months of the break. Then they went to the base and led the reconstruction. Buggy has told him that he doesn't need to do it, but he just couldn't let other people handle the reconstruction of his cruise base. So Palu uses his precious break to work, but for him, this is more enjoyable than just roaming around aimlessly. His shipwright team also feel the same and they return to the main base at the same time as Palu. Their presence there has made the reconstruction progress a lot faster. With them being there, the main base also gets a lot safer. Palu's presence alone can make other emperors think twice before attacking this place. With his power and skills, Palu can hold either Big Mom or Whitebeard until Buggy comes, so only fools will try to attack the base. But rather than other emperor crews, the ones who attack the main base are rookies who overestimate their power just because they can reach New World. Palu doesn't even need to move as their subordinate crews can handle all those rookies easily. The Clown Pirate's main base has taken a shape right now with a 68% completion rate. Rather than a pirate cruise base, it looks more like a massive amusement park. Buggy made the whole design and this place looks like Disneyland. However, the Disney details are nowhere to be seen. Buggy changes those details into his cruise styles. There's no Mickey here, that mouse has been replaced by clowns. The main theme is obviously clowns, but Buggy also added some anime details like Dragon Ball, Naruto, AOT, Bleach, etc. Only he understands these things, but no one minds them because they look good. It's a unique concept for them, after all, as they never see something like this in this world. Everyone just likes that they have a unique base, so they don't complain. Buggy also has given a name to the reconstructed main base. It sounds rather boring though because he didn't have other ideas. The name of their base is Clownland, which is obviously based on Disneyland. But anyway, this is still a base even though it looks like an amusement park. There are still weapon factories, illegal transactions, gambling, and many underground activities. The park is merely a cover for all those things. Well, their main base will be very impressive when the construction finishes. But the clown pirates themselves haven't seen their new main base. Only the shipwrights have seen it, but the others haven't because they are on a break now. Buggy also hasn't seen it, but he doesn't really care because he knows Palu will not disappoint him. So he can just focus on spending his time with his family and training Leo and Bon. He also helps his family's farming business while teaching Nojiko about it. Buggy's family also often sails around East Blue, which becomes a chance for Nami to train her navigational skills. Both Buggy and Belmere are trying to give their kids as much experience as they can while the kids are still young. The days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months. Time flies quickly and the clown pirates' break finally ended. It's time for them to continue their lives as pirates, which means it's time for Buggy to leave his family again. Don't worry kids, I will return when I have time. So be good and listen to your mom while I'm away, or I won't return if I hear that you don't be good kids to your mom, says Buggy while patting the kids' heads. Humph, then I will catch you and take you back here, says Leo while crossing his arms. The little guy still doesn't change his mind to catch Buggy. His ambition to surpass Buggy has gotten stronger in this 1 year as Buggy trained him. Leo sees his dad as a very tall wall that he needs to surpass now. He doesn't care about catching Buggy for bounty anymore because he finally knows that if he gets Buggy's bounty then Buggy will be imprisoned and maybe get executed, so Buggy will never return. Leo doesn't want that, but he still wants to surpass his dad, so defeating Buggy is still his goal. With Leo giving up on the bounty, Nami also gives up on it. But now she has a new goal, which is getting all Buggy's wealth through any means. Now she knows that Buggy has much more money than his bounty, so it's better to take all his wealth. This girl's love for money is a lost cause, so Buggy and Belmere just let her be. She will realize how absurd her ambition is in the future. Taking over Buggy's wealth is one of the most difficult things to do, after all. Nojiko is the couple's only hope because she already thinks of ways to improve and expand their farming business. She is even good at taking care of their dog, Fries, that has grown as big as a bear now. But no one finds it strange and they never mind its size because Fries behave very well. Fries, buddy, take care of the kids for me, alright? You know what to do when bad is come, right? Asks Buggy to the big dog. Fries nods and barks, woof. Buggy and Fries then toss their hand and paw. They've become best friends in this break time. In the past, Buggy considers himself a cat person, but this big dog has conquered him now. When will you return? Asks Belmere. I don't know, maybe next year. We never know what will happen, after all. But I'll return when I have free time, says Buggy. Alright then. Be careful out there and return safely, says Belmere. Of course, love, life is very precious, so I will try to keep it all the time, says Buggy before kissing his wife. Buggy then goes to his ship on the port after saying his farewell to his family and the villagers. Cricket and Mantis have waited on the ship. The two of them have arrived on this island yesterday and they'll go to New World together with Buggy. Everyone else will go to their main base on their own. Crossing Grand Line is not a problem for any member of a crew that has reached the end of log pose, Lodestar Island. So just returning to their main base is easy even if they move separately. Buggy, Cricket, and Mantis finally sail away while waving their hands to everyone on the port. They will resume their journey and their goal still doesn't change. The crew will continue to explore the world as there are still many places they haven't visited. New World, Calm Belt, Sky Islands, Red Line, and even Laugh Tale. We still have many places to visit, aren't we? Asks Buggy after the ship has sailed far from Konami Islands. Red Line? You want to explore that place too? Asks Cricket while raising an eyebrow. You don't want to? I will explore the bottom of the sea if possible, but we can't do it now with our current technology. Exploring Red Line is much easier than that, so why not? Asks Buggy back. No, I mean, what's there to visit on Red Line? Asks Cricket again. I don't know much about it, that's why I want to explore it. Although I know a place that's worth visiting there, says Buggy while grinning widely. Cricket widens his eyes and says, damn, you crazy maniac. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 362, Flying Dutchman. Buggy, Cricket, and Mantis go to Grand Line by crossing Calm Belt. They go to Sabayati first to pick up most of their crewmates that have waited there. The crew is enjoying their reunion after a year, but the only executive on there is Della, the others have gone directly to their main base. They leave after their ship gets coated by Rayleigh for 3 days. Buggy has talked with both Rayleigh and Shucky in those 3 days. They talked about many things including Shanks's arrival a few months ago, so the Red Hair Pirates are already in New World now. Buggy doesn't think much about it and just continues his way to New World. The Clown Pirates go to Fishman Island without making any trouble on Sabayati. They were just disciplining some newbies, that's all. On their way to Fishman Island, they meet a rather interesting thing. They meet the legendary ghost ship, Flying Dutchman. None of them are scared though because they've met many more absurd things, and they've seen Brooke's ghost ship in the past. Ooh, the design is good. It can be a good collection for our clown land, comments a nurse girl. Everyone looks at her and makes her look back at them confusedly. What? You know, that's actually a very good idea, says Buggy while grinning widely, followed by everyone else's evil laughs. Yeah, we can give it as a surprise souvenir for our shipwrights, says Cricket while grinning too. The boys are laughing creepily, making the girls sigh. Cricket, says Buggy while looking at Cricket with mischievous eyes. Say no more, replies Cricket while also grinning mischievously. The Flying Dutchman gets closer to the Black Pearl. Buggy knows that Vanderdecken whatever wants to rob them. The pedophile fishman just doesn't know who he is trying to mess with right now. Decken still hasn't had the massive fishman Waitatsumi and the big lampfish Ankuro as his crewmates. But the clown pirates can feel a lot of presence in that ship. Decken must have had a lot of crewmates right now as there are tens of individuals on that ship. Both ships are side by side now and suddenly tens of fishmen come out of the Flying Dutchman and surround the Black Pearl. They are holding weapons made of deep-sea materials. The fishmen look threatening, but the clowns just look at them amusedly. Bay ho ho ho, you're very unlucky, humans. This will be your last day because you've met me, Vanderdecken 9, and my flying pirates, bay ho ho ho, says Decken like a maniac. He is already using an air bubble because he has eaten his devil fruit. Well, this is obviously our last day meeting you even though it's the first time we meet too, strange fishman, says Buggy. Bay ho ho ho, it seems you understand that your fate has been sealed, strange red nose, says Decken. Buggy raises an eyebrow and says, I think you don't understand what I said. Well, doesn't matter. Lads, get them. After Buggy gave his order, all the boys immediately take their guns out and aim them at the fishmen. Bye-bye, water swimmers. Bang! says Buggy while waving his hand with a grin. Bang bang bang. Many rounds of shots are released by the clown pirates. Even if not everyone is a real gunner, they all can use guns quite well. So, shooting the fishmen who swim quite close to their ship is not that difficult. The fishmen who underestimate them get shot many times. None of the clown's weapons are normal, they all are very deadly. These weapons' power won't reduce too much even underwater, so the fishmen really get a lot of damage. After a while, the only one left alive is Vanderdecken because the clown pirates didn't aim him at all. The guy looks very shocked by what has just happened. All his crewmates died in a very short time, it's a one-sided massacre. If you're pirates, then you need to be ready to lose your lives anytime. And it seems you aren't ready because you were overconfident in your power, says Buggy. Decken wakes up from his shock and tries to run away. But then a metal spear pierces his stomach and its tip splits into 4 hooks, so he can't escape. The terrified Decken gets pulled toward the Black Pearl by Cricket and then Buggy catches the guy's neck. You were trying to kill us by popping our bubble, weren't you? Well, sorry, but this bubble is very durable that it could withstand all those shots. However, it won't change the fact that you tried to kill us, so we will kill you. Also, I know you, Vanderdecken. Even our fishermen crewmates and friends in the Ryugu Kingdom hate you, so there's no reason to forgive you. Then, goodbye, says Buggy before throwing Decken to Cricket. Cricket punches the guy's chest, but the impact is meager from the outside. However, the insides of Decken's chest are broken apart and blood comes out of his mouth. Cricket's punch was damaging Decken's internal organs without damaging his skin. After making sure that Decken has died, Cricket throws him into the sea again. They don't need another corpse on their ship, after all. Brook is enough because they aren't a ghost crew. No need to thank me, Neptune. I've just saved your daughter from this pedophile, thinks Buggy. Let's go. And bring that ship with us, says Buggy. The crew then shoots some hook spears at the Flying Dutchman. Then they pull that ship using Black Pearl and resume their way to Fishman Island. They never thought they would get such a good souvenir on their way back to the main base after a long break. But that souvenir gives them a little headache on Fishman Island. They get questioned a lot even by Neptune. So Buggy explains what happened and surprisingly Neptune is very happy after hearing about Decken's death. Neptune then tells Buggy that Decken has used his devil fruit ability on Shirahoshi. It surprises Buggy because he thought it wouldn't happen yet. Although he isn't sure anymore because it's been years since he lived in this world and he didn't know every detail about One Piece too. Well, it's good that this doesn't become a problem. So, I can take Flying Dutchman with me, right? Asks Buggy. I don't mind, we don't need it, after all. Some people in the Fishman district might make a ruckus about it, but I will handle it. You are protecting this place along with Whitebeard, after all, so this is the least I can do, says Neptune. Don't worry, there won't be any ruckus, says Simon, Buggy's Orca Fishman crew member. Oh, you've finally come, says Buggy while bumping his fist with Simon and his other Fishman crewmates. What do you mean by that, Simon? Asks Neptune. You haven't heard? It seems even the king doesn't know much about what happens in the district, or maybe you never care. Well, whatever, it's not my problem. Anyway, there won't be any ruckus because our little girl has conquered that place, says Simon while pointing at their little clownfish mermaid, Dory. Dory smiles shyly while scratching the back of her head. Whoa, there you go, girl, says Buggy happily. Hee, thank you, Lord. But it's certainly not because I picked a fight with them, says Dory. I know, you aren't that kind of person. So, what happened? Asks Buggy. Dory's brother, Aid answers that question. Those bastards were insulting my sister because her lover is a human. So I told her to shut them up because her life isn't their business. Some people from Sun Pirates meddled in, so she kicked their asses too. She even beat Tiger and Jinbe, who tried to stop the fight. Now, Buggy, Neptune, and the other humans get very surprised. They don't know what happened in this 1 year, but it seems Dory has gotten much stronger. Cricket even comments, "Damn, Dion needs to watch his ass from now on." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 363, Reveal. While their ship is being coated on Fishman Island, Buggy is trying to meet Sun Pirates. But the Fishman Pirates have gone to the surface since Dory defeated them single-handedly. It seems they are embarrassed and don't dare to return here yet. It's quite disappointing because Buggy wants to meet Fisher Tiger directly even for one time. But well, there are still many chances to meet that guy. Also, Buggy doesn't know if Tiger even wants to meet a human yet, and there's no need to force it. So instead of meeting the Sun Pirates, the Clown Pirates are robbing Deccan's place. Their Fishman members know Flying Pirates' general base location. So the Fishmen go there to find and clean the place. The human members stay on the island because the location is quite far and difficult to reach. So it's just the Fishman members who go there, and some Fishman soldiers actually help them because Deccan also kidnapped some humans and Fishmen, so they need to free those people. It takes a few hours for the Fishman group to finish their cleanup at Deccan's place. They bring back a lot of treasures, although mostly are just valuables for Fishmen, not humans. There are also many humans and Fishmen who were kidnapped by Deccan. All of the Fishmen are grateful for the rescue, but it's not the case for the humans. There are some who don't show any gratitude to their saviors at all. They even dare to ask for their treasures rather than thanking the ones who saved them. These guys are pirates, the arrogant ones who only care about wealth. There are some pirates who thank the Fishmen though and even want to stop being pirates. Luckily, all civilians are very grateful because being alive is more important than wealth for them. Bam! Suddenly, Buggy appears behind one of them and hits his head very hard on the ground. The guy faints immediately and the other ones who make a ruckus turn silent instantly. If you don't want to be saved, then just say it. My crewmates will send you back to that place if you want it. I will even give you more money if you can even come here by yourselves, says Buggy while stepping on the unconscious guy. Some of the humans widen their eyes when they see Buggy because they recognize him. Oh my god! Why you, aren't you the Clown Lord? Asks a man while falling on his butt because he is too shocked. Hey? Who? Asks a woman. Idiot, you don't know Clown Lord? He is one of the strongest pirates in the world right now, an emperor of the sea who rivals Whitebeard and Big Mom. His bounty is even higher than Big Mom at 4.75 billion, shouts another man who recognizes Buggy now. Now everyone is surprised even though some are still skeptical. But suddenly Neptune orders one of his guards to show them Buggy's bounty. Now, no one doubts it anymore and they finally shut their mouths. Oi, Neptune, you are doing something unnecessary. And you guys, stop making a fuss about it, that's just a bounty, says Buggy as if he doesn't like it, but his face says otherwise. He tries to hide his smile, but he fails miserably because his mouth curls strangely. Everyone's sweat drops at his attempt to hide his happy expression. His bounty is one of the things that Buggy is very proud of, after all, so he's happy when people are impressed by it. Cough, anyway, you humans can go with us to the surface. But you, noisy dudes, you can return to where my crewmates found you, says Buggy. And no, please let us follow you, sir. We will follow you for the rest of our lives, just don't leave us there, begs one of them. Then they all start to beg, even the ones who were unconscious before. Buggy thinks for a while before he suddenly smiles. That smile gives these men chills though because it looks like a devil's smile. Fine, I need some workers for my base, after all. You can work there to repay this debt, says Buggy with an evil smile, which gets followed by his crewmates. These pirates have a bad feeling about this, but they can only agree because they don't have any other choice. Buggy will send them back to that dark underwater cave if they refuse, after all. So this is their only choice to survive. The clown pirates finally leave Fishman Island and go to New World with the rescued humans. They also bring the treasures after splitting them with the Ryugu Kingdom. Well, Neptune only took what the clown pirates don't need, so they don't lose anything. Anyway, the crew reaches New World in a short time. Their Fishman members are nowhere to be seen on Black Pearl though. It's because they sail underwater using the Flying Dutchman. The ship has many broken parts, so it can't float on the surface like a normal ship. It is still being pulled by the Black Pearl though because New World's water is as violent as its weather. If something happens, then the crew on the surface can do something. Luckily, there's nothing too dangerous until they reach the first island. Some of the rescued people are being left here so they can go home. All of them are civilians and the Caribbean's branch on this island will send them back by Buggy's order. He doesn't have any use for these civilians, so he chooses to do a little good deed. The rest of the people are pirates, bounty hunters, or criminals. These guys are useful and Buggy knows they will just do more crime. At the very least, it will be difficult for them to get normal jobs. So he also helps them by giving them jobs in Clown Land. They are quite terrified at the unknown jobs that Buggy will give them. But he assures them that they will like it with an unconvincing smile. Of course, they don't believe it and they are still scared, but they don't dare to even protest. After sailing leisurely for days, they finally can see the new Clown Land in the distance. It's night now, but the Clown Land still looks very impressive. Maybe it looks more impressive now than when it's the day. The whole island is full of colorful light spots that are installed everywhere. From afar, this place looks more like a tourist destination than a pirate cruise base. But that's the concept, so they really nailed it. There is a massive Ferris wheel with a big clown face on its sides, a massive castle in the middle of the island, some roller coaster rails that go around the island, 4 tall observation towers that also act as lighthouses on 4 sides of the island and many more things that spread all over the island. The rescued people are speechless when they see the island. Even the clowns are speechless because this is the first time they see the new Clown Land directly. They've only seen its concept when Buggy and Palu designed the layout. Damn, are you sure this is still in our budget? Asks Cricket with a stunned expression. I don't know, man, this is beyond my expectation. I hope we aren't in debt because of this, says Buggy with the same stunned face. Don't worry, if the reports I get were correct, then we are still within the budget. I will check it thoroughly too later, so we will find if there is any problem with our finances, says Della, the very trustworthy secretary. Yeah, I leave it to you, says Buggy. The ship arrives on the island shortly after that and the rest of their crewmates have waited there. You guys really take your time, weren't you? Asks Palu while grinning. It's you who came too early. There's no problem on my island, right, comrade? Asks Buggy while smirking. There is one actually, it hasn't been opened officially, says Palu with a smirk too. Buggy still smirks as he says, that's a very big problem then. I guess we need to do it now. Let's throw a party, you scums. Aye aye. Replies everyone vigorously. A very big party is thrown at Clown Land. This is the birth of New World's most popular island. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/capped mermain. Chapter 364, A Tour. Their big party lasts for hours from night to morning. Well, it's a normal thing for the clown pirates though. But it's a special occasion for the crew, so that party seems lacking actually. That's why they hold another party again, but now everyone on the island participates. So instead of a party, it is more proper to be called a grand celebration or a festival. This is to celebrate the reconstruction of Clownland, after all. It's also a moment to announce this island's status as the cruise base officially. Then to make it better, they start trying out the entertainment concepts of this island. They activate all the modes and open up all the public buildings. Then the clown pirates are touring around the entertainment district to have fun. Buggy has given the Caribbean and the reconstruction team the basic concepts and ideas for this place. But he let them add things that they thought are good. So only those involved in the construction process know everything this place offers now. Even Buggy doesn't know it yet, so he is very excited to see the stuff here. This will also be an evaluation time though, because he and his clueless crewmates will judge what's good and bad from the perspective of those who don't know anything yet. The first thing they see are some people dressed as pirates with clown masks. These people are welcoming visitors like other tourist destinations. It's a normal thing, but then a man completely dressed up like Buggy comes out. The clown pirates are stunned to see the man who imitates Buggy's appearance very well. His basic appearance seems to be close to Buggy, so he can imitate his looks so well. Buggy is still speechless by it because he didn't plan this, but his crewmates are rolling on the floor while laughing their ass off. Ha 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 ha, he looks exactly like you, shouts Cricket while holding his stomach that hurts because he laughs too loudly. Everyone laughs harder when they hear that. Sigh, whose fucking idea is this? Asks Buggy while slapping his forehead. Ha ha ha, who else? It's the idea of someone who can mimic his surroundings and even a person's appearance, says Paulu. Buggy looks at Dion, who is still laughing on the floor. A tick mark appears on Buggy's forehead and he picks up Dion's foot and raises Dion upside down quite high in front of him. Dion is still laughing even when he's hanging upside down now. It seems you really want to get beaten up, says Buggy pissedly. Dion holds his laugh and looks at the fake Buggy before saying, "Oh no. Lord Buggy, no, Captain, help me. This man is trying to beat my ass." "Oh, wait. I talked to the wrong person." Everyone laughs even harder now when they see that, and some of them add fuel to the flame by saying that Buggy is the one imitating the man dressed as him. This crew really doesn't care if Buggy is their captain. They will make fun of him anytime, it's not something that can't be found in other crews. The veins on Buggy's forehead increase in number and size. He also grinds his teeth because he is very pissed right now. His face also gets red, which makes it similar to his red nose now. Then the pissed Buggy says, "You know what? I also have a new idea to add to this place. It's a fun mode to give people a flying experience. But we need to test its safety first, so why don't you volunteer, Dion? I never saw a flying chameleon before, but I'm sure you can do it." Dion is confused at first, but then his face becomes pale. And no, wait. I'm SOR. Toodaloo, motherfucker, says Buggy before throwing Dion to the sky. Everyone can hear Dion's scream, which starts getting fainter as he flies higher. Now everyone shuts their mouths, even the giant Magnus. "Enel, you catch him," says Buggy. "Why me?" asks Enel in protest. "I know you were the first one to agree with this damn idea. So catch him or I'll beat your ass," says Buggy. Enel clicks his tongue because Buggy's guess is right. He unwillingly flies to the sky to catch Dion before the guy falls onto the island or even the sea. As for the rest, they are just standing silently in their spot. "Sigh, you, the one who imitates me, go and change. I won't fire you, but you won't dress up as me again. If you want to get attacked by those who want my head, then you can do this anytime," says Buggy. The man looks terrified when he hears that. He has just realized that being Buggy is actually a very dangerous thing to do. So he nods rapidly like a chicken before running off while removing his fake nose and wig. "All right, let's continue. You better not pull off something like that again," says Buggy. The ones who came here earlier and planned that joke are whistling while looking away now. But Buggy just sighs before continuing their tour. His eyes darkened again just a few minutes later though, and so are the others' eyes. They find a bunch of people who dressed up as each one of them, even the teenagers who have started their own crew. The surprising thing is that these imposters are very similar to them, unlike the fake Straw Hats in the series. Buggy holds his forehead and says, "You know what? Let's just use this idea." "What?" "You hated it when it was you who get imitated, but now you loved it when it's us," asks Mantis. "That's not it, someone will still imitate me. I think it has a lot of benefits, I can smell the money here. But we can't just let them roam around in the open places where bounty hunters or Cypher Paul can suddenly catch them. We need to gather them in an enclosed place," says Buggy. "How if we make them do a play?" "A theater?" asks Brooke. Everyone looks at Brooke with an impressed look which makes him nervous. What is it?" asks Brooke. "Genius," says Magnus. "Well, it's a normal idea. You guys are the ones who are too stupid to not even thought about it," says Buggy, making everyone feels a stab in their hearts. "Anyway, we need them to do something instead of just loitering around. At least people will know they are actors, so they won't get caught. People are not always that smart, after all. That's why we need to be careful. Ruff, prepare some safety devices for our actors. Della, find scriptwriters to make some scripts for the act. Also, make the actors look like us, but not too similar so people won't be mistaken. We can improve it after people get used to this, so no one will get caught," says Buggy. Buggy explains a few more things and gives more tasks to his crewmates. Even Enel, who has just returned with the unconscious Dion, gets a task. Dion also doesn't get spared and still gets a task that will be relayed later. The crew continues their tour and they comment on everything. They give their opinions and ideas to improve this place. These people have gone to many places around the world, so they have many interesting ideas based on their experience. Not everything is approved though, and they are still discussing the ideas further. After all, not every interesting idea is good, some are fun to watch but not profitable, or vice versa. So they discuss them properly and look at the ideas from many sides first. They try all the modes here, but they find out that what's interesting for normal people might not be interesting for them again. The examples are the roller coaster and the thrilling modes. None of them feel thrilled at all because they've gone through many more thrilling things. But well, normal people will like these things, so they don't really mind it, they're just disappointed. They finish the tour around the entertainment district in a few hours. Everyone is enjoying the tour, after all, so it takes a rather long time. Then they go to the place that can't be entered by anyone except their group, the castle. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 365, Clown Castle. The castle on Clownland is massive. Its basic design is similar to the one in Disneyland. It is surrounded by a thick and tall wall that has many weapons for defense. It will be the crew's living place in their main base, after all, so it needs to be protected because it might get attacked. Although it's not just the castle that has high defense. There are many weapons hidden all over the island for defensive purposes. They also have many personnel who can operate those weapons and have high fighting abilities. Buggy knows that their main base will be a target for many organizations. So they need to prepare a lot of things to protect it. They won't always be there, after all, so these weapons and personnel are necessary. Anyway, the crew enters the castle and they are stunned by the interior. It's designed like classic middle-age castles that Buggy often saw in movies in his past life. Although the crew feels that it's too luxurious for pirates like them. What is this? A place for royal family? Asks Cricket. Well, this is basically a castle for an emperor, says Palu. Hey, we need to match the exterior, don't we? What would you think if this place looks grand outside but looks shitty inside? Asks Buggy. That's the worst, says Cricket with a disgusted look while imagining it. See? Anyway, this is just an up front. I know you guys won't like living in this kind of place that makes you look like pampered nobles. So I asked Palu to make something that you'll like, says Buggy while smiling. Palu also smiles before leading the curious pirates to walk deeper inside the castle. They walk through a long corridor and find a big metal door at the end of the path. There are some guards there to make sure that no authorized people pass the door. Behind that door are stairs leading down, so they know that they'll go underground. They walk down the stairs and reach the underground room in a short time because it's not too deep. Now they finally know what Buggy meant before when he said that they'll like it. What they see in there looks very familiar, after all. It looks similar to Black Pearl's cabins, but on a rather bigger scale. Of course, there are some differences, but the familiar design is enough for them to consider this as a comfortable place to live. They immediately scatter to look around and the first thing they find is they all have personal bedrooms here. On the ship, only the executives have personal bedrooms, but here, they all have it. Sleeping together with their mates is fun, but they also want to sleep in their own rooms. The other rooms are similar to the ones in Black Pearl. But rooms like the kitchen, dining room, training room, etc., are far bigger here because they have more space. The only room that can't be found here is a safe room. Palu didn't make the safe room here, he made it even deeper. It's called a safe room, after all, so it needs to be very safe. The safest place here is deep underground and he used strong materials to build the room. There are many defense mechanisms that Ruff built to protect it too. Back to the living quarter, everyone is enjoying this place. They immediately race to choose their rooms that look similar to each other. It doesn't matter though, they just want to choose something before their crewmates. Even the executives are racing to choose their rooms. The only ones who already have specially designed rooms are just Buggy, Palu, Jude, Magnus, and the shipwrights. Buggy is their captain, after all. Palu was the one who built this along with the shipwrights, Jude is Palu's girlfriend, and Magnus needs the biggest room because of his size. The shipwrights have decorated their rooms while they built this place, so they just need to use the rooms now. No one can call them cheating though because they were the ones who built this place while the others were having fun somewhere, it's the shipwrights' privilege. Big Sis Mantis, don't you want to try the new kitchen? Asks someone after they are done choosing their rooms. Mantis looks at them with a raised eyebrow, just say that you are hungry. They all giggle while scratching the back of their heads. We've prepared many food ingredients in the kitchen, so you can use them right away, says Jude. All right, clap clap clap, let's go, guys, we have some bellies to fill, says Mantis to her team. Yes, chef, replies the cooks. The cooking team immediately goes to the kitchen and cooks a lot of food. Meanwhile, the crew members are trying the booze in the cellar. The food is ready after a while and they all enjoy it as usual before they rest. The next day, everyone is busy decorating their rooms. They buy stuff from the market and take stuff from their ship. Their new bedrooms are good places to keep their personal items that have filled the ship, so now their ship has more space to keep more items. They are also busy with their reconstructed main base. Buggy wants the Clown Land to be opened for business as soon as possible so they can sail again. That's why they work together and move fast to prepare everything. It takes them around a month to finish everything until the Clown Land is ready for business. They've also publicized it to all seas, especially New World. Not only that, they've prepared ships to transport tourists from nearby islands because this is New World, so not every ship crew can sail through it. The opening of Clown Land causes yet another uproar. An Emperor of the Sea, a big pirate crew is opening an amusement park. Of course, it will incite many reactions from people, especially other pirate crews, marines, and world government. Bahaha, Buggy is making an amusement park. He truly wants to live up to his title as a clown, doesn't he? Ha ha ha, hilarious, but also interesting, says Shanks while reading the news on his ship. Well, that means his crew has settled down and has time to do something like this. Meanwhile, we are still going around and fighting to raise our levels, says Ben. Haha, well, at least now we can do that, says Shanks. I wonder what Yuda's doing now, says Lucky. She might be crying and cursing me, but I need to do what's best for all of us, says Shanks rather sadly. We've done what we need to do. I'm sure she will understand it one day, says Usopp. Yeah, and then there's Luffy too, says Ben. That brat must be talking about being the Pirate King again, that's what he always does, says Shanks while smiling. On another place, Big Mom, who has failed in her attempt to reach Lodestar like Buggy, is also reading the news. She is still pissed by Buggy's success, but this news can still amuse her. Mama, he really has many strange ideas. He opens it to the public, right? Then let's visit it too one day. He can't refuse us because it's for everyone, after all, says Big Mom. Won't it lead to a war, Mama? Asks Daifuku. It won't be a problem, Pararin. Clown Lord has told us that they'll explore our territories, right? Then we can also do the same to make it equal, says Sparrow. That makes sense, says Daifuku. Not only them, but Whitebeard pirates are also amused by this news. But they all know that the amusement park is just a pretense to cover clown pirates' underground business. And the most concerned about it are the world government and the Marines. However, they can't stop it too because they are also buying those weapons. They also have a treaty pact even though it's just a verbal agreement. There won't be a problem if they breach it, but they can't do it yet because they still can't stop the clown pirates now. So even if it causes a stir, the clown land still opens without any problem. They don't have many visitors in the early days though because people are afraid. Only the brave ones come to this Emperor base, and they really have a great time here. Through these people, Clownland's visitors keep increasing. They even need to recruit more staff after 2 weeks. Some problems appear, but they can solve them all. It finally settled down after 3 months and now, it's time to sail again. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 366, New Journey. Clown Pirates finally starts sailing again because they've finished their Clownland business. The Caribbean can already manage it themselves, so the crew can leave it. Some problems may need their help, so they need to always be ready to return anytime. They don't have any problem returning anytime because they are just sailing relaxedly now without any big goal like reaching the end of log pose. This is just the time for a fun adventure around New World. The Sea of Nightmare for most crews is just a place to have fun for the clown pirates. Buggy has heard that Big Mom is planning to visit Clownland soon, so he decides to explore Big Mom's territories first. His reason is simple: Big Mom won't be able to do funny things on Clownland because he will destroy her territories if she does. Big Mom knows this too, but she's just laughing and still goes to Clownland. It's not like she wants to start a war with the clown pirates now, she still needs their weapons, after all. So she still goes to Clownland and sends her older children to supervise the clowns on their exploration. Surprisingly, Big Mom really enjoys her visit to Clownland. She wants to visit it often, but Buggy forbids it because she will scare the civilians. His staff also can't handle Big Mom, so Buggy stops her using any means. Then, it's Whitebeard's turn after Big Mom. Buggy laughs when he knows that Whitebeard is visiting Clownland. He even calls the old man just to laugh at him. Buggy even regrets leaving the clown land at this time because he wants to see Whitebeard's old ass riding a cute pony on a merry-go-round. Of course, the old man is pissed by his useless call and immediately closes it. Buggy and his crew are laughing on the ship floor right now even though currently they are sailing in very bad weather. But imagining Whitebeard taking a photo with some mascots is more important than the weather that can sink their ship. This becomes a nice topic for the crew because they will be able to see footage of Whitebeard's Clownland adventure when they return. The Clownland has many surveillance cameras and Buggy has asked his staff to record what Whitebeard and Big Mom did for fun. Some organizations also come to Clownland when the clown pirates are away. Most of them just want to check the Emperor's base while trying to plant spies. Buggy knows it will happen, but he isn't worried at all. He has prepared countermeasures for this kind of thing. One of his most trusted staff in the Clownland has eaten glare fruit, the devil fruit that Viola has in the series. It allows the user to read others' minds, which will help them find spies from other organizations. The one who ate the fruit is a man who was once a member of clown pirates named Wols. He retired before the war against Beast's pirates because he lost his right foot. Ruff has made an artificial right foot for him, but he still doesn't want to return to the crew because he already has a family now, so he doesn't want to be a pirate again. Buggy then offered him to work in the Caribbean and he agreed. Then when the Clownland was constructed, Buggy trusts the management of the Clownland to him. Buggy even gave Wols glare fruit to help his job, making him very grateful, and swore to protect Clownland at all costs. With Wols's ability, Clownland will be safer because it can prevent danger before it happens. But one man can't do everything, so they need other protections too. Aside from weapons, they need trustworthy people to manage the Clownland. All of Buggy's crewmates who have retired are now working in Clownland. Even some of Roger Pirate's former members are working there. Not only because they know Buggy, they are paid well and this place offers them a lot of freedom while working, something they really like. That's why Clownland will be safe while the clown pirates are away. Buggy is even confident his people in the base can hold attacks from Marine, WG, Whitebeard, or Big Mom until his crew returns. As for average pirate crews or organizations, they will get defeated without clown pirates' help. Anyway, Clown Pirates' adventure is going well without any meaningful problems. They are exploring Big Mom's territories, after all. So other than uncomfortable gazes that can't pierce their thick skins, everything is fine. They are a bunch of shameless people, after all, so they can walk around enemies' territories as if those are their places. The crew doesn't even hasten their exploration, they take their time. It frustrated Big Mom's children, but there's nothing they can do because they want to avoid war. The Clown Pirates' exploration on Big Mom's territories takes 4 months to finish. There's no big clash or something though, so the media is very disappointed. They thought that war will happen, so they follow Clown Pirates' movements for 4 months, but nothing happened. After Big Mom's territories, they go to explore Whitebeard's territories. Unlike Big Mom pirates, Whitebeard pirates are more relaxed about the Clown Pirates' exploration. Even if they aren't friends, Buggy's relationship with Whitebeard is far better than Big Mom's. Whitebeard doesn't even send his children to follow Clown Pirates. He only instructed those who manage his territories to call him if the Clown Pirates are causing a problem. But the only calls he gets are panic calls because those people are afraid. The Clown Pirates just walk around normally, but people are too paranoid sometimes. They get afraid and worried even before anything happens. Their worry doesn't last long though because in just a few days of their visit, the Clown Pirates have blended with the people. The exploration on Whitebeard's territories takes 7 months, 3 months longer than Big Mom's territories. Not only Whitebeard has more territories, but he also doesn't limit the place that the Clown Pirates could visit like Big Mom. So they have more places to explore which increases their exploration time. These territories are interesting, but the adventure isn't too exciting, especially Big Mom's territories. All those places have been changed to her liking, and even Whitebeard's territories have been changed, even if it's not much. So those places look quite similar to each other. It's been more than a year since their break, and many things have happened all over the world. One thing that interests them the most is the news of their apprentices. The teenagers have finally entered Grand Line after staying in North Blue for 2 years. Their crew's name is Legend Pirates, and their flag is a cracked skull with a big L character behind. No one knows why they chose it, but it angers a lot of veteran pirates because it's a presumptuous name. That's why they often get attacked by veteran pirates who have operated for many years but haven't accomplished big things. Big pirate crews with great achievements like the Emperor of the Sea or those with high bounties are ignoring them, though it's just a name, after all. The ones offended are just those who never actually accomplished anything great, and they get offended for no reason. And those people actually make these young rookies turn into real legends by getting defeated. Of course, people will notice if a rookie pirate crew is defeating quite many veteran crews. Even if those veterans are weak, they are still veterans with a lot of experience, so defeating them is still a great feat. The Legend Pirates now have 19 members, and they all are young people. But the ones who have bounties are still just the 4 apprentices. Their bounties are high enough to make the clown pirates proud of them. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 367, News Update. Legend Pirates are the current most famous rookie crew in Grand Line. The 4 members who started the crew even get quite high bounties for rookies who have just entered Grand Line. Alan, the captain, even surpassed 100 million already just after they left the second island of their Grand Line route. Captain Acidic Alan, 106 million. Jack the Destroyer, 78 million. Guardian Beast Yamato, 56 million. Evil Princess Elin, 45 million. The pictures of their bounty posters are quite unique though. Their pictures were taken while they were sleeping, maybe they were tired after a long war. These bounty posters make them look like sleeping pirates instead of legend pirates. It seems the photographer found them at the right time and took their pictures immediately. Jack's scary moniker becomes useless because of his picture now. Luckily, his face is scary enough to make him look intimidating even while sleeping. They've finally appeared. This means Law and Lami are on their own now. What do you think, Manba? Asks Buggy. They will be fine. Both of them are smart, and they've gathered a few kids who want to join their crew in the future. I've told them to focus on developing themselves while hiding first in the next few years and only start their crew when they are ready, says Manba. That's good. Young buds like them need to be careful or they will disappear even before blooming, says Buggy. I thought Yamato's bounty would be higher because of her identity, says Enel. Maybe the world government doesn't want to reveal it. If the world knows that Kaido's daughter is still alive, then people would think that world government couldn't take care of Beast's pirates properly. They really didn't do anything though, but they love to make faces, says Cricket. Anyway, other than that, another interesting thing happened too in the last 1 year. The Sun Pirates get split apart because of an internal problem. They get split because of differences in choices. Some time ago, Fisher Tiger suddenly retired and passed the captain seat to Jinbe. People don't know why he suddenly retired, and he even left Fishman Island. Even his crewmates don't know why he suddenly left. But Buggy knows his reason, and it's something he has thought of but never expected to really happen. Tiger is joining Revolutionary Army without telling anyone. Buggy is more impressed at Dragon now because he has succeeded to recruit that human hater. The problem in Sun Pirates appeared after Tiger's leave. Their new captain, Jinbe, was offered the position of warlord by the Marines. He wanted to take it, but some of their members were against it because it means they will work together with humans, and they don't like it. Then, those people left the Sun Pirates and formed their own crew. There are two new crews that they formed, Arlong Pirates and Macro Pirates. Those who support Jinbe stay in the Sun Pirates because they know that even Tiger doesn't want to keep fighting humans, and their race will be safer if Jinbe becomes a warlord. So, now Jinbe becomes a warlord, while Tiger joined the Revolutionary Army stealthily. Arlong and Macro Pirates have been formed, so Arlong might still come to East Blue. But Buggy isn't worried at all because he has prepared many things to face it. Buggy is more concerned about how things didn't change much even after he made many changes. Many things in the series still happen, it's just the ways they happen that are different. But well, many things have changed too, so he didn't fail completely. Besides, those things aren't too important to him because they don't affect his family too much for now. The Arlong thing is the only one worth his attention now. Even if he is confident Arlong won't be able to do anything to his family, he still needs to make sure of it. So he calls Bon, who is still on Konami Islands now. Bon doesn't want to enter Grand Line yet because he hasn't recruited enough people yet. That's why he still stays on Konami Islands and sails around East Blue to find more crewmates. Buggy asks Bon to stay on Konami Islands until he allows Bon to leave. He will also ask his old friends, Burton and Jimmy, to train Bon on Konami Island. With the three of them and Belmere there, Arlong won't have any chance to do anything. "Lord, we got a call from Revolutionary Army," says Della while carrying a big dendon mushi connected to a white dendon mushi on a tray. "What's up?" says Buggy as he picks up the microphone. "Have you finished the weapon?" Dragon is the one who calls the clown pirates. Both groups have been business partners for almost 2 years now. Buggy hasn't met Dragon personally because it will cause a stir, but they sent their trusted men to negotiate the business plan 2 years ago. Their business partnership is just for weapons supply. Revolutionary Army needs weapons, and they are willing to pay more as long as the Caribbean doesn't sell weapons to conflict areas. They never do it in the first place, so Buggy agreed quite easily. The Caribbean only sells weapons to friendly countries and all of them aren't problematic countries. Besides, Buggy is very picky about his choices of business partners. He wants his business to last long, after all, so he needs to be picky. "Our scientists have finished the research and the model has been sent to our production team. It will take 2 weeks to finish the amount that you ordered," says Buggy. "All right, I will send some men to Clownland in 2 weeks. Don't forget that this will be an exclusive weapon for my group. I know how to do business properly, so don't worry. You chose to work with us because you have checked how we work, right? Trust is very important in this kind of work," says Buggy. Let's see how it goes in the next few years. Anyway, I'm sure you've heard about Dong Quixote family. Their arm dealing business has grown quite fast recently." "Of course, I know, we are in the same line of business, after all. I also know why you are very worried, but it will be hard to do something to them. Doflamingo is a warlord, which means they are backed up by world government. Also, it seems they are favoriting him for unknown reasons," says Buggy. Rebve.co. Buggy knows more about this, but he doesn't reveal it because it's knowledge from the series. "So you'll just let them be?" "Well, we have our own market, and so are they. Our weapons qualities are very different, and they won't be able to match ours. But it will be better if we can obstruct their business. So how about this, Dragon? I will give you some discount and access to high-level information. In exchange, you need to trouble them and maybe even stop their business," says Buggy. "Why should I help you destroy your business rival?" "Because from what I know, it is you guys who will be very troubled if they keep selling weapons to conflict areas. As I've said, our markets are different, and they can't compete with us," says Buggy while smirking. Dragon gets silent for a moment before sighing, "Sigh, fine. I don't know if you are actually a clown or a devil. I don't know who you're talking about." "I am jester, not clown," says Buggy. "Whatever, just prepare my weapons when to be picked in 2 weeks. Dragon closes the call and Buggy also closes it. Buggy then smirks while thinking of some interesting scenarios. He's glad that the Revolutionary Army is working together with him now because that group is massive. This is getting more fun now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 368, Beehive. Dragon's call was brief, but it's quite fun for Buggy because that man is one of the most mysterious people in the series. If Buggy gets closer to Dragon, maybe he can find some facts about that guy. Also, Dragon's Revolutionary Army is a big key for the future. A force that opposes celestial dragons directly, it's something that a pirate like Buggy likes. As someone who doesn't like those pieces of trash with God complex, Revolutionary Army is like his representative. He will gladly help them to destroy celestial dragons' rule. In the past, he wouldn't do it because it was too much work. But now, destroying celestial dragons' rule is one of Buggy's priorities. It's because as long as those bubbleheads are still controlling the world, his family won't be safe and he won't have the freedom he wants. Besides, he wants to explore Red Line, and those bastards will surely stop him. He is curious about their damn city though, so he will explore it before doing something to it. Well, he plans to enjoy the beauty and ugliness of Mary Gosa before it disappears. Anyway, after the chat with Dragon, Buggy orders his crew to resume their journey. There are still many islands to visit in New World, which has a lot more unexplored places than Paradise. This sea is far more dangerous too, so there are still many unexplored islands. They've done with Big Mom's and Whitebeard's territories, now they will explore other crews' territories. There are some crews that also have territories even though they aren't Emperor crews. But these crews are big and some are old-timers that only stay on their territories. Where will we go first, sir? Asks a crew member who is sweeping the floor now. We will go to the place they called Pirate Paradise, says Buggy while smirking. Ooh, the Hakinosu, that must be an interesting place, says the man. Yeah, it will be interesting because we can get into action after a long time, says Buggy. The man widens his eyes as he sees Buggy's wide grins. Tell Jude to set the course to Hakinosu. Let's see how Wang Ji and the bastards who are there doing. Hakinosu or Beehive is an island in New World that is known as Pirate Paradise. It has a giant skull-shaped thing on it and many pirates stay there. Blackbeard pirates will rule it after the Summit War, but now it's still ruled by Wang Ji, a former member of Rock's Pirates. The clown pirates who finally know their next destination are excited now. They know Buggy won't just go to Hakinosa to explore it. With so many pirates there, clashes and fights will surely happen, and that's something the crew likes. Do you want to conquer it? Asks Cricket. Not really. Managing that place will give me more headaches than benefits. It's just a good place to loosen up our bodies and prevent our skills from rotting, says Buggy while smirking. Cricket also smirks. It sure is. I won't live there even if you pay me a lot. That place is a real mess. I agree, it is an interesting place, but surely not a good place to live your lives, says Palu. Isn't Hakinosa the place where Davy Back fight came from? Asks Manba to Brook on his left. Yes, that's what I heard. The game where pirate crews challenge each other to get their opponent's crew members, Davy Back fight, was created on Hakinosu, says Brook before sipping his tea. Do you plan to do that game, Lord? Asks Dion. No, we have enough people in this crew, says Buggy. Then there won't be any fight? Asks Dion disappointedly. Didn't you hear what I said before? We can do some actions there, so there will be fights. It's just that I don't want to do that stupid Davy Back fight, says Buggy. So what will we do? Asks Dion. Buggy smirks and says, something that will make New World chaotic again after a long time. This sea has been too peaceful lately. The clown pirates don't know what Buggy is planning, but they all have the same feeling. What Buggy enjoys isn't always things that they also enjoy. Magnus the big boy then represents them to say it, I have a bad feeling about this. It takes 3 days for them to reach Hakinosua from their last location. This island is bigger than they thought and the skull thing is very tall too. The crew is quite excited to play on the island, but they are also anxious while thinking of what Buggy will do. They land at the port and obviously gather a lot of people's attention. An emperor crew visiting the pirate paradise will surely gather attention. These pirates are rivals to each other, after all, and this place is good to observe other crews. Most pirates on Hakinosua are strong and can even trouble emperor crews. Many of them have high bounties, but they don't rule islands or countries. So this place isn't safe even for clown pirates, and that's what makes them interested because it means they can get into some good fights. We will proceed as usual, just need to be more careful, that's it, says Buggy before leaving the ship and walking away. Della follows him hastily because she is his secretary, so she needs to stay with him most of the time. The others are preparing their stuff before leaving the ship too. Only those on guard duty stay on the ship and Brooke is one of them. That skull, I can feel it calling me, says Brooke with a serious tone. All right, fellas, let's play something while we wait, says someone, ignoring Brooke's joke. Sounds good, replies everyone else. Don't ignore me, please, shouts Brooke pissedly. They get into a brawl, making those who watch them warily sweat drop. People are watching the clown pirates out of worry and they try to get any information. But what they see are just some idiots who fight over a skull joke. Meanwhile, Buggy is walking toward the skull with Della behind him. Everyone is looking at him as he walks and they all are stepping aside while avoiding eye contact with him. All of them have surely heard of his infamy and feat, which makes them very wary of him. But some people see this as an opportunity too. If they can defeat Buggy here, they can get anything that Buggy has, after all. So the fearless ones are trying to challenge him by blocking his way. The first one to do it is a man even bigger and taller than Whitebeard. His face is scary enough to even make adults cry, not to mention babies. He also has a big-ass Gatling gun on each of his arms. Clown Lord, how foolish of you to walk in this place alone. Because of that, this day will be your last because I will kill you, says the man. Alone? Can't you see the lady behind me? Also, who are you? Do you know this guy, Della? Asks Buggy. Yes, he is Frit the Holemaker, a pirate captain with a bounty of 469 million, says Della. Oh, just a nobody, hey? Asks Buggy. For you, says Della shortly. Frit is obviously pissed after being called nobody by Buggy. But well, compared to Buggy's bounty, he is nothing. Buggy knows it's a high bounty though, and he also knows this guy from the news, but he just wants to mess with the guy. Don't look down on me, you damn red-nosed bastard! Shouts Frit before shooting his Gatling guns at Buggy. Everyone in the shooting path immediately gets to safety while Della is still standing calmly behind Buggy. Then everyone is confused because none of Frit's bullets destroy anything there. So they look at the battle and their eyes are widened a lot. They see Buggy's hands disappear and they can only see blurry movements in the air. Many rounds of hitting sounds can also be heard as they see round bullets fall on the ground near Buggy. It takes them a moment to realize that Buggy is stopping the bullets with his hands that seem to disappear. Buggy is moving his detached hands very fast and catches all the incoming bullets. He didn't want to do it at first and would just let the bullets pierce his body to make him look like a Logia devil fruit user. But Della didn't move from her spot, so he couldn't let the bullets pass him. Everyone including Frit is very surprised to see Buggy stops all the bullets himself. The Gatling gun's attack speed and power are very high that none of them dare to take it head on. But Buggy doesn't just evade them, he stopped them all. Buggy suddenly grins and asks, is it my turn now? Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 369, Wang Ji. Under everyone's bewildered eyes, Buggy flicks one of the bullets he caught to Frit. He only uses his fingers, but the bullet is moving faster than when Frit shot it using his Gatling gun. Still, as a pirate with a bounty of almost 500 million, Frit can predict the bullet's direction using his observation haki. Frit covers his left chest with armament haki to block the bullet that flies there. His prediction is correct as the bullet hits his left chest. He is confident his armament haki can block the bullet, and he succeeds as the bullet doesn't pierce his body. Is that it? Ha, an emperor's attack is not that great, hey? I thought you would be able to kill me with just one attack after acting cool and using that kind of attack. But this is disappointing, Clown Lord. That attack didn't even hurt me, says Frit. Of course, it didn't hurt you. A dead man won't feel any pain. You are already dead, says Buggy. Hey? What are you? Ugh. Frit can't finish his words because blood suddenly comes out of his mouth and he falls dead on the floor. His heart was ruptured already when Buggy's bullet hit his left chest. Buggy used an advanced haki which destroys the target's insides, after all. So the bullet didn't pierce Frit's chest, but it destroys his heart. Buggy has won, but his expression isn't good now, he is pissed. It's not that he is pissed that he won, he is pissed because Frit's response was wrong. He has used a good attack because he wanted to deliver that famous line, but Frit's wrong response ruined it all. This motherfucker should have just asked what, before dying. Why should he use more words? They are unnecessary, says Buggy angrily while gritting his teeth. Maybe you should tell your opponent how they should respond to your words. This is your 23rd attempt and it's still a fail as usual, says Della. Damn it. I've finally succeeded to make a one-shot attack that doesn't kill my opponent right away. But the responses were always wrong. These bastards just really wanted to piss me off in their last seconds, says Buggy angrily while kicking Frit's dead body lightly. Maybe you need to pretend to have a hard fight with them first. Or maybe you should really get a good opponent. You always do this on weaklings, so maybe that's the reason for your failure, says Della. Maybe you're right. Fine, let's try it on a tougher target, says Buggy before walking away. Their conversation makes those who hear it speechless. Frit, a pirate with a bounty of almost 500 million, is considered as a weakling by the two of them. But no one can refute that because Buggy has just one-shot the guy, so he can say that Frit is a weakling. Buggy suddenly stops and turns around, surprising the hell out of everyone there. Ah, no one is allowed to touch that dead guy. My men will take care of him, and anyone who touches him will accompany him in Davy Jones' locker. Everyone immediately backs away and leaves the corpse. There are some bounty hunters here, and this is a very good opportunity for them. They just need to take Frit's head to a marine base and claim the bounty for themselves. But Buggy doesn't have any intention to give that much money to these scums. He will claim the money himself through his men. Buggy has a group of people who claims the bounties of criminals he and his crew defeated in the marine. It's very profitable, after all, so he made a group of people who act as bounty hunters. This thing has run for almost 3 years now and obviously, the marine has noticed it. But they still pay the bounties because they need to maintain the peace treaty with clown pirates. Buggy only tried it without hoping too much at first. But the Marines and world government's responses were unexpected. So he keeps this business running because his crew and fleet often defeated other pirate crews, which makes this business very profitable. It's just that last year the world government negotiate with him about this. The result is they will only pay 70% of the bounties to Buggy's group. In exchange, they will reduce 50% of the surveillance on clown pirates groups. Buggy knew it was just a play of words. But he still agreed because it's better to get 70% of the bounties than nothing. Also, his group always checks on marine surveillance on them, and they control it. The agreement is 50% of the previous surveillance rate in all aspects. So if there's even one ship more in the surveillance group, they will sink one of the ships to make it 50%. The marine also can't do anything about it because this is the Five Elders' decision. Anyway, right now Buggy is facing yet another idiot. He defeated the guy and the next ones who block his way. But he doesn't repeat his attempt to do his favorite Fist of the North Star line because he is not in the mood already. It doesn't take long for Buggy to reach the giant skull. The skull is actually a building, maybe a kind of fortress or castle where the one who rules this place live. Wang Ji, or also known as A.K.A, must be living inside this place. He doesn't want to come out on his own, hey? Maybe I should destroy this place to force him out. This place isn't important to me, after all, says Buggy while rubbing his chin. Please refrain from doing so. If you destroy this place, then many pirates will be upset and start targeting us. We won't have any problem, but our men will surely suffer. These pirates are our customers too, so we shouldn't make them hate us too much or they won't buy weapons from us again, says Della. They don't seem to know that we are the ones who sold their weapons though. If they know, they won't try to kill us using our guns, says Buggy. Frit and some of the idiots who tried to stop him were using weapons that the Caribbean sold. In another word, they are the weapons that Buggy sold to them. And they were used to attack him by some clueless pirates. Well, that doesn't matter as long as people keep buying our weapons. Wang Ji is more important right now. It seems he really won't come out, so let's just break in, says Buggy. Della nods and then they break inside the skull fortress. When they step in, many men suddenly aim their guns at the two of them. These men have waited them to get inside, that's why no one come out before. Oh, what a merry way to welcome someone. So this is how people on Hakinosa welcome their guests. I don't think this is a good welcoming party, Wang Ji, says Buggy while looking at a middle-aged man who stands quite far in the back. The middle-aged man is Wang Ji, someone who was once a member of Rock's Pirates. He is a big man that still looks strong for his age, which is similar to Whitebeard. Wang Ji has thin curled mustache and beard and he uses small round glasses on his eyes. His clothes are similar to traditional Chinese clothes with green shirt and brown pants. His hair is green in color and it's long, so he braided it. Overall, he looks like an old Chinese martial artist who often appears in Chinese mainstream stories. Clown Lord Buggy, Roger's apprentice. What are you doing here? Asks Wang Ji. Am I not allowed to be here? I thought this is pirate paradise that pirates can visit anytime they want. Do I need your permission to come here? Well, I don't know about that, so I'm sorry, says Buggy with a very not so sorry tone. Just answer my question, says Wang Ji with an angry tone. So what if I don't? Will you tell these guys to shoot me? Do you really think these weapons will even hit me, old man? Ha, it seems your senses have become very dull after resting for so long, says Buggy while smirking. I just want to avoid conflict, clown, so just tell me what you want, says Wang Ji with a calmer yet pissed tone. Buggy scoffs and asks, how the mighty has fallen. But fine, I'll tell you what I want. Where is Shiki? Tell me everything you know. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_capped mermain. Chapter 370, Just a Business. Shiki? Why are you asking about that bastard to me? I don't know where he is and I don't care about it. He can die or live anywhere he wants, it's none of my business, says Wang Ji. Oh, what a cold thing to say to your former crewmate. But well, I never thought that you would know his location, says Buggy while shrugging his shoulders. Then why you asked? Asks Wang Ji with a big tick mark on his forehead. Why? Well, I just want to have a talk, says Buggy while spreading his arms and fingers in a dramatic motion. Wang Ji is pissed by Buggy's reason, but then that feeling turns into a surprise. His men's bodies and weapons suddenly get cut into pieces. Then they fall on the floor, but no blood comes out of their bodies and they are still alive. What do you think, Wang Ji? Do you have time to talk calmly with me now? Asks Buggy while grinning like a devil. Buggy's finger is pointed at Wang Ji, making the man nervous. He didn't even see Buggy's attack coming before his men get cut to pieces. So he knows that Buggy can cut him to pieces before he can do anything. Fine, let's talk somewhere else, says Wang Ji before walking up the stairs. They finally have their talk in an office on the 5th floor. It seems to be Wang Ji's office which he uses quite often. Buggy sits on an empty seat without waiting to be asked, but Wang Ji doesn't say anything. Let's not waste time. Wang Ji, I'll give you a lot of money, says Buggy while smirking. Wang Ji raises an eyebrow and asks, what the hell are you talking about? You can make a lot of money through me. I know that you won't agree to work under me, so it will be a business between you and me. You aren't an idiot, so I'm sure you know who I am in this case, right? Asks Buggy. Jester, says Wang Ji calmly. Bingo. I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. This place is filled with pirates and they all need weapons, says Buggy. You want me to sell your weapons to those pirates, am I right? Asks Wang Ji. That's right. I will sell my weapons to you at lower prices, and you can sell them at whatever prices you want, says Buggy. What about the shipping? Asks Wang Ji. It depends on how much you buy. If you buy a lot at once, then I can make it free. Even if it's not free, you will still get a lot of profit. Our weapons are the most popular weapons among pirates currently. But the supply can't meet the demands yet and it will never be, says Buggy while grinning. So you aren't selling more of the weapons on purpose, hey? Asks Wang Ji before scoffing. High-end products will be better if they are rarer, you know. Besides, we are also producing normal-grade weapons with better build qualities. We made these normal weapons more than the demands, but they are still sold out every time we released them. Even if our normal weapons have the same firepower as other weapons, the build qualities are better, so they are more durable. All of our products are highly demanded by the market, says Buggy while giving a hand signal to Della. She walks forward and hands some papers to Wang Ji. The papers contain their weapons specifications and the buying limit for each type. Wang Ji reads it thoroughly because he is already interested in this business. The restrictions? Asks Wang Ji while reading. Other than quantities for all products, you can do what you want, says Buggy. You limit the quantities even though you said the shipment will be free if I purchase a lot of them, says Wang Ji with a raised eyebrow. Then I guess you need to buy everything within the limits, says Buggy while smirking. TCH, what a scam. Let's do it this way. I will agree to sell your products within the limit, but I'll do the shipping myself. No one else is allowed to sell these weapons on Hakinosuo and the 4 nearby islands, even you, says Wang Ji. Not a problem, says Buggy. They talk a little more before they finally sign an agreement. Hakinosuo will stay in Wang Ji's hands until Teach takes it in the time skip. There are some years left, so Buggy still can do this business with Wang Ji for some years. After finishing the transaction, Buggy and Della leave the Skull Fortress. They are exploring the island now because they've done their business. Della is exploring with Buggy because this place is dangerous and the safest place is beside Buggy. Unlike before, they don't get blocked by idiot pirates again. Instead, the pirates are afraid of them while whispering to each other. Buggy eavesdrops on their conversations and finally realized why they all are afraid. His crewmates have explored most of the places on this island while he negotiated with Wang Ji. They move in groups, so they can cover a lot of places at once. Also, exploration is their specialty, so they can do it fast and efficiently. It's easy to guess what happened when his crewmates were exploring. They've obviously met many idiots and kicked their asses already. That's why now these people are afraid of him because he is the crew's captain, so he must be more powerful. Well, Buggy is glad he doesn't need to do anything and can enjoy his exploration. He and Della walk around peacefully and sometimes meet their crewmates who also enjoy their time here without any disturbance from other pirates. They return to the ship when the sun almost set. The crew stays at Hakinosu'a for just 2 days because it's getting boring here. Many people challenged them on the first day, but there were none on the second day. There are no more idiots here, so this place isn't interesting anymore. They leave Hakinosu'a and sail to another island again. After they get quite far from Hakinosu'a, Buggy calls Dion to the captain's room. He has given Dion a job on Hakinosu'a and it's a very important job. "How is it?" asks Buggy. "It wasn't easy, but I found it. And just like what old man Whitebeard said, he has a lot of these things," says Dion while passing a tiny piece of paper that has been stored in a small glass tube to Buggy. "Are you sure this is what we are looking for?" asks Buggy while looking at the tiny piece of paper that starts moving slowly. "Yeah, he organized them well, so I'm sure this is Shiki's Vivre card," says Dion. "This tiny piece of paper is a Vivre card, and it's Shiki's Vivre card. I've also taken tiny pieces of the other Vivre cards that he has. Maybe they'll be handy in the future, so I took them all," says Dion. "Good, that's a very nice move," says Buggy while grinning. When Buggy met Whitebeard a few months ago before exploring the old man's territories, Whitebeard told Buggy something interesting. They were talking about many things before they suddenly talk about Shiki who escaped from Impel Down and has disappeared since then. Buggy then said that it would be great if he could fight Shiki. He said he wanted to surpass Roger, so he wanted to fight every one of Roger's rivals, including Whitebeard. It amuses the old man, but they didn't start a fight because Buggy wanted to explore New World first. Then, the drunk old man told him something very interesting. Whitebeard told Buggy that Wang Ji has a hobby of collecting strong people's Vivre cards by taking samples of their bodies like hair or nails. It includes everyone in Rock's pirates like him, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, John, etc. Buggy asked why Whitebeard told him that because he isn't the type of person who likes to spread others' secrets. So Whitebeard told Buggy that he met Shiki a while after the Golden Lion escaped Impel Down. Shiki asked him to join the plan of conquering the world together, which he refused immediately. Whitebeard has heard Shiki's rough plan from the man himself and he hated it. But he didn't do anything because fighting Shiki at that time would cause too many casualties. And that choice made him restless for a long time because he knows what atrocities Shiki can make. That's why he told Buggy the method to find Shiki. When Buggy asked him why he didn't hunt Shiki himself, he said that he was too busy with many things here. That is just an excuse, of course, but Buggy still doesn't know his real reason to this day. Well, whatever. His reason isn't important. The most important thing now is that I can find the Golden Lion Shiki. Let's beat his ass after this journey ended, says Buggy before throwing the Vivre card tube to Dion so it can be stored in a good place. The clown pirates continue their way to the next island. Their New World exploration is going quite smoothly now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 371, Saving Tom. New World feels very calm now, at least that's what the clown pirates felt after they left Hakinosu'a. They've continued their New World exploration and it went way smoother than they thought. They don't get into trouble too much in the last 2 months. But then they get information that Tom is caught by Cypher Paul to stand a trial for building the Oro Jackson. Furthermore, he also contributed to building the current most dangerous ship sailing on the sea, the Black Pearl. Without a doubt, he will be executed, but he will face a trial in Enice Lobby first. Just like in the story, Tom has been forgiven by the world government. But the damn Spondum set him up, so now Tom will be put to death sentence again. Luckily, Spondum did all those things to get his hands on Pluton's blueprint, so they still have time to save Tom. Well, lads, I'm sure you know what this means, says Buggy after getting the information. Yeah, no need to say it, we all think the same, says Cricket. That's right. Fuck that peace treaty. They've agreed to not mess with our families and friends, but they still did it. They bring this to themselves, says Palu pissly. Palu respects Tom so much because Tom is his teacher that has taught him so much about shipbuilding. So this news infuriated him more than anyone in the crew. Let's go. Full speed to Enice Lobby, orders Buggy. The crew halts their exploration and rushes to Paradise immediately. Their ship moves at full speed, which means they don't use their sails now. They only use their engines, which have become much better now. But even with their speed, they will still need 3 days to reach Enice Lobby. Tom might not last that long, so they need to do something, and Buggy has thought about that. He has sent some people from Water 7's Caribbean branch to infiltrate Enice Lobby and make sure Tom will not die before he arrives. Also, he calls the 5 elders on the second day to give them a warning. This will make them think twice and hopefully, they will halt the execution at least. Buggy knows they won't. Well, the idiot Spondum won't cancel the execution because he only cares about Pluton's blueprint. The 5 elders don't receive Buggy's warning that well. They are still prideful and arrogant celestial dragons, after all. Of course, they will get angry after receiving a warning and a threat from a pirate. But they also know that this isn't just a simple matter now. So they call Spondum and tell him to halt the execution until they give an order. And he is more than happy to have more time to get the information about Pluton's blueprint. After that, the 5 elders order Cypher Paul and the Marine to keep track of clown pirates' movements. The agents and Marines immediately execute the order and try to find the clown pirates' location. But even after a day, they still can't find the crew. The clown pirates are experts at moving without getting detected. So they could fool the agents and Marines easily as they go to Paradise. When the agents and Marines finally find them, it's already too late because they've arrived in Enice Lobby. Enel, can you find him? Asks Buggy. Enel closes his eyes for a moment to hear all the voices on the island. He's on another side. Must be the bridge, let's go, says Buggy before the ship goes to the other side of the island. They sail right beside the sea waterfall circle, but none of them show any fear. This waterfall is not something they need to be wary of because it's quite normal for them. They've sailed through more dangerous things, so sailing near this waterfall is not that thrilling anymore. The crew reaches the other side in a short time and they see many people on the giant bridge. This bridge is named as Bridge of Hesitation that connects the island to the Gate of Justice. Well, these names are quite cheesy, but they are named to show the world government's power. At the port at the end of the bridge, there are some marine ships already. They've been waiting there since Buggy gave his warning. And now this place is in chaos because no one expected the clown pirates to come this fast. HOH, they've made some preparations to welcome us, hey? Asks Buggy while looking at the marine ships. Are they trying to stop us with that lineup? They must be joking, says Enel. Yeah, not even Kuzan or Borsellino, they just sent some new rear admirals. Even Garp and Sengoku won't be enough, but they sent these noobs instead, says Dion confusedly. Maybe they have given up already? Asks Palu. We can't be so sure yet, so don't let your guard down. They could have set traps or other things that we don't know, says Cricket. What Cricket said makes so much sense, so the crew members are being vigilant again. They've become very strong now, but they still can die. So carelessness like this can make them killed, and being too full of themselves is one of the factors that make them careless. The panicking Marines almost start a war against the clown pirates. But luckily for them, they stop before shooting a single cannon. They stop because the Gate of Justice suddenly opens and some more Marine ships come there. Now, the Marines finally send their real forces to handle this situation. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Kuzan, Borsalino, John Giant, and some more experienced officers. This fleet is even stronger than the one they sent in their last war against the clown pirates. "Long time no see, you marine bastards," says Buggy while sitting on the front tip of his ship. "Clown, we don't wish for a war right now," says Sengoku. "Then don't start it. You guys know Tom-san has a good relationship with us, yet you still do this. That means you really want to provoke me," says Buggy calmly. Sengoku grits his teeth because he really doesn't want this to happen. He knew that Tom has been excused from the death penalty after creating the sea train. But some time later, he heard that Tom gets taken to an ice lobby after a strange incident happened. Then Kong suddenly told him that the 5 elders ordered them to get ready for a confrontation with the clown pirates. They would try to avoid it, so they sent their men to find the clown pirates, but no one found them until they arrived near an ice lobby. "What do you want to avoid the war?" asks Sengoku. "Just give Tom-san back and we will leave. But our peace treaty will be nulled and we won't supply any weapon to you again," says Buggy. "Supplying weapons? What are you talking about?" asks Garp. "It's your job to find it out." "Enel," says Buggy without looking back. Enel suddenly turns into lightning and flashes to the bridge. Borsalino also flashes there out of surprise, but Enel arrives first because he made the first move. Enel arrives right in front of Tom, who has many bruises and wounds on his body. "You don't look good, old man," says Enel. "I guess so," says Tom with a thin smile. The agents and Marines are backing off while trembling when Enel suddenly appears in front of them. But then they get a little relieved when Borsalino also appears there. Enel smirks when he senses Borsalino arriving behind him. "You're here. Wanna go?" asks Enel. "We're trying to avoid war, so there won't be a battle, hopefully," says Borsalino. "Humph, so boring," says Enel before grabbing Tom and flashing away. No one can stop him, and even Borsalino, who has a chance, doesn't try to stop him at all. Enel and Tom arrive on Black Pearl and Manhwa immediately takes Tom to be treated. Buggy, who sees Tom has been rescued, then looks at the Marines. "Sengoku, tell those old men that I take my loved ones' well-beings very seriously. Our peace treaty has been nulled now, so be careful of what you do, because next time, I won't be so merciful," says Buggy before signaling his crew to leave this place. The clown pirates leave an ice lobby without any fight. It is a relief for the Marines, but they aren't that happy either because it feels like they are at the mercy of pirates. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 372, Shifting Attention. After saving Tom, the clown pirates go to Water 7 at a rather slow pace. They've sailed as fast as they could from New World, so they want to take their time. Besides, Manhwa still needs to treat Tom's injuries while sailing. Will everything be okay? The world government hasn't done anything extreme since we made the peace treaty. What if they suddenly make extreme moves now? We will be fine, but what about our families and friends? Asks Jude worriedly. Don't worry, we have enough preparation for that case. The Caribbean already has branches in all important places. Although it seems we need to increase their power because they've let this incident to happen by letting those CP5 agents capture Tom. But well, our men weren't sure of what to do because we have a peace treaty with world government. Now, there can't be any hesitation again, says Buggy firmly. Those bastards should have thought about the consequences of their actions. If they do something like this again, then they need to be ready to fight us. I'm sure they will think thoroughly first before trying to provoke us. There won't be any benefit for them to do so from now on, says Cricket. We can't be so sure of those people. What they think to be important may be different from what we think to be important, says Palu. I agree, it's like how skin, flesh, and blood aren't important to me, but they're important to you, says Brook before slurping his tea. Palu gets pissed hearing that while the others just blink their eyes dumbfoundedly. Then Palu jumps at Brook and they brawl because Brook made his deep statement become very shallow in an instant. The others ignore them and just continue to discuss their moves from now on. It will be good if they get occupied with something else from now on, says Mantis before sighing tiredly. Buggy widens his eyes and shouts, that's a good idea. The others jolt in surprise because he suddenly shouts while they are silent. My gosh, Cap! Are you trying to make our hearts stop? Asks Dion while calming himself. Sorry about that, but I've just got a nice idea. We will make them busy with something else that they'll stop thinking of us. Well, they won't really stop, but at least we won't be the most important problem for them, says Buggy while smirking. What's the idea? Asks Cricket curiously. Let's use our new friends from Revolutionary Army. If that group grows bigger, then it will give world government more problems. They aren't that big now, but that group will surely be the #1 opposition of celestial dragons. That is their purpose, after all, says Buggy. That's possible. Even now they have grown this big without anyone's knowledge. If we help them grow, then the Revolutionary Army will be a terrifying force, says Dion. Exactly. And that will make the world government's attention shift to them, says Buggy. But how will you make it happen? Asks Enel. Easy, we will supply more weapons to them, support them at gathering information, and help them recruit more people. Of course, we will do it very secretly, it will be a top secret business that only a few people will know, says Buggy. I think that's a good idea. Now we just need to talk with Dragon about this, says Cricket. Let's not waste time. Della, call Dragon now, says Buggy. Della nods and takes the phone Dendon Mushi that already gets connected to a white Dendon Mushi that will secure their call. They get connected to Dragon quite fast and Buggy immediately tells the plan to Dragon. Of course, he also tells the benefits that Revolutionary Army will get in this business. They negotiate for some minutes because this offer is tempting. Dragon is interested, but he also has many things to consider and some people to talk to. In the end, he agrees to do it because his army will eventually confront the celestial dragons, so this offer will help their power grows a lot faster. Buggy then sets a few things with the Caribbean through Dendon Mushi on the rest of their way to Water 7. The crew arrives on Water 7 in a short time because it's close to an ice lobby. They dock their ship on the scrap island and Palu leaves the ship to inform Mrs. Kokoro about this. Some time later, Mrs. Kokoro comes with Icebug and Yokozuna hurriedly. They are very surprised when they see Tom has returned alive. His body is covered by bandages, but he is still alive, which is very important. They hug each other happily because they all thought they would never meet each other again. But then Tom realizes that Frankie isn't there, so he asks about it. Icebug bites his lips before telling Tom about Frankie with a bitter tone. Frankie was trying to stop the sea train that took Tom to an ice lobby. But of course, he wasn't strong enough to stop the train and the Cypher Paul agents didn't hesitate to hit him. He got hit by the train and they couldn't find him till this day and he is assumed to be dead. Tom is shocked and he is very saddened because both Icebug and Frankie are his precious apprentices, his family members. But now, one of his family members has died. He is the one who was supposed to die, but he returned alive, while the opposite happened to Frankie. The clown pirates just look from the side without saying anything. Sometimes, the best way to do in this kind of situation is to not say anything. They might hurt the ones they're trying to console with their words, and pirates like them don't really know how to console others properly, so they rather stay silent. This situation is quite awkward for them, so they leave the scrap island and go to the town. Even Buggy leaves because he also can't say anything, although he knows that Frankie doesn't die. Only Della stays there because she is Icebug's childhood friend. The crew stays on Water 7 for a week to make sure that the world government won't try to do something against them again. They also need to make sure that their plan for Revolutionary Army works well because it is very important. After a month, they leave Water 7 to continue their adventure in New World. Tom and Co will be fine now, and they've finished their preparation for everything that might happen because their peace treaty with world government has ended now. They return to New World and explore it again because there are still some known islands that they haven't visited yet. There must be some unknown islands that haven't been discovered yet, but they only found 3 in their current exploration, which is plenty actually. Many crews never even found something like an undiscovered island in their whole careers. So finding 3 islands is a big accomplishment because they have done something that only a few groups in history have ever accomplished. And this is excluding their past journey when they reached Lodestar Island. However, that also makes them believe that they might haven't fully explored the other seas, especially Paradise. There must be a lot of unknown and undiscovered islands in other seas, not just in the New World. And that's what makes Buggy's goal to explore the world even more interesting. There are even many islands that haven't been visited on Earth where they can see the whole planet from space. So this world should have many undiscovered islands even in the 4 blues. There's just no end to what this world can show them in their lifetime. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 373, Arlong. Just a few weeks after the clown pirates continued their New World exploration, they get another big news. Arlong pirates have come to East Blue. They haven't gone to Konami Islands though, so Buggy decides to return to East Blue right now. Even if he's sure that Belmere and his friends on Konami Islands can defeat Arlong, he just can't help but be worried. So he chooses to return and take care of this himself rather than sailing while being worried all the time. The crew moves fast as usual and they reach East Blue just in a day, even though they need to cross Red Line and Com Belt from New World. There's still no news of the Arlong pirates' attack on the Konami Islands, so Buggy is quite relieved. But he still commands his crew to move as fast as they can. They reach Konami Islands in a few hours and the islands are still peaceful as usual. The crew's sudden visit surprises everyone there, but no one has a problem with it. Buggy's family is more than happy to see him return after a while. "Dad, why are you returning without telling us anything?" asks Nojiko. "Of course, it's to surprise you guys. It won't be fun if I always tell you when I'll return," says Buggy with a smirk. "Then you also have surprise gifts for us, right?" asks Nami as her eyes turn into belly symbols. Buggy's sweat drops and says, "Of course, sweetheart." He takes out some unique items that he collected on the islands he visited. Not all of these items are for children, but they all look interesting, so the kids like them. Nami is quite disappointed that he doesn't bring treasures, but she still likes these things. When the kids are occupied with their gifts, Buggy is enjoying his time with Belmere. It's been quite some time since they met, so they really enjoy this meeting. Arlong pirates haven't come here, so Buggy can enjoy his family time for now. A week passes, but Arlong pirates haven't come to Konami Islands. There's no news about them too, so Buggy gets very confused. He knows that things are different from the story, but this is way too strange because Arlong pirates have come to East Blue, yet they don't show up again after being found. Just when he thinks about that, he finally received the news about Arlong pirates. The fishmen suddenly appear in Shimotsuki village just now. His men there called him immediately because they knew how dangerous the fishman can be. Buggy calls his crew and they go to Shimotsuki village immediately. No one questions him and they just follow his orders, leaving everything they did. The crew moves fast to Shimotsuki village and they arrive in half an hour. When they arrive there, they see a small war taking place at the port. On one side are humans while on another side are fishmen. Both sides seem to be equal as they all have injuries and just stare at each other now. Buggy can see Kyoshiro there along with some swordsmen and a few other fighters. Those few fighters and a few of the swordsmen are Buggy's men. They are members of the Caribbean who work in Shimotsuki village, that's why they are strong enough to fight the fishmen. Hey, they are not bad, says Enel while grinning. They were trained well, so they should be able to do something like this at least, says Palu. Their enemies are fishmen who have rampaged on some islands in New World, so this is a great feat actually, says Cricket. Buggy is also impressed by his men's power that can match Arlong pirates with fewer people. He knows that the current Arlong pirates are stronger than the ones that Luffy and Seo face. Just from the news and intelligence that Buggy got, he can conclude that there is a big gap of power between the current Arlong pirates and the ones that Luffy and Seo fight. These guys have just separated themselves from Sun pirates, while the versions of them who fight Luffy and Seo have been lazying around on East Blue for too long, so they've gotten weaker. The current them can be said to be in their prime compared to the future them. Our men have reached their limits though, so we need to step in. Simon, go take care of them. Show the humans that not all fishmen are the same, says Buggy. As you command, my lord, says Simon, the orca fishman while bowing before jumping into the sea. Simon swims very fast towards the port as the ship is sailing from afar. He arrives in a short time and it surprises either the humans or the fishmen. But then the humans sigh in relief because they know Simon as it is not his first time here. Well, to think that I would meet you guys here. Such an unexpected situation, right, Arlong? Asks Simon while smirking. Arlong grits his teeth and says, Simon, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? I've visited this place a few times and no one has a problem with that. It's me who needs to ask you guys. What are you doing here? I heard that you have a conflict with Jinbe, but why did you come here? Asks Simon. That's none of your business, says Arlong. It might be my business because these guys are my acquaintances, says Simon while pointing at the humans. One of you, tell me what happened. Asks Simon. Mr. Simon, I am Daryl, the leader of this island's unit. I will explain the situation shortly. These pirates were coming here and suddenly attacked the village. Then they ordered everyone to give them a ridiculous amount of money, says a big muscular man. So it's like that. You guys have become real trash after Tiger left you, huh? He would be very disappointed in you guys, says Simon. Arlong gets angry when Simon mentions Tiger in front of him. Don't talk as if you know everything about Big Bro Tiger. He said that before rushing at Simon, who calmly says, I actually know more about him than you. He won't like what you guys do here, so I will punish you in his stead. Arlong sends a strong punch at Simon, but the orca man simply parries it to the side. Then Simon grabs Arlong's forehead, avoiding the saw nose. Before Arlong can do anything, Simon slams Arlong's head to the ground very hard. The slam even shakes their surrounding a little because it is very powerful. Simon gets back up and Arlong is lying unconsciously on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth and head. Just one slam from Simon is enough to defeat someone like Arlong. It's your turn now, says Simon while looking at his fellow fishmen before taking a punching stance. Simon covers his right fist with armament haki as he says, Fishman Karate Original Art, Demon Orca's Sonic Fist. Swish! In an instant, Simon's posture changes as if he has finished punching. Everyone is confused because nothing happens. But the truth is, it hasn't happened yet because suddenly, blood comes out of the fishman's mouth. They realize it, and just as they want to check it, each of them suddenly feels a strong hit on their bodies. They cough up more blood as their bodies get flung back. The next thing they know is they lie on the floor while feeling a lot of pain. Be glad that my captain didn't ask me to kill you, because I would never hesitate if he ordered me to do it. You guys are disgracing fishmen, so I don't mind removing you from this world. But my captain doesn't want to kill you, so I won't go any further, says Simon coldly. A few seconds later, the other fishermen members of the clown pirates arrive after swimming. They tie the defeated Arlong pirates while waiting for their ship to arrive. Black Pearl has been moving slowly since Simon left the ship to give him time to fight. On the ship, Buggy is thinking, I never thought that Arlong's target will change to this place. Good thing I spread my force all over East Blue. More changes will surely happen, so I need to prepare for them. His past actions have changed the present and surely the future. This small change could turn into a big incident or event. So Buggy needs to be ready for any changes, no matter how small they are. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 374, Another Death. What should we do to them, Lord? Asks Cricket. Just throw them on the nearest marine base, they'll take care of these guys. Ah, leave that octopus though, he is Rayleigh's and Shucky's friend. Also, send a message to Jinbe, he better let them rot in prison because only that place can protect them, says Buggy. His crewmates salute before they tie Arlong pirates with a single rope. Then a male mermaid fishman takes the rope before diving into the sea. He pulls Arlong pirates into the sea and drags them away to find the nearest marine base. The only one left is Hashin, who is still tied up on the ground. Buggy orders someone to tie Hashin to their ship's mast so he won't run away. They will send him back to Grand Line later, but he will freak out when he wakes up, so they need to tie him up. You don't look so good, Kyoshiro, says Buggy while smirking. I am not you, after all, says Kyoshiro while sheathing his sword. Buggy just smirks before telling his medical personnel to treat the injured ones. He also orders the other crew members to sweep the village and help the villagers. They are quite well known here, so the villagers will cooperate easily. Where's the old man? Asks Buggy to Kyoshiro. Kyoshiro gets silent for a moment before saying, my father passed away a few days after you left for Grand Line. He asked me to tell you that he was very grateful to you, who has done something very great for his homeland. Even if he has left that country for decades, it was still the place where he grew up and made his masterpieces. He even had the chance to meet some people from Wano through you. So he has left, hey? Sigh, I still owe him a drink. Where's his grave? Asks Buggy. Buggy's relationship with Kozaburo, Kuina's grandfather, was quite funny. They were like a cat and a dog who would always bicker about many things. But they kept drinking together every time they met, and they always talk happily about swords. Up on a hill, I'll ask Kuina to guide you there, says Kyoshiro. Buggy just nods before following Kyoshiro back to the dojo. He isn't sure when Kuina dies in the original timeline because he doesn't remember all the details. Maybe it should have happened, or maybe not, but he doesn't really care. He only cares about changing things, including Kuina's death. Buggy didn't know Kuina that well and had just met her a few times. In the past, he didn't care whether Kuina will live or die because her death is important for Zoro's development. But when he had kids, he started to feel sympathy toward Kuina. She is just a child and he thinks that a child shouldn't die before their parents. As a father, he really doesn't want to bury his children with his own hands. Even if Kyoshiro seems cold, doesn't talk much, and even thinks that women can't be warriors, Buggy knows that he loves his daughter. That guy is just too good at controlling his emotions because, for him, Warriors shouldn't cry. He needs to be strong, and that's what makes him seem as if he doesn't care about his daughter. Buggy has met so many kinds of people that he can understand someone's true feelings in a short time. And as a fellow father, he can understand Kyoshiro's feelings more. Some fathers have difficulties showing their love to their children, after all. They arrive in the dojo and the students are getting checked by a nurse from Buggy's crew. The children's safety is their biggest concern in a conflict like this. So a nurse immediately came here to check them. Kyoshiro calls Kuina, who has been checked and deemed to be fine. She only has some bumps on the head because someone from the Caribbean hit her to knock her out. Kuina and Zoro were trying to join the battle persistently even though they weren't allowed to. So someone from the Caribbean knocked them out by hitting their heads. The other kids get obedient after those two get knocked out so easily. They all stay in the dojo and Arlong's crew never came here, so they are fine. As I thought, it's you, says Kuina when she sees Buggy. Ah, red-nosed old man. Oi, I'll challenge you to fight me after I take care of the attackers, shouts Zoro, who is holding 3 training metal swords. Zoro runs and wants to pass Buggy, but then he suddenly gets flicked in the forehead and gets flung to a wall. He gets knocked out by a mere flick from Buggy. I've always told you to stop shouting and stop calling me an old man. Also, everything has been taken care of, so your help is unnecessary, says Buggy. Zoro often visited Kozaburo, so he has met Buggy a few times. He once challenges Buggy to a battle, but Buggy wasn't interested and refused. The little Marimo is persistent though, and he just attacked Buggy. Unhappy by that, Buggy just knocked Zoro out with a flick, just like now. Since then, Zoro would always challenge Buggy when he visited and Buggy just flicked his forehead. They never had a spar because Buggy always ended the battles before they even started. Anyway, Kyoshiro asks Kuina to guide Buggy to Kozaburo's grave. She is quite reluctant because she doesn't really like Buggy, but she agrees nonetheless. The two of them then go to the grave, which is quite close to Kozaburo's house, after Buggy takes a small box on the ship. You still hate me for defeating your dad a few years ago, hey? Asks Buggy while walking. I don't hate you, I just don't like you, says Kuina. Buggy's first visit to this village was when he was still a bounty hunter because he visited every known island in East Blue. He sparred with Kyoshiro at that time and a few more times on his next visit. Buggy used those sparring to improve his skills and Kyoshiro was stronger than him at that time. Kuina was too young to remember that, and even if she can remember those spars, she won't know that it was Buggy because he hid his identity. Even Kyoshiro still doesn't know that Bob the bounty hunter was just Buggy's disguise in the past. He just thought that Bob might have died or gone somewhere. But Buggy stopped coming here because he had started his crew. The first time he visited after that was when he came back to East Blue again after defeating Kaido. He didn't hide his identity again and just came as Buggy, but he never told anyone that he was Bob the bounty hunter. He challenged Kyoshiro again for fun and he won very easily. Buggy kept doing that every time he visited because it was fun. Kuina was still very young, but that's why the memory of her father's defeat is sticking in her mind strongly. In her young mind, Buggy was a bad guy who hurt her father, and that's why she doesn't like him. And Buggy is enjoying that too because he could always tease the kid with that bad guy persona. It's always fun to tease children until they cry, after all. When Buggy is thinking about that, they've arrived at the graveyard. It's a very simple graveyard placed beside another graveyard, which is Kozaburo's wife. Buggy knows it because the old man took him here a few times. Yo, old man, you don't look great at all, ha ha ha, says Buggy while laughing before sitting down with crossed legs. Kuina just stays silent because she knows this is how Buggy and her grandfather always acted when they met. She then sees Buggy put the small box he carried and open it. Inside the box are a bottle of sake and 2 sake cups. Do you know what this is, old man? This is Wano country's best sake. Odin gave it to me a few months ago and I planned to drink it with you because you said you miss Wano's sake. But damn, you just need to die before I could deliver it to you. Well, a promise is still a promise, so I'll give it to you. The taste will change because of the soil, but I hope you enjoy it, says Buggy before pouring the sake into the 2 cups. Buggy then clinks the cups and pours one to the grave while he drinks the other one. A drop of tear comes out of Buggy's left eye as he says, "Sorry old man, but I will drink the rest. I hope you don't mind me getting drunk a little for today." He drinks the rest of the sake in the bottle without saying anything else. Buggy is mourning in his own way. He is a pirate who has killed people, but he is still a human with emotions who can feel sad about the death of a friend. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 375, Lesson. Buggy takes his time at Kozabero's grave. Seeing a grave like this always reminds him that life is short and that he can die anytime, especially since he is a pirate. That's why he always enjoys every moment of his life no matter how bitter it is and tries to live to the fullest. Kuina waits patiently without interrupting Buggy because she knows how close Buggy is to her grandfather. But just waiting is boring, so she takes a rather long wooden branch nearby and starts swinging it like a sword. She keeps going on it while Buggy is drinking the sake in front of the grave. "You won't become a great swordsman if you do it like that," says Buggy after he finished the sake. "Excuse me?" asks Kuina. "I said you do it wrong." "That's the wrong way for a girl to use a sword," says Buggy. "Really? But I've always done it like this and now I am the best in the dojo," says Kuina with a pissed tone. "For now, yeah, but will it be the case in 1 or 2 years? I'm sure there is a boy your age who starts growing fast and catching up to you now," says Buggy. Kuina widens her eyes as she gets reminded of Zoro immediately. "It seems I'm right. You know, there are so many ways of swordsmanship because everyone has their own way. Even people who have trained under the same master and use the same style will have differences in their swordsmanship," says Buggy. "I know that, but what do you mean by my way to use the sword is wrong?" asks Kuina. "Well, it's because you are a girl, and that swordsmanship is designed for boys. Males and females' bodies are built differently with different traits too. Males tend to be stronger in raw power than females, but females are usually more flexible than males. The swordsmanship in your dojo is more focused on power and strength which aren't suitable for most females. Some females can have more raw power than most males, but it's a very rare case," says Buggy. "Then I can be one of those females who has more power than males," says Kuina stubbornly. "Maybe, but let me ask you some questions first. Can you lift a boulder with a hand?" asks Buggy. "Hey? What are you?" Kuina can't finish her question because Buggy asks again. "Can you destroy a big stone or even a tree with a mere punch? Can you throw a boulder with your hands? Can you make a crater in the ground just by punching it once?" asks Buggy. Kuina gets speechless and says, "I can't, there's no way a girl my age can do that. But there is a woman who can do those things easily when she was just 6 years old," says Buggy while smirking. "No way. Don't lie to me, uncle!" shouts Kuina. "Why should I? You can ask my crewmates or people who have gone to New World about that woman. She now has the highest bounty among all female pirates in this world and is considered one of the strongest people in this world. Currently, she is holding the 3rd highest active bounty in this whole world and is considered as an emperor of the sea," says Buggy while still smirking. "That's right, Buggy is talking about that monster, Big Mom, who has ridiculous raw power. Even Buggy thinks that he is still weaker than Big Mom when it comes to physical strength. She could even throw a giant when she was a child." Kuina is surprised by what Buggy said because she knows that even though Buggy likes to mess around, he rarely lies about things. Besides, she can always confirm this by asking later, so it will be useless for him to lie now. If you are as strong as her when she was your age, then I won't say anything about your way to handle the sword. But you are Kozabero's granddaughter, so I will at least tell you about this because you will just waste your time and talent, says Buggy. Talent? Asks Kuina with a surprised expression. Kyoshiro always told her that a woman isn't made to be a warrior. It means he doesn't think she has the talent to be a great swordsman. That's why she is surprised that Buggy thinks she has a talent. Yeah, I think you have a good swordsmanship talent, says Buggy. Just good? Asks Kuina rather disappointedly. Well, talent can only take you that high. No matter how talented a swordsman is, they'll never reach the peak without hard work. The strongest swordsman didn't get that title just by relying on his talent, you know. He has gone through a lot of hardship and near-death experiences. Those things are the reason he could reach the top, says Buggy. Kuina is impressed and then she asks, Uncle, do you know the strongest swordsman in the world? You seem to know him well. Of course, I know him. We've battled many times for years, after all, says Buggy. Kuina is doubting him. Uncle, you are lying to me, right? Lying to you? Ha ha ha, sweetheart, I don't have any reason to lie to you about this. You can even find it in newspapers if you are very curious. But even if I lie about this, it won't change the fact that your swordsmanship training is wrong. We don't have any swordswomen in our crew. But we have many strong women and each of them can crush your dad in a battle, says Buggy while grinning. Now Kuina is very surprised because for her, her father is very strong. She thinks that her father is a high-ranking swordsman even on the world scale. It's like how in the series, Zoro thought that the gap between him and Mihawk was not that big when they first met. Zoro's and Kuina's worldviews are limited in this village and East Blue. Even adults don't always know about the monsters living in this world. So kids like them with limited access to information won't know much. If you don't believe me, then I will ask one of my female members to spar with Kojiro. You can choose anyone, just don't choose Mantis, Jude, or Della. Otherwise, it won't be a fight anymore, says Buggy. Sure, Kojiro has gotten a lot stronger after sparring with Buggy and Wano's samurais who joined Buggy's crew. But his growth is incomparable to clown pirates who have gone through a lot of things that even make them wonder how they are still alive now. Kuina agrees to that suggestion because there's no better way to prove Buggy's claim other than a battle. So Buggy tells her that they will do it after Kojiro fully recovered. He is still injured after the battle against Arlong pirates, after all. But the next day, another battle occurs. Zoro is challenging Buggy for another battle. This little Marimo is really persistent and he is very competitive. Buggy is someone who Kojiro can't defeat, so Zoro is very obsessed to defeat him. Sigh, wasn't it tomorrow when I defeated you with a mere flick? Why are you challenging me now? It's not as if you've gotten that much stronger in a day, says Buggy. Tomorrow didn't count. It wasn't a battle of swordsmen. So now you need to fight me as a swordsman, says Zoro. Buggy sighs and decides to play along because this is getting ridiculous. A child's logic is really something else. Unless he does what the kid thinks to be true, then it will never end. He knows it very well because his kids are like that. Fawebolo. But he needs to instill the fact that their gap is too massive so Zoro won't bother him anymore. Buggy thinks for a while and decides to take a tiny grass leaf that looks like a toothpick. He holds it with his thumb and index finger and raises it a little. Let's go, says Buggy. Zoro widens his eyes and shouts angrily, What are you doing, old man? Don't mock me. Use your swords. I will use them if you can break this grass, says Buggy calmly. The angry Zoro can't take it anymore and he attacks Buggy using his 3 training metal swords. Buggy then makes the same move as Mihawk and blocks Zoro's 3 swords with the tip of a mere grass. Zoro and everyone from the dojo widens their eyes in disbelief, even Kojiro. Buggy smirks and says, Remember well, kid, this is the gap between you and the strongest. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmc_/capped mermain. Chapter 376, New Member and Disciple. Such a shocking scene makes everyone from the dojo speechless. It's so shocking for them that they even forget to breathe. They never see something like this, after all. It's something they wouldn't even see in their wildest dream. They all know that Buggy is surely far stronger than Zoro. But stopping 3 metal swords with a mere grass is even more unbelievable than Zoro defeating Buggy. They never witness world-level swordsmen, after all, so their reactions are normal. These people would freak out if they saw Buggy's battle against Odin where they used long grass leaves instead of real swords. That unbelievable battle was very intense that people would think they used real swords shaped like grass leaves. But they weren't, and it made real swords seem worthless. Zoro, who finally wakes up from his shock, decides to not believe this result. He attacks Buggy again, but Buggy easily handles his attacks using the grass. The grass is coated by Buggy's armament haki, that's why it gets hard and doesn't break against the swords. A few moments later, Zoro's training swords are shattered. Even if Buggy toned down his power a lot, it is still enough to destroy Zoro's training swords. Besides, his swordsmanship level is too high to be toned down to a kid's level. Zoro slumps down in shock and says, "No way. This is just. The world is very vast, kid. You've only seen a fraction of it," says Buggy as he drops his grass in front of Zoro. It falls slowly and then Zoro picks it up to see if it's real grass. His hands shake when he realizes that it's just normal grass. It breaks easily when he crumples and rips it because, well, it's just grass. Buggy then leaves with his crew without saying another word. They want to give these people time to ponder their existence. This is the time for these people to widen their minds and know more about the world. "Did you really need to do that?" asks Mantis after they get quite far. "Yeah, what if that little guy gets discouraged?" asks Jude. "If he gets discouraged just by this, then he'll never be a great swordsman. Anyone who gets discouraged should just quit and stop using swords immediately. They'll never be strong, so I was just doing a favor by helping them change their paths before they are late," says Buggy while shrugging his shoulders. "Sigh, you really don't want to be blamed, huh?" "Whatever, this is your responsibility anyway," says Mantis while holding her forehead. Buggy just smirks and they walk around before returning to their ship. When they return, they see Hatchin cleaning the ship while singing. They have freed him last night and Buggy scolded him till morning. Hatchin listened to Buggy's nagging very well after he knew that Buggy is Rayleigh's and Shucky's friend. Buggy even called Shucky to scold the octopus guy too. It was easy to make Hatchin obedient and understand why Buggy sent Arlong and the others to the marine. This octopus guy is kind, after all. He is just stupid and easy to manipulate. Arlong, who was considered as a friend by him, knew this well and made use of this. Hatchin knew that what Arlong did was wrong, but he tolerated everything because he knows Arlong's pain as a fisherman and he thought of Arlong as his friend. Now, after he gets separated from Arlong and has a long talk with Buggy, Hatchin finally can think more for himself. He can finally voice out that Arlong was wrong. Hatchin is someone who doesn't hate humans indiscriminately. He is someone who judges people by their characters. "Oh, you guys have returned. I cleaned up the deck while you left because I was bored," says Hatchin while holding 6 brushes. The crew looks around and gets amazed by how clean their ship's deck is. They always keep their ship clean and clean it every day. But they need to work together, while Hatchin cleaned the deck by himself. Buggy pats Hatchin's shoulder and says, "Do you want to join my crew?" Hatchin is surprised as he looks at Buggy, who has glittering eyes now. The other crew members also look at him with glittery eyes as if they see a celebrity. Their gazes make him embarrassed and scratch his head shyly. He is very happy to be offered to join one of the strongest crews in the world. Even if the reason they want him to join is because of his cleaning skill, it is still a fact that an Emperor of the Sea wants him to be a crew member. Buggy never planned to increase his crew members, but Hachen's cleaning skill is too good to be wasted. "See, can I really join you?" asks Hachen. "Of course, I never went back off my words. You can do what you want in my crew as long as you obey my rules," says Buggy. "Can I make takoyaki?" asks Hachen. "You want to cook yourself?" asks Buggy with a fake stunned expression. "And no. I will use normal octopus," says Hachen hastily. "Ha ha ha, I'm joking, buddy. You can make takoyaki, A.K.A, or any yaki that you want. Just don't make it every day or we'll get bored," says Buggy. Hachen seems happy and he easily agrees to join the crew. Arlong didn't let him make takoyaki for his crew, after all. So he just cooked for himself, but he wants to make people eat his takoyaki because it gives him joy. The crew then celebrates this event because it's been a long time since they get a new crew member. They hold a big party on the ship and it's very loud that the villagers even protest against them. These villagers aren't used to such a party, which makes them unable to sleep. The next day, another thing happens. Kuina visits the ship to meet with Buggy. She believed everything that Buggy said now and decided to meet him. "You want me to teach you swordsmanship for females?" asks Buggy. "That's right. You are the only one I know who can teach it to me," says Kuina. "Are you sure? Will your father allow it?" asks Buggy. "It doesn't matter, I want to prove to him that even a girl can be a great swordsman," says Kuina firmly. Buggy doesn't answer and acts as if he is thinking deeply about it. Kuina bites her lips and then she kneels before prostrating to him. "Please, I beg you to teach me swordsmanship. I have made a promise to Zoro that we will compete to be the greatest swordsman. But if I stay like this, then he will surpass me in the future. My father even said that Zoro will surpass me soon, and now I believe it after what you said about my current swordsmanship. I need swordsmanship compatible with me if I want to pursue my dream," says Kuina sincerely. Won't it be unfair if you train under me while Zoro trains under Kojiro? You surely know how strong I am compared to him, right?" asks Buggy. "I know, and that's why I asked you to teach me. One needs a great master to be great too," says Kuina. Buggy grins and says, "Fine, but I'll only teach you the basics. You need to find your own path after that, just like other great swordsmen." Kuina smiles and raises her head before she slams it on the floor again. "Thank you, master." Buggy nods and says, "Go and prepare your stuff. We will go to my home and train there. I still need to train my son, after all, so I can't stay here." "Yes," says Kuina before going back to her home. She returns after a while and Zoro also comes. "Why's the boy here?" asks Buggy. Zoro suddenly says, "Please teach me too." Buggy has predicted this, so he says, "No, I already have a male disciple, so I can't accept you. Besides, my style isn't suitable for you who prefer using strong physical power." Zoro is very disappointed, but then Buggy says, "I will help you in another way, kid. Kuina has a good sword that her grandfather made passed down to her. But you don't have any, so I will give you a sword of the same level. This is a chance I'll give you to compete with my disciple. To be a great swordsman, you need a great sword too." Zoro is still disappointed because he still doesn't know the importance of a sword's grade. But he can't say anything, and getting a sword is better than nothing. Buggy gives a katana to Zoro. It's one of the 21 great grade swords. "This is Kusanagi, a sword I bought for my son. But he chose to use sabers now, so this katana doesn't have any owner," says Buggy as he gives the sword to Zoro. Zoro takes it before leaving disappointedly. The clown pirates then leave with Kuina. Kojiro and Zoro are looking at the departing ship from the port. A very thin smile can be seen on Kojiro's face. He is happy that her daughter has found a path he can't give her. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 377, Kuina. After leaving Shimatsuki village, Enel asks Buggy about the sword he gave to Zoro. I don't know that you are so generous. Why did you give that sword to that kid? Even if Leo won't use it, it is still too precious to be given for free, especially to a kid you barely know, says Enel. So what are you suggesting? Selling it again? That sword is too precious to be sold, says Buggy. Then that's the more reason you shouldn't give it to a kid, says Enel. That katana, Kusanagi, was purchased by Buggy for a whopping price of 15 million belly. Yet, he gave it for free to a kid, so of course, it makes his crewmates wonder if he is still sane. Besides, it was meant for Leo, not a mere green-haired kid from a remote village. Enel, I am a swordsman with a strong love for swords. I hate seeing a sword gathering dust on a shelf because it isn't used. If my son doesn't use it, then someone else needs to use it. Besides, I don't think giving it to a talented boy is a waste of money or a good sword. Kozaburo liked that kid, so let's just say I was doing a favor for my friend, says Buggy. Of course, Buggy's real reason is to give Zoro compensation because Zoro won't get Wado Ikimonji. Although he is honest with the other reasons, including the one he told Zoro. Without a sword of the same grade, Zoro won't be able to compete with Kuina for the strongest title. You keep talking about how precious that sword is. Can I ask how expensive it is? Asks Kuina. 15, says Buggy calmly. 15,000? That's not expensive for a sword, says Kuina while tilting her head. He means 15 million, says Enel. Kuina is very surprised and her jaw drops as her eyes turn fully white. She passes out after hearing the ridiculous amount of money Buggy spent on a sword. The most money she ever saw was 50,000, so 15 million is too much for her. The crew is stunned when they see her passing out. But they would also pass out if they hear such an amount of money at her age. None of them were rich, after all, and even now, 1 million is still a lot for them, so they can imagine how it feels for a kid to hear such a number. When Kuina wakes up, they've already arrived on their Konami Island base. Buggy tells Kuina to follow him with her luggage. She will live in his house while training under him. He planned to let her stay in the base, but his crewmates plan to play around East Blue while they're here, so no one else will live in the base. Buggy has asked Belmir and she told him to let Kuina stay in their house. They have a big house now, after all, and they have more rooms for people to stay in. Besides, having more people in their house is a good thing because it feels empty now. His family welcomes him back and he introduces Kuina to them. Nojiko and Nami immediately chat with Kuina to know more about her. They don't have many girlfriends because there aren't many girls their age in this village, so they are happy to see another girl come here. Leo isn't too interested though and he is quite worried instead. His sisters have given him a lot of trouble and now there is one more girl. He can only see a worrying future ahead of him where the 3 girls make him their slave. He looks at Buggy with a hopeful expression, but his dad doesn't understand it. Even his mother just smiles at him without saying anything. Leo is very worried about his future which looks very bleak and full of hardship. The next day, Kuina's training begins because she is very eager to start it. Leo also trains in the training ground and Kuina is very impressed by his skill. How old is he? Asks Kuina while looking at Leo who trained in the center of the training ground. He is turning 8 this year, says Buggy. Kuina is very surprised now because Leo is already very skillful at his age. If he is in her family dojo, then he will be ranked 3rd, just below her and Zoro even though he is a few years younger than them. Can you see the difference between Leo's swordsmanship and the one that your father taught you guys? Asks Buggy. I'm not sure, but it seems to flow like water, says Kuina. You are half correct. Even though his movements are flowing, it is also rough at the same time. There are two main types of swordsmanship, gentle and strong swords. The one taught in your dojo is strong sword used by samurai. But the one I taught Leo is a combination of strong and gentle sword that I made myself after fighting against many swordsmen, says Buggy. So I will learn that too? Asks Kuina. No, I think you need to use gentle sword which is more suitable for your body, muscles, and posture. Just like its name, strong sword utilizes power, while gentle sword is a style focusing on speed. Although there are many different characteristics too that I'll explain as we train. It will be very difficult for you though because you are used to the strong sword of your dojo. However, once you use it, you will feel the vast difference between both types, says Buggy. Kuina doesn't really understand it now, but she will still try it. Their training finally starts and Buggy really teaches her from scratch as if she never learned swordsmanship. Kuina thought it would be easy because they start from the most basic things, but it is far more difficult than she thought. FEENV.com. The main problem is her old swordsmanship that has been engraved in her mind and body. Changing one's swordsmanship style is a very difficult thing to do. She can't even do a basic vertical swing of the style that Buggy teaches her correctly on the first day. Buggy's swordsmanship isn't so difficult actually because Buggy made it to be simple but powerful. It's even easier than the one that is taught at the dojo which originated from Wano. Kuina has difficulty changing her swordsmanship, but once she understands it, she will grow fast. For almost a month, Kuina just trains the most basic things. She was having a very hard time at first, but it gets easier as days passed. The more she understands her new swordsmanship style, the more it gets fun and enjoyable. It feels very compatible with her, and that's why it is fun, unlike the swordsmanship she learned before. Buggy had taught battle skills to many females, so he knows their physical traits well which help him make battle styles suitable for them. His biggest reason to learn all of those was because he wanted to help Belmere get stronger so she would be able to protect herself. His daughters will also need it, so he took his time to learn about battle skills for females which weren't easy. Too bad that his daughters don't use swords and they aren't even interested in getting stronger that much. They like using their brains more than their muscles and Buggy doesn't have a problem with that. Only Leo wants to learn his swordsmanship, so he really wants a female disciple. Passing his swordsmanship to future generations sounds very awesome, after all. It's a kind of achievement rarely owned by pirates because most of them just care about themselves. He never thought that it would be Kuina though, but that doesn't matter. Buggy trained Kuina seriously while also training Leo. It's more difficult to train Leo than Kuina actually because Leo also needs to train his devil fruit ability. Kuina was very surprised when she saw a devil fruit ability for the first time. She gets even more surprised when she knew that Buggy and Belmere are devil fruit users too. Devil fruits are common in Grand Line, but in Four Blues, they are considered a myth sometimes. There are only a handful of people who knows about devil fruits in Four Blues, so it's normal for Kuina to not know them. But anyway, their training goes well and Buggy teaches everything Kuina needs for now. He will go to New World again soon, so he needs to make sure Kuina understands everything she needs for now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 378, Chasing Shiki. Kuina's training goes smoothly and she learns quite fast. Her talent is good, to begin with, and Buggy's training method is top tier. Even Mihawk was impressed when Buggy discussed his training method after their last duel a few months ago. Mihawk is still better than Buggy in pure swordsmanship skills. But their gap isn't that far apart and Buggy's battle skills are better than Mihawk's. That's why they still can't get any clear results after competing for years. Though, both of them know that if they go all out and use all their power in their duels, then Buggy will win quite easily. His awakened devil fruit ability is a very unfair cheat that even makes Whitebeard reluctant to fight Buggy. Buggy has asked Whitebeard for a duel numerous times. But the old man never accepted because there's no benefit in fighting Buggy. And Buggy never forced Whitebeard to fight him because he was still focused on exploring New World. But Buggy still wants to fight Whitebeard while the old man is still healthy. So he plans to force Whitebeard into a duel in 1 or 2 years before it's too late. Fighting the sick Whitebeard is not something he will enjoy. For now, his target is Shiki, and he will search for that guy soon because his New World exploration will finish soon. Shiki is planning to attack East Blue, the place where his family lives. Protecting his family is Buggy's priority, so he needs to destroy Shiki. He plans to find Shiki after exploring New World, but something can always happen. 3 months after he started training Kuina, Dion calls him to give a piece of interesting information that makes Buggy calls all his crewmates who are playing around on East Blue. "You've found Shiki's location?" asks Buggy after hearing Dion's report. "Most probably. His piece of Vivre card that I stole from Wang Ji was reacting just now," says Dion through the Denden Mushi. "Where are you now?" asks Buggy. "Tequila Wolf, I was looking around this ridiculous place when Dory suddenly called me. When I returned to the ship we use, I saw Shiki's Vivre card move strangely until now. It is moving up when I tilt the glass container a little and I can only think of one possibility," says Dion. "Shiki is in the sky above Tequila Wolf," says Buggy seriously. Says Dion. "All right, I'll call the Revolutionary Army while you call the East Blues Caribbean and our crewmates. This is our chance to strike him while he is this close," says Buggy. Asks Dion confusedly. "Yeah, I'll tell them that East Blues Caribbean branch will help them save the slaves on Tequila Wolf. We need to take them out of there fast because if Shiki is really above Tequila Wolf, then it will be very dangerous for those people. I'm sure Shiki is controlling a few floating islands using his devil fruit ability now," says Buggy. Dion gets surprised and says, "Holy shit, those islands will fall when Shiki gets defeated. We really need to move fast, man. Can I also ask Bon and your friends?" "Yeah, get any help we can. Islands falling from the sky are very dangerous. It can even cause a tsunami, so we need to think of people's safety. Make sure we have people on every island to watch for the possible tsunami," says Buggy. Says Dion before they end the call. Buggy then calls Dragon to tell him his plan and the result it will cause. Dragon isn't happy with Buggy's plan that will endanger people on East Blue. But he also knows it's his best chance to attack the Celestial Dragons by destroying Tequila Wolf with the Caribbean's help. Asks Dragon. "Yeah, I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. My family is also in danger, you know. So I can't just do things rashly," says Buggy. Says Dragon. "No problem, I will even prepare weapons for you guys, so just get ready," says Buggy. "All right, I'll prepare my group right away." "Still, I couldn't believe what you did a few months ago," says Dragon. "What are you talking about?" asks Buggy. "Your attack on N-Ice Lobby. You guys are crazier than I thought," says Dragon while chuckling. "Ha, it won't just be N-Ice Lobby. We will attack even Mary Gosa if needed." They knew what we stand for, but they still chose to ignore it. "If we tolerated it, then they will keep doing that," says Buggy. Dragon chuckles and says, "They will do the same thing again even after what happened. An organization controlled by celestial dragons won't care about consequences because, for them, this world is theirs alone. I don't care about that as long as they stay away from my people, and they should keep doing it," says Buggy. Dragon can hear a threat in that sentence, so he smirks and says, "I hope they don't even try. Although I would like to see you destroy them." "This is not the time yet," says Buggy before closing the call. Dragon grins even wider after hearing what Buggy said. So you will eventually destroy them, hey? What a fearsome clown. Buggy is sure Dragon understands what he just said. He always has the plan to destroy the celestial dragons. His reason isn't as great or chivalrous as Dragon though. Those celestial dragons are just on his way to exploring the whole world, especially Red Line. The clown pirates gather in their Konami base in a day. They don't waste time and immediately go to the reverse mountain. They need to fly, but it is difficult to just fly directly from the sea with their current technology, and it is faster to use reverse mountain. With their ship's fastest speed, they can reach reverse mountain in a short time. They go up and use the upstream to push their ship to the sky. The Black Pearl spreads its wings and flies before turning around back to East Blue. Jude navigates the ship following Shiki's Vivre card. They fly above the cloud because Shiki's floating islands must be hidden above the cloud or they would see it from the sea. The clown pirates fly at moderate speed to make sure they don't miss anything. After a few hours, Enel suddenly notifies the crew that he hears a lot of human voices in front of them. He says the voices are hidden behind the massive cloud that looks like a mountain in the sea of clouds. So they go even higher to fly above the massive cloud. When they get above the cloud, they can finally see their targets. They see some massive floating islands which make most of them speechless. Now they can finally understand why Shiki was one of the best pirates in the past, because not anyone can utilize the float devil fruit to such an extent. Buggy grins widely and asks, Jude, can you calculate our position on East Blue? Yes, we are still above Tequila Wolf. So if Shiki doesn't move the islands, they will drop on the bridge, says Jude while looking at the East Blue map. Alright, Dion, call Dragon and tell him to move fast. The Caribbean's East Blue branch has started its attack last night, so it shouldn't take too long to finish. Tell him I will beat him up myself if he can't finish it in an hour, says Buggy. Can't you tell him yourself? Asks Dion nervously. Buggy just raises an eyebrow and Dion runs away immediately to make the call. He really doesn't want to send a threatening message to Dragon because he knows well how strong Dragon is. Dion is the one who gets all information, after all, including the information about Dragon. But he also doesn't dare to go against Buggy's order. If he needs to piss one between those two monsters, then he prefers angering Dragon. Not only the chance of meeting Dragon is very low compared to Buggy, but he also thinks that even Dragon is weaker than Buggy. After Dion leaves, Buggy looks at the floating islands and smirks. Golden Lion, I hope you still have some fangs and claws left or this will be boring. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 379, Golden Lion Shiki. With Shiki's floating islands right below them, the clown pirates get ready to descend. But before the ship even moves down, Buggy jumps from the front railing. They are still hundreds of meters above the floating islands, but he jumps without any hesitation. Would you look at that? Someone is impatient, says Cricket while looking at Buggy from the ship's railing. He always wanted to try jumping from the sky, didn't he? Asks Brooke. Yeah, although what he really wants is jumping from the sky to the island in the sea. But he is still inexperienced with this kind of thing, so this can be said to be his training, says Palu. This looks fun, I want to try it too, says Manhwa before jumping from the ship too. I hope my bones don't break, says Brooke before jumping too. The boys look at each other before they also start jumping from the ship. Most of the men are jumping from the ship and only some stay behind, making the women grumble. Even Enel jumps, so Ruff needs to control the ship. Boom! Buggy lands on the biggest floating island like Superman. He lands right in front of the biggest building that looks like a castle. His landing destroys the front yard and alerts everyone inside the castle because it's so loud. People come out of the castle and they see Buggy standing in the middle of a big crater. Shiki is also among those people and his appearance makes Buggy smirk. Buggy just stands there with a cool pose while looking at Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, we've come to take your head. You aren't fit for this new era, so we, the clown pirates, will end you here today, says Buggy before spreading his arms. Before Shiki can say anything, the other clown pirates boys land behind Buggy with great impact. The last one to land is Magnus the Giant, who makes the greatest impact on the ground, which even shakes the whole floating island. I hope you've cleaned your neck, Golden Lion, for I will slash it soon, says Buggy while making a slashing motion on his neck. Shiki was actually impressed by the clown pirate's cool entrance, his men are impressed too by the way. But then he shakes his head and focuses on the clowns because he knows they are here as enemies. He has stayed on these floating islands for years, but he always gets updated on the world below, so he knows who the clown pirates are. The brat from Roger Pirates who always shivered in fear has come this far. Hey? I don't know how you found this place and know that I'm here. But don't think that you will leave this place alive, brat. Just because you've done a few things down there doesn't mean that you can defeat me, says Shiki haughtily. Pfft, your confidence sounds empty with that ship steering wheel on your head. I know you were worried about your baldness, but that doesn't mean you could use a ship's steering wheel to replace your hair. Are you cosplaying as a rooster? Pfft. Maybe I should call you Golden Chicken now, says Buggy with a mocking tone while trying to hold his laugh, which makes it more hilarious. Buggy knew Shiki got that steering wheel on his head after his fight against Roger years ago. But mentioning it like that isn't fun, so he used Shiki's baldness to make fun of the old man. It will be boring if he just starts fighting Shiki, so he messes around first. His crewmates follow him and don't even try to hold their laugh like him. They just laugh out loud, and some of them even roll on the ground because Shiki's appearance is too hilarious. All of them know Shiki from his bounty pictures. He looked badass there, but now he just looks like an old man with a mental disorder. Bahaha, a golden chicken, the lion has been downgraded too much, ha ha ha, says Dion while rolling on the ground. Yo ho ho ho, it is an upgrade actually, he looks better as a chicken than a lion, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke while holding his empty stomach. The clown pirates keep laughing and make Shiki very pissed. Not only they have invaded his base, they even mock his appearance. Although he himself found his appearance hilarious, it always feels irritating if his enemies are making fun of it. He yells at them angrily, but it just adds oil to the flame because he looks even more hilarious when he's angry. The clown girls who come soon also laugh at him, making him even angrier and more embarrassed. No one has made fun of him this much even after the rudder stick into his head. Enough of your nonsense, you damn brats! Shouts Shiki angrily while releasing his conqueror haki. The clowns stop laughing for a moment before laughing again. None of them get affected by Shiki's conqueror haki, well, except their new member, Hachin. Manba takes care of him while the others keep laughing. Shiki gets very frustrated and his men just don't know what to do now. They are too confused by this situation to even think properly. After all, the clown pirates seem to come here just to make fun of their leader's appearance instead of attacking their group. Buggy finally stops his laugh after a while and says, "Whew, that's refreshing. Thank you for entertaining us, Golden Chicken." "I never entertained you and I'm not a chicken, you damn brat!" shouts Shiki angrily. Buggy ignores it though. "Alright guys, that's enough. The golden rooster will cry if you make fun of him too much. Let's just focus on our reason to be here. Manba, let someone else take care of Hachin, he isn't used to this kind of battle. When he wakes up, tell him to observe and fight the weaker ones. You guys can choose any opponent you want except that golden cock." Shiki finally can't stand it anymore and sends a slash attack to Buggy using the sword embedded in his right leg. Buggy just smirks and also makes his slash attack with his sword. Their slash attacks meet in the middle and destroy each other. "Ho, so you're not just an overconfident brat with too much luck, Hey? Asks Shiki while grinning. I couldn't reach this level just by luck, you know. But I am disappointed, Shiki. It seems you've gotten weaker compared to when you fought Captain Roger. It might be because of your age or lack of legs, but I think you've weakened too much. Even if Whitebeard gets sick, he will still be stronger than you now. Such a pity, says Buggy. Shiki is truly angry now. He hates being pitted more than being mocked like before. So rather than shouting like before, Shiki is silent and looks at Buggy with a cold gaze. He is now seriously angry, not just pissed because of some rude brat's mockeries. You really have a death wish, hey, kid? Asks Shiki with a cold low tone. Death wish? I was just stating a fact. You are weak, and I'll prove it soon. Golden Lion, you are not fit for this new era, says Buggy while unsheathing both of his swords. Shiki just stares at Buggy and Buggy also does the same. They have a stare down for a moment before Shiki waves his right hand forward. He is signaling his subordinates to attack the clown pirates who have far fewer numbers than Shiki's group. Shiki's men rush forward and more men are coming from all over the place. There are thousands of them while the clown pirates only have a little more than 100. Their number difference is too far apart, but number is rarely a problem for people of their caliber. Buggy grins and waves his hand as a signal too. The clown pirates who have waited for this are getting excited and they rush forward too. The battle of clown pirates against golden lion pirates has begun. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 380, Weakened. Their cool entrances have motivated the clown pirates for the war. They are trying to show off even more and fight more flashy. Well, the girls are just doing what they usually do, it's the boys who fight using flashy strategies and moves. Even those who use guns are charging forward to attack from close ranges. Their guns are used as melee weapons instead of ranged weapons. Only the girls are using their guns correctly while the boys are messing around. The boys fight using exaggerated moves like in the movies. There are a lot of enemies, but they still can play around. Many of them even use childish attacks like spinning their arms or just swinging their weapons around aimlessly. Yet, they still managed to defeat the Golden Lion pirates. Their strange attacks are actually very effective because their enemies never expected them to fight like that. But it won't work if they aren't strong anyways, so not anyone can do this. Shiki is dumbfounded seeing his subordinates being handled so easily. His allied captains are also stunned by this. All of them are New World captains with strong crews. Yet their crew members are being defeated so easily. Buggy even raises an eyebrow. What the hell is this, Shiki? Are you sure your crew is doing fine? Is this the same crew that rivaled Roger Pirates? Shiki seems flustered and says, well, we have just started, so the weaker ones are attacking first. Is that so? Then you should send the strong ones soon or you'll lose this war, says Buggy while smirking. I just need to defeat you and this will be over, says Shiki pissedly. Do it, then, says Buggy while raising his swords. The pissed Shiki then swings his left sword leg toward Buggy and creates a yellow slash attack. Buggy also swings his left sword casually and creates a blue slash attack. Their attacks hit each other and Shiki is surprised that Buggy can match his attack with such a casual swing. I don't know if your swordsmanship is only this much or if it gets weaker because you use your legs instead of hands. But either way, I'm very disappointed, Shiki. Even those supernova rookies who have just entered New World will be able to fight toe-to-toe against you, says Buggy. Shiki now isn't just pissed, he is enraged because Buggy puts him at the same level as rookies. He has some ally crews that are infamous in New World. Sure, they aren't great crews like clown pirates, but they are still strong crews. He has allies like them and they all fear him because he is much stronger than them. But Buggy said that he is just as strong as rookies. Even if they are supernovas, they are still rookies who don't have much experience, and he puts them at the same level as those rookies. It's the worst insult for them. But Buggy's words aren't baseless. He said that because he has fought against many rookies who overestimated themselves. Shiki is still stronger than them, but not by much. And if they gang up on him, he might lose the battle. Besides, Shiki is defeated by Luffy in one of the movies. The setting is even before the Summit War, so Luffy is still quite weak and doesn't even know Haki yet. It might be plot armor's doing, but it still means that Shiki has gotten much weaker compared to his prime. Buggy can confirm Shiki's decline in power just from that slash attack. He didn't even need that much effort to destroy that slash attack. That slash attack will still threaten average strong pirates, but it was nothing for Buggy whose swordsmanship is equal to the strongest swordsman. Shiki's power decline is still not as much as when he faces the Straw Hats. But it is still significant and bad enough if used against someone at Buggy's level. Even so, he still has New World captains as allies, and they are all weaker than him. Clown Lord, I admit that you are beyond our leagues. But I can't accept such an insult. We also have pride as New World veteran captains. Putting us at the same levels as rookies is worse than insulting our mothers. We'll show you the power that you've looked down on, says a big middle-aged man. Ha, of course, it's worse than insulting your mothers. People like you don't even love your mothers, after all. So those aren't insults at all. But you're welcome to show me your capabilities if you can though, says Buggy as his executives move forward. All executives except Ruff are there and their presence is overwhelming. Even Shiki knows that his allies won't have any chance against the executives. But at least they can give him time to fight Buggy alone. This war will end if he defeats Buggy, after all. Don't be too rough on them or they will cry, says Buggy while smirking. The executives then face Shiki's ally captains and they are fighting in different spots because no one wants to disturb the battle between Buggy and Shiki. The others also get away from Buggy and Shiki to give them more room. Shiki floats slowly using his devil fruit ability while looking at Buggy angrily. Youngsters these days really don't know manner. I've met and fought many legendary pirates. Even I am considered as one too. But none of them ever insult me like you. They only become legends now because they live earlier than me. Even I will be a legend for future generations, and I'm sure my legend will shine brighter than yours. People only know you as someone who fought Pirate King Roger, after all, says Buggy while smirking. You really want to die that badly, hey, kid? Asks Shiki while having a lot of tick marks on his head. Then without saying anything else, Shiki swings his sword legs many times at Buggy while floating a few meters above the ground. Buggy doesn't do anything though and just stands there calmly as the slash attacks fly toward him. The slash attacks then hit him and cut him into pieces, making Golden Lion pirates cheer. But Shiki is frowning because Buggy's chopped body parts are floating. Then they move and reform Buggy's body. There is no damage at all on Buggy's body. It seems you are the one looking down on me, Golden Lion. Did you think you can even injure me without using Haki? Asks Buggy calmly. Of course, not. I just want to see it myself, your devil fruit ability, says Shiki while grinning. Is that so? Then, I will also test your devil fruit ability, says Buggy before he suddenly runs and jumps toward Shiki. Shiki is surprised by how fast Buggy is with his feet. It doesn't even take a second for Buggy to get in front of Shiki who floats a few meters above the ground. Their distance wasn't that far, to begin with, so Buggy can reach Shiki in a short time with his speed. Most people usually focus more on their upper bodies and arms. They ignore their legs because they don't use their legs to fight. Only those who use their legs to fight like Sanji train their legs properly. But even though Buggy fights mainly using his hands, he still trains his legs routinely. Buggy knows his legs are very important even if he fights mainly using his hands. His legs affect his movements, after all. So if they are weak, then he can't move as well as he wants. That's why now his legs are strong so he can run fast and he is very agile. You need to fly higher than this if you don't want to get hurt, old man, says Buggy as he sends a strong sidekick using his right leg. Shiki almost failed to defend, but he can cover his left side with haki in the nick of time. Buggy's kick hits his left arm and body side, and he is sent flying very fast to the ground far on his right. Shiki crashes and slides quite far on the ground until he stops in front of a massive tree. His left hand and body are twitching in pain. But instead of getting surprised, Shiki is grinning in excitement. It's been a long time since he felt this kind of pain, after all. What an interesting lad. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 381, Buggy vs Shiki. Shiki flies at a high speed toward Buggy who has landed on the ground and attacks using his sword legs. Now, Shiki finally uses his armament haki on his sword legs because, without it, he will never be able to injure Buggy using swords. Buggy also uses his swords now because even if Shiki has gotten weaker, the old guy must still have the skills that have been engraved into his bones. So Buggy thinks he'll be able to learn a few things by fighting Shiki. Buggy treats this as a battle of swordsmen for now. Shiki is floating while he attacks Buggy, so he can make unusual moves while maneuvering freely. He sends a high sidekick slash with his right sword leg which Buggy dodges by ducking a little. But then Shiki spins his body and sends a vertical slash kick with his left sword leg as Buggy ducks. Buggy's body gets cut by Shiki's haki-coated left sword leg. But he doesn't get any damage because Buggy was splitting his body when the sword slashed him. His advanced observation haki made it possible for him to split his body right when the sword cuts him. Shiki is surprised by it, but he stays calm and keeps focusing on Buggy who now sends a side slash. So he evades it by flying higher and then he attacks Buggy again by stabbing both his sword legs down at Buggy who raises both his swords from above. Buggy blocks Shiki's sword legs with the sides of his swords. Then Buggy uses more strength and pushes Shiki back up. After that, Buggy sends a cross-slash attack toward Shiki who gets pushed quite hard. Shiki evades the cross-slash by flying sideways at the nick of time. But then he widens his eyes when he sees Buggy has arrived in front of him right after he evaded the cross-slash. He sees Buggy swing the left sword upward diagonally, so he uses his right sword leg to block it. Buggy had more physical power than him, so he gets pushed even further. He widens his eyes in disbelief when he sees Buggy send another attack while descending to the ground. Buggy spins his body while slashing his swords to create a slashing tornado like Zoro's skill. But Buggy's slashing tornado is bigger and stronger than what Zoro ever displayed so far, and it's dark blue. It also moves very fast, so Shiki doesn't have any chance to evade. The only thing Shiki can do is cover his body with armament haki in a defensive stance. The dark blue slashing tornado hits Shiki and grinds him from all sides. It's like he's being trapped inside a spinning washing machine that had blades on its walls. Well, not like he knows what a washing machine is, and surely he isn't a step pirate just because he is a pirate trapped in a washing machine. It takes a while until the slashing tornado disappears. Shiki comes out of it in a rather bad shape. He has many cuts on his clothes, skin, and even his hair is getting cut, including the top part of the ship steering wheel stuck on his head. Shiki's expression also changes now. He looks very serious and his gaze is very sharp. He looks very different from before when he still showed some expressions and talk while being angry. But now, he only has this cold serious expression. Buggy's last attack has made him fully realize that there is a big gap between them. If Buggy decides to go all out, then he would get defeated instantly. But Buggy doesn't do it, so Shiki knows that Buggy is either playing with him or just testing him. Either way, it's a fact that he is weaker than Buggy now. He knows that hiding for years has made him weaker, but he gets far weaker than he thought. Even his rival's apprentice has surpassed him now. Shiki considers Roger his greatest rival, so having his rival's apprentice surpass him makes him feel miserable. He still can't reach Roger even when the man has died for years. It makes him wonder if doing his long plan is the wrong choice. Buggy grins when he sees that Shiki has finally become serious. Now, Shiki should be able to fight better, so it should be more interesting. Although he doesn't hope for much, having a stronger Shiki as an opponent is better than the previous one. Shiki might have gotten weaker physically, but his skills should remain. If Shiki can optimize his skills, then even with a weaker body, he should still give Buggy a decent fight. It will be better if Shiki can give him a difficult fight because not many people can give it to him now. Come on, Shiki. Fight me with everything you have. I'm sure you've realized it now, I'm stronger than you. So if you don't go all out, you will perish because I won't let you live if I win, says Buggy while grinning. However, Shiki just stays silent because he wants to concentrate more. Buggy just grins and then he sends a vertical slash attack toward Shiki who floats quite high. Shiki looks at the incoming attack and instead of getting away, he flies toward it. Then in the nick of time, Shiki moves aside to evade the slash attack. He keeps flying down fast toward Buggy though and Buggy grins as he sees Shiki getting closer. Shiki arrives in a short time and then he moves his sword legs to attack Buggy. Shiki's attacks are much faster now because he uses his Devil Fruit ability to increase his speed. His floating ability can reduce the gravity effect on his body, so he can move faster while floating. Even so, he is still not too fast for Buggy who has greater physical strength which makes him able to move fast. Buggy counters all Shiki's attacks without getting pushed at all. His short kopis swords also really help him make swift movements to fight Shiki's fast attacks. Both of them are dual-wielding swordsmen, so Buggy doesn't have any problem facing each of Shiki's swords. Shiki's attacks get faster and more complicated as the battle goes on. He is getting better and better as time passes. His battle sense returns to him slowly as he faces a great opponent. And Buggy is happy about it because the fight is getting better too. On the side, Buggy's crewmates are watching the fight as if they are watching a show. Although they are still fighting, they still have time to watch another fight. Their opponents aren't that much and they can win faster, but they still want to play, so they don't get serious at all. All of them are fighting using exaggerated movie moves that aren't effective in battle. They also pose every once in a while and shout some cheesy move names before attacking. Yet, they still overwhelm their opponents and dominate the war even with fewer people. Unblockable human rocket shot! Shouts Dion before jumping fast to the front and straightening his body to hit his opponent with his head. Destroying the earth, falling moon on the land! Shouts Magnus while posing with one hand on the ground and the other in the air. Then he jumps quite high and curls up before falling among the enemies. Meanwhile, Enel jumps at his opponent at a slow speed and sends his feet first. His opponent catches his feet, but then Enel parts his legs very wide and crosses his hands. Take this attack taught to me by the Lord himself. Thunder Cross Split Attack. Crush mine enemies, Hammer of Judgment Day! Shouts Palu while striking his warhammer down at his opponent. Everyone is competing on who can make the cheesiest attack names. Cricket isn't interested in that though, he just wants to use a martial art that Buggy showed a few times, the Drunken Fist Kung Fu. Buggy showed it to the crew a few times when they were drunk at parties. Cricket thinks that it's interesting so he trains it many times. Now he wants to test it against a real opponent. He has a gourd filled with alcohol in his left hand while fighting his opponent like the drunken master. All the clowns are just messing around in this war. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 382, Despicable. His crewmates' cheesy skill names make Buggy get distracted. He gets slashed by Shiki's left sword leg right in the neck. His head flies off, but there's no blood whatsoever coming out of the cut. Buggy's reflex is so great that he could split himself even when getting distracted. "Damn, what a monster," says Shiki. "Oh, you finally say something after being all serious for a while," says Buggy while reattaching his head. "I just wanted to concentrate and it really makes me feel so much better now. My old self is slowly returning to me, the one who was thirsty for blood and victory," says Shiki while grinning wildly and panting. Buggy is silent for a moment and says, "Yeah, you sure look thirsty. Wanna drink some water first?" Tick marks appear on Shiki's head before he says, "That's it, I'll kill you." Shiki then attacks Buggy again, who now decides to play his crewmate's game. He gets into a crane stance while holding his swords. Then he shouts an attack name he has just thought of on the spot. Ultimate technique. Unlimited blade works, dance of the mighty magnificent supreme crane god of the limitless martial sword peaks under the rays of blood moonlight in a rainy night. Shouts Buggy with a very serious expression. His skill name and pose stuns his crewmates and even Shiki. Not only it's long, but it's also ridiculous, it impresses them so much. Everyone even needs to stop what they're doing just to comprehend what Buggy just said. Then suddenly, bam, Buggy kicks Shiki's jaw from below and shouts, "Don't get distracted in a battle." Everyone else has the same expression that says, "Dude, you are the one who distracted him. And your attack should be a sword attack, not a kick." Buggy knows this too, but he just doesn't care as long as his skill name becomes the best. Surely that name is the best currently because everyone was stunned by it. The clowns who finally realized it now start to think of more ridiculous names and moves again. They are beating up the Golden Lion pirates using ridiculous attacks with ridiculous names. These guys are too focused on competing for the most ridiculous things that they forget they are in a war. Poor Golden Lion pirates just become their punching bags. Shiki is angry, but he can't do anything about it because his hands are full. He has the most difficult opponent among everyone there, after all. So he can't help his comrades when he can't even help himself. Buggy is attacking Shiki using some weird-ass moves like those Chinese martial artists in badly drawn Manhua while also saying weird-ass cheesy skill names. His crewmates follow him and turn this war into the strangest war they've ever done. Even Shiki, who has gone through a lot more things than them, is speechless now. Well, he can't really speak, to begin with, because Buggy keeps attacking him. Buggy uses weird and ineffective attacks, but he still can overwhelm Shiki and dominate the fight. So now Shiki isn't just speechless, he is also very confused. Buggy's attacks are strange and ineffective, but he can't defend against any of them. His decades of experience seem to be worthless in this situation. But well, even with those kinds of moves, Buggy's skills and power are just too great. He can always change his trajectory while attacking to surprise Shiki. His power can also break Shiki's defense because he is still far stronger than Shiki even though most of Shiki's skills have returned. Moon-splitting blade / cut chop, says Buggy while slashing downward after doing a front flip. Stab of 1000 years of death, says Buggy while trying to stab Shiki's asshole from behind with his sword. See crushing splash hit flashy dropkick, says Buggy while dropping from a few meters above the ground. Ultimate move of destroying family tree, says Buggy while sending a kick toward Shiki's balls. Shiki screams many times because Buggy often aims at some dangerous parts like his balls. He has fought many people who used dirty tricks, but Buggy is just straight up despicable. His little thing is barely functioning at his age, but it still works sometimes, so he doesn't want Buggy to make it stops working completely. Buggy laughs evilly when Shiki yells angrily at him about aiming at the PP. He is a clown, so he is a very mischievous man, it's a must-have trait for a clown, based on himself. So seeing Shiki becomes overly worried about it makes Buggy wants to keep doing it. That's why Buggy now changes his attacks and targets the forbidden spots. Ding dong, back hole, eyes, and even ears have become his targets now. Buggy doesn't hold back to fight dirty anymore and starts using tricks. Spraying pepper onto Shiki's eyes, screaming as loud as he can right in Shiki's ears, pulling Shiki's pants down, farting on Shiki's face, grabbing Shiki's feet and stomping on his crotch while Shiki is busy with the pepper spray and fart smell, and then Buggy even inserts a stick into Shiki's back hole. It's not even a dirty fight anymore, it's just nasty, very very nasty. Everyone else who sees Buggy does all of that can only watch in shock. He laughs while torturing the old Shiki like a psychopath. Shiki passes out even though Buggy hasn't really injured his body that much. The mental damage is just too high that his body has just given up too. He has been played, shamed, and disgraced in this battle. Is he dead? Asks Cricket. He surely is. Even I will kill myself if I were in his situation, says Enel. Damn, he just gets too much emotional damage, says Palu. Yo ho ho ho, dead by emotional damage. If I died like that, then I won't return for my second life because I would be too embarrassed, says Brooke. Yeah, and you surely don't want to meet the psycho that killed you in such a way. The trauma will just be too much, says Manba. Everyone nods in agreement while they look at Buggy laughing like a maniac as he steps on Shiki's body. He gets into whatever character he's playing too much. Well, as long as he wins, says Magnus. But, isn't this bad? Asks Jude. What do you mean? Asks Palu. She means that if Shiki passes out, won't his power that keeps these islands floating will disappear too? Asks Jude. Silence falls and even Buggy stops laughing after hearing that. They were enjoying this war too much they forget about this very important thing. Damn, we're fucked, says Buggy right before the islands start falling. The remaining Golden Lion pirates are panicking while the Clown pirates are just sighing. Buggy then orders Enel to find Ruff and checks if he has finished their plan. Enel closes his eyes and turns into a lightning bolt before disappearing. Ruff and his team have gone to do something since the war started. They never join the fight because they have a very important task. The scientists' job is to prepare things to save the living beings on these islands when they fall, especially the natives of these islands who were forced to be here. While Enel goes to find Ruff, Buggy is trying to wake Shiki up by slapping the old guy's face back and forth many times. Cricket and Palu help him by pouring water on Shiki's face, but the old guy just doesn't want to wake up. This old dude is a strong sleeper, says Cricket nonchalantly. Yeah, he might be in the afterlife already when he wakes up, says Buggy. We too, says Palu. The conscious Golden Lion pirates are stunned by how they can talk to each other so calmly in this situation. They will die in a minute or so, yet the Clown pirates are very calm. Little did they know, the Clown pirates have gone through worse things, so this is not that scary. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 383, Falling Islands. The floating islands keep falling and it doesn't seem like Shiki will wake up soon. So Buggy orders his crewmates to go and help the natives who will surely die if they crash onto the sea below from this altitude. Then he also calls Dragon who manages the rescue of the people on Tequila Wolf. Crazy bastard, it's a lot faster than the plan. Why are those islands falling now? Asks Dragon rather angrily. Well, something happened, so it finished faster. Just hurry up and leave that place if you don't want to die, says Buggy. Says Dragon before closing the call. What do you mean lucky? I have sent my men last night just so it will finish fast. You are the one who is late, grumbles Buggy while keep slapping Shiki's face to wake him up. Shiki still hasn't woken up even when the islands have reached half of the distance. He must have taken too much damage and his old self can't handle it that well. Buggy starts to get worried, so he tells Cricket to slap Shiki while he will do something. He runs to the edge of the island and jumps down without any hesitation. He even pushes himself using the island to descend faster. Buggy then holds his swords and starts cutting the lower parts of the islands. It might look stupid because cutting the bottom parts won't change anything. But, Buggy's power isn't just about cutting himself or other things. He can levitate the things he cut, and now he tries to push the islands up. Buggy cuts the bottom of all the floating islands and then he pushes them. However, things don't go as planned because instead of the islands being pushed up, he is the one getting pushed down. The problem is he doesn't have any ground to support him and the gravity is against him too. Fuck. I forget about gravity, I'm sorry Newton. Shouts Buggy. Buggy gets pushed to the earth faster, so he stops pushing the islands. He now focuses on controlling his fall so that he won't land on the sea or he will drown. Luckily, Tequila Wolf is massive and it's very high too, so he can see it clearly from the sky. Although Buggy doesn't have any skydiving experience, he can control his fall very well because of his sense. He falls very fast and then he finally reaches Tequila Wolf. Buggy crashes onto the massive bridge and the crashing sound is loud enough to startle the ones who escape. The Revolutionary Army and the Caribbean members are wondering if Buggy is all right. They know it's Buggy who fell because they've seen him falling at a very high speed. The spot where Buggy crashes is getting destroyed and falls into the sea. They think that maybe Buggy also falls into the sea, but then they see a man with long blue hair standing on the edge of the bridge. Buggy is alive and he stands there without any sign of injury. There are only some small rebels sticking on his clothes and skin. No way! Shouts Ivankov in disbelief. I can't see it clearly from here, but he doesn't seem to have any injuries. Is he even human? Asks Betty with a shocked expression. Remember this scene well, you lot. This is the level of enemies that we will face in the future. Celestial dragons have people of his caliber at their disposal. We need to grow fast if we want to win, says Dragon. Everyone looks at Buggy who looks at the falling islands. Hey, Dragon, shouldn't we move further? Asks Ivankov. Yeah, you guys go as far as you can, I will meet that guy, says Dragon. Meet him? This is not the time to have a meeting. Shouts Ivankov, but Dragon has gone from the ship. Eva keeps yelling angrily, so the other leaders take over the command. All the ships get away from there because when the floating islands fall into the sea, massive tsunami waves will be created and their ships will sink. You better come here to help because I don't need a spectator, says Buggy while keeps looking at the falling islands. Dragon has appeared behind him and now looks at the falling islands too. I won't come just to watch, says Dragon. Then do it, says Buggy as he spreads his legs and raises his hands to the sky. Suddenly, Buggy's body gets pushed down as if he is holding something heavy above him. Well, he is holding some islands that have gotten quite close to the ground. He has cut the island's bottom parts, and he has stood on the ground, so he can levitate those islands. However, levitation is not his main ability, so it won't be as strong as Shiki's devil fruit. His ability only helps him hold the islands so he can push them. He never tried lifting things as big and heavy as these islands too, so it is very difficult for him now. The ground where he stands also starts to break because of the pressure. Buggy has strengthened it by flowing his haki into the ground around him. But the weight of several islands falling from the sky is still too much. Buggy's attempt to stop the falling islands shows results immediately. The island's falling speed was reduced significantly. They gradually get slower, but they are still fast enough to cause a tsunami that reaches nearby islands. Then suddenly, some massive tornadoes appear below the falling islands. The wind power pushes the islands up and reduces their falling speed. The burden on Buggy also reduces a lot, so he can push the islands more. Everyone on the ship watches in astonishment as the falling islands are getting slower and slower. Buggy and Dragon are exerting all their power to stop the islands. They are too focused on it that they don't see an island that will fall right on their spots. Dragon finally realizes it in the nick of time. Damn it, clown, we need to leave. However, Buggy doesn't hear it because he is very focused on stopping the islands. Dragon knows it, so he grabs and takes Buggy away from there. The islands are close to the sea already, so the people on them will be fine even if the islands fall normally. Oi, what are you doing? Asks Buggy angrily. Saving you, says Dragon while flying away with his wind power. Buggy realizes what Dragon means immediately when he sees a big island crash onto Tequila Wolf. The falling islands finally land either on the sea or the massive bridge. They destroy the bridge and the ones falling into the sea create big waves, but not enough to affect the nearby islands. Buggy and Dragon watch in relief because they've prevented a catastrophe on East Blue. Dragon then looks up because he senses something. His eyes widened when he sees many big ships with parachutes descending from the sky. What the? Says Dragon in shock. Buggy, who is floating on his own with his awakened ability, smirks and says, "They've done it." Hey? What do you mean? Asks Dragon. My crewmates have rescued the natives. They used Golden Lion pirates' ships and attached massive parachutes to those ships. Do you think we won't plan things thoroughly? Asks Buggy while grinning. The clown pirates have prepared the parachutes before even reaching the floating islands. They made the parachutes hastily using anything they have. That's why the parachutes are crude, but they work, and that's the most important thing. Dragon gets even more impressed at Buggy because this means Buggy knew he will win even before fighting Shiki. That just shows how much confidence he has to even prepare for the result even before the war happened. So Dragon smiles and says, "Truly a man worth the title of Emperor." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 384, Insult. A new archipelago appears on what once was a massive bridge, Tequila Wolf. There are still some parts of the bridge left and some ruins that didn't sink because they are too big for even the sea to swallow. A project of hundreds of years has been destroyed in an instant. The celestial dragons will be enraged, says Dragon while smirking. I don't think they will. I'm not even sure if they still care or even remember about this, says Buggy. You don't know those animals too well, aren't you? They will get angry if someone takes or destroys what is theirs even if they don't care about that thing, says Dragon. Well, they can be angry at me and I couldn't care less. I dare them to come at me with everything they have. The day they decide to do that will be their first day knowing what hell is, says Buggy with a cold expression. Dragon is quite surprised by Buggy's change of attitude because he always jokes around when they talk through Denden Mushi. Both of them never met in person before this, so Dragon doesn't really know Buggy's character except from the reports he got. Buggy doesn't want to talk about it again and floats to the nearest falling island. The ships with parachutes almost reach the ground, after all. He needs to know if his crewmates and the people they saved are fine. When the ships finally land, Buggy can see many people on those ships. All his crewmates are there and even the Golden Lion pirates are there too. The clown pirates are watching them closely though, so they don't dare to do anything and their ships are different from the ones the natives use. Plop! Something suddenly fall in front of Buggy after Cricket threw it from a ship. It's a tied-up Shiki who's already awake but restrained by a sea stone handcuff. How long has he been awake? Asks Buggy while looking down on Shiki. Since you left, says Cricket while walking toward them. So he won't stop the falling islands even though he has woken up. That means I don't need to hesitate, right? Asks Buggy before stomping Shiki's face to the ground. Boom! His stomp is so strong, stronger than any attack he used on Shiki before. Shiki can feel his skull crack as blood comes out of his nose and mouth. Even without haki, Shiki's body is already tough, but Buggy can damage it easily with just a pure physical attack. Mantis, take those poor people away. Half of you help her, the rest take those pieces of trash here, says Buggy. All the women immediately help Mantis, guiding the civilians to leave. They get on the biggest ship and Magnus pulls it to the sea so that they can get away first. Manba's medical team also gets on that ship to check on them. The rest are taking the Golden Lion pirates to Buggy. They use their guns to force the pirates to move without any resistance. The clown pirates have become very serious now, so these guys don't stand any chance at all. Almost all the civilians leave the place, but some stay behind. All of them who stay are the ones with a deep hatred for the Golden Lion pirates. They've lost family members and friends in the last decade because of Shiki's oppression, so they want to see Shiki's end with their own eyes. Are you sure you want to stay? I'll tell you first that this may traumatize you greatly, says Buggy. Thank you for the warning, but you don't need to worry. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing the man who murdered my father right in front of my eyes, says a teenage girl. Buggy can see the despair, hatred, and anger in her face and voice. The others don't say anything, but Buggy can see that they have similar experiences with the girl. They really want to see Shiki's end themselves so that they can finally start a new page in their lives. Give them the guns, says Buggy. Excuse me? Asks the teenage girl confusedly. You know how to use guns, right? Asks Buggy. Why yes, we have some stolen guns to fight against them. We were a small rebel group, says the girl. Good, then I will lend you my guns so you can kill them yourselves. You have more rights than me to end these assholes' lives, says Buggy. The rebels are surprised and then Shiki shouts, Bastard! Are you trying to make me die by these weaklings' hands? I am a man of honor. I won't accept dying by those weaker than me. Only those stronger than me are allowed to kill me. Come and kill me yourself, clown! Shiki is really angry because Buggy is letting the rebels who are obviously far weaker than him to kill him. He was very angry when he knew Roger would be executed in the weakest sea and wanted to kill Roger himself because he thought it was an insult to someone great like Roger. But now, not only he will get executed in East Blue too, Buggy even let weak people to execute him. For Shiki, this is a very great insult that he can't accept. But what can he do? He is not the decision maker here. Even Captain Roger died at the hands of weak executioners. So you should be honored to die the same way as the Pirate King. I will send your corpse to Logtown as a present for Captain Roger too, says Buggy while giving the rebels a signal. They shoot the subordinates first with the assistance of clown pirates' gunners. Their guns are very strong, which also creates strong recoils. If these people use the guns themselves, then they will fly because of the recoils, and they can't aim well with such recoils. So the clown gunners assist them to shoot the subordinates first. The others who are free also help to finish it faster. There are a lot of Golden Lion pirates, after all, so they need to use all their guns. It doesn't take long for them to finish the shooting round. All the subordinates are dead because no one can resist the gun's power. The rebels are shocked because, in just a few minutes, the only ones left are Shiki and Dr. Indigo. Dr. Indigo was also the main target in this operation because he is the one who creates those monster animals. Dion was the one who caught him, and it was very easy that it's not even worth mentioning. Dion just sneaked up behind Indigo in the lab while being invisible using his chameleon ability and captured him. Enel, are you detecting the mutated animals now? Asks Buggy. Yeah, I think they are still alive because you reduced the falling speed before, says Enel. Alright, lead the others to capture them later. For now, let's end the tale of a legend. Well then, Shiki, this is goodbye. Tell Captain Roger that this world is still interesting today. Then, let's end it here, says Buggy while snapping his fingers. Damn it! Fuck you, clown! I will never forgive you for this! Shouts Shiki angrily. Buggy doesn't listen and just walks away as the others are aiming. Everyone starts shooting at both Shiki and Dr. Indigo. Both of them can't retaliate at all with the sea stone handcuff and ropes restricting their movements. So they take the rounds of the powerful shots released by Clown Pirate's advanced guns. Even Shiki's tough body can't handle the bullets and he gets pierced by numerous bullets. Indigo died first before Shiki follows him shortly afterward. Buggy looks at Shiki's corpse coldly and says, "One legend fall, another will rise. An old lion that has lost some of its fangs and claws won't be able to keep its throne in the wild. A young and powerful lion will usurp its throne and replace it." His crewmates are stunned hearing Buggy's attempt to make a poem or something. But they don't say anything and just look at the dead bodies. The war against Golden Lion pirates ended with a massacre. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 385, Eerie Gift. After executing Golden Lion pirates, the Clown pirates get rid of their corpses. They sink the corpses of those who don't have bounties on their heads. As for those with bounties, they put them in a big box on their ship. The Clown pirates then leave the newly formed archipelago without holding a party as usual despite the natives' pledge. They know these people don't have anything, so rather than holding a party, they rather donate rations and money to these poor people. Also, it's better to leave the matter with these people to Revolutionary Army. They are better suited to take care of people, unlike Clown pirates who can only take care of themselves. They are pirates, after all, not some kind people who like to help those in need, certainly not. Anyway, the Clown pirates go to Log Town with the box filled with Golden Lion pirates' higher UPS dead bodies. They dock their ship at the port and gather people's attention. The Marines come but no one dares to attack Clown pirates. Buggy leaves the ship alone and goes to the execution tower while dragging a big wooden box tied with a rope. No one dares to stand in his path because they all feel terrifying pressure just by looking at him. Well, he releases a very small amount of Conqueror Haki just to make people get away from his path. He arrives at the plaza where the execution platform is located. Buggy is quite surprised when he arrives because someone is standing right in front of the execution platform without any fear. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this the great marine hero, Monkey D. Garp? Are you on vacation? Asks Buggy while looking at Garp who wears an orange Hawaiian shirt. What are you gonna do while releasing that haki, kid? Asks Garp seriously. Buggy smirks and says, I just came to send a gift for Captain, and maybe you can also think of this as a gift for Marine. Hey? What are you? Garp can't finish his question because Buggy suddenly throws the box at him. He stops it with a hand and it lands in front of him. Garp suddenly smells blood and he punches the box immediately. It breaks and Garp is quite shocked to see what's inside the box. He looks at Buggy immediately but the man has walked away while waving. Garp doesn't even try to stop him because he doesn't want to fight Buggy in this place. It's not that he doesn't dare to fight Buggy after his defeat. But their battle will surely destroy this island and kill everyone here. So he just calls his assistant and orders the man to call the fleet admiral. This thing needs to be reported right away because this is a very big thing. A war between 2 great pirate crews has just happened without the Marines' knowledge, after all. Damn kid always cause trouble while also helping us in a sense. I don't even know if he should be considered a criminal or not. Sigh, this damn justice system is as messed up as these pirates, says Garp frustratedly. The news of Shiki's death spread all over the world in a short time. It's very shocking because the world thought the clown pirates went into hiding or just wanted to relax. But suddenly they destroyed a legendary pirate crew that has disappeared for more than a decade. People even start to assume that Buggy is going after the older generations. He has destroyed Kaido and Shiki, so they think he will go after Big Mom and Whitebeard too. Although they are also confused why he didn't target Big Mom and Whitebeard, who are easier to find. Buggy doesn't care at all about what people think because now he just wants to enjoy his time at home. He spends his time with his family while also training swordsmanship to Leo and Kuina, teaching business to Nojiko, and navigation to Nami. His crewmates are going around East Blue and the only one who stays is Brook. The skeleton guy wants to relax and teaches music to Leo after Buggy asked him to. Just training in swordsmanship is not good for Leo's development, and the boy likes music, so Buggy wants him to enjoy his hobby too. But even with his battle training, music class, and playing with his friends, Leo still grows quite fast. He is growing to the point where Kuina even doubts her talent. Luckily, it motivates her even more rather than discourages her. She has a strong will, which is a must to be a great swordswoman. Kuina is very competitive while Leo is quite nonchalant. So she thinks of Leo as her rival too, just like Zoro. But Leo doesn't even think of her as a rival, she is just a friend and a fellow apprentice for him. He even likes to play with Kuina despite her unwillingness. If Buggy doesn't tell her to play to relax and rest, she won't even play with Leo. Resting is also important to get a better result, after all. Training non-stop will only make her tired and she won't get good progress because of it. After she started playing with Leo, Nami, Nojiko, and other kids, she becomes brighter and her progress also becomes better. She isn't too stressed, after all, so her mind can absorb everything that Buggy taught easier. In the past, she was too obsessed to get stronger that she even ignored her physical and mental state. She thought that to get stronger, she needed to train harder than anyone else. That's not wrong, but if she overworked herself, then her body and mind will break before she can even get a good result. Buggy's secret to reaching his current level is not training as hard as possible, but as effectively as possible. He forces himself when needed, but he also rests well to give his body and mind time to recover, which allows him to train even harder. Buggy knew he isn't the most talented man in the world. So he needs to work better than anyone else, and he knew that better doesn't mean harder. He learned everything he could learn and made the best way to train himself. Then he found out that effective training is better than just hard training. He trains every day and rarely takes a rest, so his crewmates also call him a training maniac. But he knows when to rest and relax so that he can train again the next day. He teaches this to his kids and Kuina not just for training, but for most things. Overdoing something isn't always the answer because it might give a worse result. That's why whether it's training or studying, they need to be moderate but also serious. Anyway, he teaches them everything they need to know from his experience. He never asked them to be the best in their fields, but he always asks them to do their best in anything they want to do. Doing things half-heartedly often brings regret and disappointment, after all. The clown pirates stay in East Blue until the year changes. There's nothing urgent in Grand Line, after all, so they can take their time to relax. Besides, East Blue is very busy and dangerous now. Shiki's former base islands that formed an archipelago have caused a big ruckus. Marine and world governments kept investigating it. Buggy can't just leave East Blue when those bastards are this close to his family. The Revolutionary Army and Caribbean have looted every valuable on those islands, including Indigo's research data. They even saved the surviving natives who now live in a new village on Konami Islands under Buggy's protection. Some natives who rebelled against Shiki and joined the execution actually joined Revolutionary Army after they know about the injustice happening all over the world. They are still young too, so they want to find purpose in their lives, and joining Dragon seems to be their answer. It doesn't matter though, they can do whatever they want in their lives. As for those who want to live peacefully, Buggy gave them that opportunity. He took them to his place so that they won't be in danger again and can make a living for themselves. Then after the year changed, the clown pirates decided to return to Grand Line. The ruckus on East Blue has subsided and they also missed adventuring. They are ready to cause more uproars that will shake the world. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 386, Fast Forward. The year has changed and the clown pirates finally return to Grand Line. They go to New World immediately and only stop on Sabayati and Fishman Island to coat their ship after passing through Calm Belt. They just prefer sailing through Calm Belt than Reverse Mountain now because it's shorter. The crew goes to their main base immediately after arriving in New World. There are some businesses they need to handle there, after all. Although there are only some, those businesses are important. It only takes 4 days for them to finish anyway, so they can resume their adventure immediately. There are still some known islands they haven't visited. The routes to those islands are very dangerous though, so they will need time to reach and explore all of them. However, the routes aren't as dangerous as they thought. Well, it would be tough for them 1 year ago, but it's not the case now. Not only they have improved a lot in their break, but their ship also become much better after it gets many improvements. Sailing on New World is a piece of cake for them now. Many crews can sail the New World's dangerous areas, but no one can do it as easily as clown pirates. Even Whitebeard and Big Mom will need a lot more effort than clown pirates. Damn, the ways to these islands have become boring, says Enel while controlling the ship through a raging storm. We can use a normal ship if you want to make it harder, says Cricket. Ugh, I'm good, I'm loyal to this ship, says Enel while looking away. Even if we use a normal ship, it will still feel boring because our skills have become a lot better. Also, this ship is just safer now, but it doesn't mean this ship becomes easier to control. You are just used to this ship very well. Your teammates still can't control this ship as well as you, so it's a matter of skill, says Buggy while lying on the upper deck railing. Enel becomes smug after hearing Buggy's words and says, hee, as I thought, it is me, not the ship. Jude can only shake her head while watching them. She knows that Enel is very skillful, but Buggy praised him too much. Jude knows well that Buggy just wants Enel to shut up and work properly. Anyway, the crew visited 13 uninhabited islands on this journey. All those islands are near the end of New World's log pose. The sea around them is very violent, and that's why no one lives on those islands anymore. Yeah, there were people who live on those islands in the past, during the Void Century. There are traces of civilizations on those islands and they look very old. The clown pirates don't have an archaeologist in their crew, so the best they could know is that the ruins looked old. They don't want to think much about those ancient civilizations though. Their focus is just on the exploration and the treasures they can get. Ruins often mean treasures, after all, and there's no pirate who hates treasures. They also collected many strange and unique items that they've never seen. Even if they aren't archaeologists, clown pirates scientists are always curious about things they don't know. So they collected those items to be learned without knowing anything about those things. It takes 9 months for clown pirates to explore those 13 islands. So with this, they've finished exploring New World. There might be more islands in New World they haven't visited, but at least they've visited all islands pointed by log pose in the whole Grand Line now. They are the first known crew in history to ever do that. Even Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates haven't visited every island pointed out by log pose. But Clown Pirates have visited every island pointed by log pose in Paradise and New World. Their next agenda is to explore Calm Belt. No one has done it before even though there are people who tried it. At the very least, they never heard of anyone who succeeded to explore Calm Belt. It's either no one really succeeded, or there's no record of it. It doesn't matter though, they want to do it, so they will do it for their own satisfaction. They don't do it to compete with others, they are just very curious and like to visit new places and experience new things. They just like adventure more than achievements. But for now, they are returning to their main base to rest. They need to make preparations to explore Calm Belt too because it might be the hardest sea to explore. Nothing is known about Calm Belt except that there's no wind and current there, and it is filled with massive and strong sea kings. They don't even know how to find islands in Calm Belt. There is no trustworthy map of Calm Belt, so it's a blind exploration. The only good thing is normal compass works there. So navigating will be easier than it is in Grand Line where only log pose works. The crew reaches their main base a few days after leaving the last island on this journey. They sailed slowly because they weren't in a rush. But some people aren't happy because they have waited for the crew in the main base for quite a long time. "Oh, you guys are here," says Buggy nonchalantly while cleaning his red nose by rubbing it using a towel like a ball. "Is that it? We haven't met for a long time, but you just greet us like that?" asks Alan in protest. The ones who have waited for them are their apprentices who have made their own crew. These youngsters have finally arrived in Clownland after almost 3 years since they part ways with the crew. So it's almost 2 years since they started sailing as a crew. They've made names for themselves in the last 2 years and even called the best rookie crew by most people. The clown pirates always get informed about them, so the crew always knew where the youngsters were. Their crew, the Legend Pirates, have the highest total bounty among all rookie pirate crews in Grand Line. Even just the 4 apprentices have a total bounty of 1,929 million belly. That's already higher than any rookie pirate crew even when their other members' bounties haven't been counted yet. Captain Acidic Allen, 642 million. Jack the Destroyer, 544 million. Guardian Beast Yamato, 398 million. Evil Princess Elin, 345 million. The 4 of them already have bounties of the same levels as many veteran pirates. Well, they really stand out and their statuses as clown pirates' apprentices make them bigger threats to the world government, that's why they can get such high bounties. What do you expect from a greeting? I'm hugging you while crying, then we talk about what we've done when we were far apart? Hell nah, I won't do it, says Buggy. You can at least give a warmer welcome, says Yamato while pouting. Then how about a spar? I'm sure we'll get warmer immediately, says Buggy while smirking. The youngsters flinch when they hear Buggy's suggestion. Luckily, Mantis comes to save them by slapping Buggy's head from behind. Don't tease the kids too much, says Mantis. Mantis-san, says Elin excitedly as she runs to hug Mantis. Come on. Don't call us kids. We are adults now, says Alan in protest. Ha, you'll always be kids in my eyes. Let's go to a good place to talk. I'm sure you have some stories to tell, says Mantis while taking Elin and Yamato away, leaving Buggy who is still rubbing his head because it still hurts. Buggy then stands and says, well, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 387, Legend Pirates. Currently, the clown pirates are having a party with legend pirates. They haven't met with their apprentices' crewmates at all, after all. So they are very curious to see what kind of people Alan and Co recruited. All of them are young and the oldest is Alan, which is 22Y.0 now. So they are just a bunch of teenagers in the eyes of clown pirates. Their achievements are great for their ages, but they still have long ways to go. Buggy is surprised by something else though. He sees a little girl and a little boy among Legend Pirates members. Their identities surprise Buggy a little because he never thought that they will join Legend Pirates. The 2 kids that surprise Buggy are Ultai and Page 1. He doesn't know what kind of fate made this happen, but the 2 siblings now join Kaido's daughter, Yamato's crew. They are just 13 and 11 now, but Buggy knows they have the potential to be very powerful in the future. I thought those devil fruits would fall on others' hands. But maybe these two are fated to get those two fruits. I never believed in fate, but this is surely interesting, thinks Buggy while smirking. The clown pirates found many devil fruits when they explored New World. The Caribbean also found many devil fruits and sell a lot that gets approved by Buggy. Among all those fruits, Buggy has just received 2 ancient Zoan fruits. Dragon fruit, model, Spinosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus. Those are the fruits that get eaten by Ulti and page 1. Buggy didn't find them in Beast's Pirate's stash, so Kaido must have hadn't found them, and he just got them by luck through the Caribbean. It's interesting how Ulti and page 1 appear after he got the fruits. Maybe the fruits are waiting for them or something along that line, but he doesn't care much. He just keeps looking at legend pirates that have 30 members and 8 of them have bounties on their heads. Captain Acidic Allen, 642 million. Jack the Destroyer, 544 million. Guardian Beast Yamato, 398 million. Evil Princess Elin, 345 million. Heavy Boxer Allison, 96 million. Happy Feet William, 89 million. Gunslinger Taylor, 78 million. Narcissistic Guy Radin, 69 million. The other 4's bounties are very low compared to the 4 apprentices. Well, their power is also low compared to the 4 apprentices. They are strong for rookies, but the 4 apprentices are monstrous, and they get overshadowed. Luckily, they aren't people who care about how high their bounties are. They care more about fighting strong people and getting stronger. Almost all their members joined the crew for that same reason, after all. Most of them joined the crew after getting defeated by the 4 apprentices very easily. Alan and Co, who saw their potential, offered them to join the crew by promising that they would fight strong opponents and get stronger. The ones who agreed joined the crew and formed the current legend pirates. Unlike clown pirates who like adventuring more than fighting, the legend pirates only like fighting, except for Elin. For clown pirates, fighting abilities are needed to help their adventure. But for legend pirates, fighting is their way of living. These youngsters are hot-blooded and they are fearless. Their thirst for battle is something that the clown pirates have never seen before, because after the party, all members of legend pirates, except for Elin, are challenging clown pirates to fight. Oh ho, interesting. Lord, I will do it, says Enel. Sure, let's see how much the little ones have improved. But you know, right, Enel? Asks Buggy. Enel smirks and says, no worries, I don't kill kids. Come on, you DIP's hits. Let's take it outside. The other clown pirates sweat drop hearing Enel's contradictory sentences. Only you? Damn, you're looking down on us, says Allison, one of Legend Pirates' members. Enel just smirks and says, you'll see if it's me or you who look down on the other. Alan, Jack, and Yamato don't say anything and just agree to face Enel together. Their crewmates don't have any choice but to follow their captain's choice. They go out to open ground and get ready to fight. The clown pirates are watching them from the side while betting. But instead of betting for the winner, they bet on how long the kids will last. None of them doubts Enel's victory, after all. It's just a matter of time for him to win. Everyone gets silent before the Battle of Legend Pirates vs Enel starts. All Legend Pirates members who participate rush to Enel together. Enel just smirks while spinning his gold staff and waits for them. Alan, Jack, and Yamato arrive first and they attack him from 3 sides. But he calmly evades all their attacks and hits them lightly with his gold staff. They defend themselves, but they still get flung quite fast, which surprises their crewmates who know their power well. Enel then faces the other legend pirates who finally arrive. Some of them who use guns shoot him from afar, but he can evade all their shots with ease. He evades the bullets while attacking the other legend pirates members. The clown pirates watch as Enel fights the legend pirates by using just his battle skills. He doesn't use his devil fruit ability or even his observation haki actively. His lightning devil fruit still affects his physical power, but he doesn't make lightning attacks, which means he doesn't use it actively. The passive effects make him faster though. He is the embodiment of fast itself, so even without using observation haki, Enel still can evade every attack sent by the legend pirates. His attacks are also very fast that no one in legend pirates can evade or block them properly. Even Alan, Jack, and Yamato who can use observation haki proficiently are helpless against Enel's speed. Their armament haki also can't defend his attacks that don't even use haki or lightning power. Just his basic abilities are enough to overwhelm the legend pirates. Now, none of the legend pirates members look down on this fight again. After all, none of them succeeds to land even one attack on Enel while they get beaten a lot. So they take this fight very seriously now even though it still hasn't changed the result. One by one, legend pirates members fall to the ground, defeated. In the end, only Alan, Jack, and Yamato left. But they've got beaten up quite badly and it will be hard for them to continue fighting. Both Jack and Yamato are already in their full Zoan forms, and Alan always uses his acid devil fruit, but they still couldn't scratch Enel at all. "Are you done, kids?" asks Enel haughtily. "We can still go," says Alan as blood drips from his face. The three of them attack Enel again and Enel faces them quite seriously now. These three have been together for years and their teamwork is very good. But even great teamwork is nothing in the face of the overwhelming power shown by Enel. Enel is the fourth strongest in clown pirates, so his power is very great. He can even stop Big Mom or Whitebeard by himself if he is serious even if winning is difficult. That's why these kids aren't a threat to him and he defeats them easily. No way. Those three get defeated that easily. They couldn't even scratch him, says Taylor with a shocked tone. That's why I told you that it's not me who looked down on you. It's you who looked down on me, says Enel while grinning as he stands near the defeated trio. The legend pirates have defeated many veteran pirates. But those veterans were just pirates who have sailed for a long time and are a little strong. The clown pirates are on whole different levels compared to those guys because they are standing on top of this world's power. Then the rookies look at Buggy at the same time. If Enel is already this strong, they can't even imagine how strong Buggy is. Buggy just grins while looking at them. This is a very good lesson for these kids for them to be ready for the world level. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 388, Before starting. Their overwhelming defeat from Enel makes the legend pirates down for a while. Alan and Co knew they still couldn't win, but they are still frustrated because they couldn't hit Enel even once. Enel is indeed fast, but it's still unbelievable that they couldn't touch him at all. The clown pirates let the youngsters on their own and just do their business. They need to take care of a few things and prepare for their next journey. The clown pirates won't take a break now because they've just done it. So they will start their Calm Belt exploration as soon as possible. But before going to Calm Belt, there is an agenda that Buggy needs to do. He wants to fight Whitebeard before starting his new journey. Whitebeard is still healthy enough and his power is still great. He is 65 years old now, which is even younger than the Big Mom that Straw Hats fight in the series. Whitebeard is still in his prime now and his illness hasn't appeared, so it's a good time for Buggy to challenge him. In One Piece world, the age system is different from Earth. While people on Earth reach their peaks of physical power at 20 to 40, the people in this world reach their peaks at 50 to 70. The best examples are Kaido, Big Mom, and the admirals in the series who are in their 50s and 60s when Straw Hats meet them. This world's people also can live longer than Earth's people, after all. An example is Dr. Kurha who has passed 130 in the series. It's uncommon, but there must be more people like her in this world. Whitebeard could still have most of his power or even still on his peak in the series if not for his illness. The main reason for Whitebeard's power decline is his illness, not age. That's why right now, Buggy wants to fight peak Whitebeard before it's too late. Is everything ready? Asks Buggy while looking at his ship in the port. Yes, my lord, says Della while bowing. Buggy is used to being called Lord and his crew is also used to calling him that. So he ignores it and just nods before ordering his crew to prepare to sail right away. The legend pirates watch as clown pirates just treat this as another day after defeating them so easily. Are they really going on a war with Whitebeard pirates? Asks Radin, a narcissistic guy with a 69 million bounty. Not really a war, but yet. The Lord will duel against Whitebeard, but a battle of two cruise captains is the same as a war. If something happens, then it can lead to a full-scale war, says Elon. Febol.cm. A war of two pirate crews at that level, just how big and destructive it will be? Asks William, a real tap dancer who fights with his legs. It's something beyond our imagination, says Alan. Haven't you witnessed it when you guys were still apprentices on their ship? Asks Allison, a very big and muscular guy, even bigger than Jack. Well, we have never seen the Lord fight Whitebeard in a real war. So we don't know how it will turn out, says Yamato. We'll find it in the news soon, so there's no need to ponder it too much now. Let's just enjoy our time here before resuming our journey too. We need to get stronger if we want to stand on the same ground as those monsters, says Alan. His crewmates agree because now they know that they are still weak in this world. They need to get stronger and the best way they know is by fighting against stronger people. So they'll target veteran pirates again. The clown pirates leave Clownland after talking with the youngsters for a while. They go to Whitebeard Pirate's location by following a Vivra card. Buggy pluck a strand of Whitebeard's hair in their last meeting when they were drunk and he made a Vivra card with it. They arrive in 2 days and Moby Dick is just floating on the sea right now. Whitebeard pirates often just stay on the sea like this, making them quite difficult to find. That's why Buggy made a Vivra card to find Whitebeard despite the old man's annoyance. Tisk, you are disturbing my relaxing time, says Whitebeard annoyedly while drinking alcohol on his seat as he sees Buggy just get on his ship without permission. Whitebeard pirates tried to stop him, but their captain stopped them. You are relaxing too much, says Buggy while throwing a barrel of alcohol at Whitebeard. The old man catches it and asks, "What do you want, kid?" "Let's fight, old man," says Buggy blatantly. "This again? I told you I'm not interested," says Whitebeard. "It doesn't matter. You don't have any choice, after all," says Buggy while unsheathing his swords. All Whitebeard Pirates members flinch and their captain also frowns while looking at Buggy. Now they all know that Buggy is serious about his challenge. In the past, he would always agree to not fight if Whitebeard refused, but it's different now. "What's the rush, kid?" asks Whitebeard. "Well, I've finished exploring Grand Line and will start a new expedition. So it's the best time to fight you because I won't have time after this," says Buggy. Whitebeard is surprised and he asks, "You've finished? Even Laughtail?" "Nope, not Laughtail. I still haven't planned to go there yet. The best food needs to be eaten last. Besides, someone needs to go there first, and I'm more interested in unexplored places rather than Laughtail," says Buggy. "Still, it means you haven't finished exploring Grand Line," says Whitebeard. "Maybe, but it doesn't matter either way. I've decided that it's enough exploring Grand Line now, so it's finished already. Stop asking and just fight me, Whitebeard. This might be our last chance to fight properly," says Buggy while pointing his sword at Whitebeard. "What do you mean by that?" asks Whitebeard while raising an eyebrow. "You are getting older and you will get weaker fast when the time comes. I can even see some white strands of your hair. So this might be my last chance fighting the prime Whitebeard," says Buggy. Whitebeard seems pissed by that and says, "Weakening. So that's your reason? It seems you have forgotten who I am. Whitebeard grabs his bicento and stands up before slamming his bicento's handle on the floor strongly. Bam! I am Whitebeard, shouts Whitebeard as he swings his bicento toward Buggy with a hand. Buggy also swings his left sword and blocks Whitebeard's attack. Both of their attacks clash and everyone there flinches as they feel the power of the clash. A silent shockwave spreads all over the place and they all see the cloud gets split like when Whitebeard clashes against Shanks. Both of them don't continue their fight though. They just stay still while pushing each other before deciding to stop. Whitebeard puts his bicento down and Buggy sheaths his sword in their scabbards again. Marco, let's go to an empty island. I will give this kid a lesson, says Whitebeard. Buggy grins and turns around. He walks away while saying, that lesson, I will gladly take it, if you can really give it to me. Let's see if it's me or you who will be taught something. Humph, just prepare your crew well, kid. This will be a real war, says Whitebeard. Buggy is quite surprised, but then he grins even wider. Those bastards will be very happy by this. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 389, Shattering the World. A war between 2 giant crews is going to happen after a long time. The Marines and world government are on high alert right now because they always keep tabs on the emperors. They almost missed this war because they always missed clown pirates' movements. But Buggy's brief clash against Whitebeard caused an impact too big to be unnoticed. It could even be seen from some islands nearby. Of course, the Marines would investigate it and they found out about the war. So they followed both crews and now they are staying near an uninhabited island. There are 3 ships led by a vice admiral and 2 rear admirals. All of them have been ordered to just observe from afar and prohibited from going anywhere near the island because none of them will be able to handle the impact of the war. Just as they start observing, they suddenly hear an earth-shattering sound. Then a strong shockwave moves across the sea and hits their ship, pushing them back a little. Birds and animals' cries can be heard even from their positions. What was that? Asks a marine soldier with a terrified expression. Look well, kiddo, this is the reason why we were ordered to keep our distance from the war. The 2 people who caused that can destroy us just by fighting among themselves. This is the power of individuals who compete for the title of the strongest man in the world, says the old vice admiral. Even the rear admirals are shaking in fear after feeling that shockwave. They can't even imagine how strong the clash was to cause such an impact. All of them are very glad they don't get any closer to the island now. On the island, Buggy and Whitebeard have started their battle. They moved first, ahead of their crew members because this war is theirs. There's no point in sending their crew members first before they make their moves. It will just prolong the war and give the Marines a chance to interrupt. Their clash destroyed the landscape around them even though they haven't gone all out. Even their crew members who have lived with them for years need to stay far away from them. Buggy and Whitebeard fight on another side of the island while their crew will fight on the other side. The Marine fleet stays on the side where the crew will fight. But the impact still reached them and even terrified them. So the crew members can feel an even greater impact that even made some of them fall from the tremor. Guerrera, you've really improved, Red-Nose Kid, says Whitebeard with a sinister grin. Buggy also grins and says, you haven't declined too, old man. I'm very relieved now. You are now the only one who can be the benchmark for my goal to surpass Captain Roger's power. As I thought, that's your objective all this time. I've interacted a lot with you to know that you aren't the type to just challenge people mindlessly like Kaido. So you want to surpass Roger. Roger isn't here anymore, so you are using his rivals to see if you have surpasses him. Kaido, Sengoku, Garp, Shiki, and now me. I don't know why you leave Linlin out of your list, but this is very interesting, says Whitebeard while grinning. I have another plan for that hag, and for me, you are the best benchmark. I've seen Captain Roger defeat the others, but you and Garp were the only ones he couldn't defeat completely, says Buggy. You have defeated Garp, so now I'm the only one left to defeat, is it? Aren't you being too much for this old body, kid? Asks Whitebeard. Too much? It only happens because you kept refusing my challenges, says Buggy. I just didn't want to play games, says Whitebeard. Buggy grins and says, then let's start this game that you've finally chosen to play. They stop their chit-chat because they've heard the sound of battles from the other side. Their crews have started fighting, so they need to begin theirs too. They get ready again and now they will fight seriously. Both of them coat their weapons with armament haki as they get into their battle stances. They stay silent for a while before they rush at each other. In just a second, they've reached each other and swung their sword at each other. Their weapons almost hit each other but stopped just a few inches before touching them. Black lightning-like effect sparks between their weapons and spread around them. They are using high-level advanced haki that shakes the entire island and the sea around it. The ground gets destroyed, trees get uprooted, and even the clouds are dispersing. Their clash's impact is greater than before and it shakes the world quite literally. Whitebeard's quake power and Buggy's splitting power are clashing and creating great destruction. Both of them get pushed back quite far and almost fall on their backs. They grin widely and rush toward each other again to continue their battle. They clash again, but now their weapons are touching and they keep swinging their weapons with deadly blows. The crew members who fight on another side of the island can't fight properly because the ground keeps shaking violently. The ground is cracking frequently, making them can't stand properly, not to mention fighting. They sigh and look at each other before nodding in unison. Let's just stop. We can't do a proper war like this, says Marco. Yeah, let's just drink, says Cricket. The crews return to their ships and then the clown pirates go to Moby Dick while carrying some barrels of alcohol. They all drink together and just chit-chat like old friends. It's an unreal scene that won't be anywhere. The crews are drinking while their captains are trying to kill each other. Even the Marines are speechless by this scene that they see through their scopes. They've never seen anything like this in their whole lives. Vice Admiral, says a Marine captain with a stunned expression. Don't ask anything, says the old Vice Admiral. They shut their mouths and just keep observing the pirates who are laughing on Moby Dick as the world is shaking. No one knows what to say, so they just watch. They don't even know what they need to report to their higher UPS because this is just too absurd. Meanwhile, on the island, Buggy and Whitebeard are still attacking each other with their deadly skills. Buggy coats his attacks with his splitting power while Whitebeard coats his attacks with quake power. Their abilities are flying everywhere and destroying their surroundings. The trees and ground are cracking, jolting, and crumbling because of Whitebeard's power. They also get cut by Buggy's splitting power that flies everywhere like blades. The whole island gets leveled in a short time, but only the Marines are shocked by this. Buggy and Whitebeard are standing quite far from each other now. They've pushed each other in their last all-out attacks. But they don't immediately fight again and just stand in their positions to catch their break. As I thought, I still can't cut Tremor, or should I say, Force, says Buggy while grinning. Don't be greedy, brat. Not everything in this world can be cut. Even if you manage to cut Force, there are still things you can't cut, says Whitebeard with an unpleased tone. You've really got old, Whitebeard. Devil Fruit's ability is something beyond our imagination. Its power depends on the user. It might be limitless if the user is very proficient at utilizing his Devil Fruit ability, says Buggy while grinning. Whitebeard still has that displeased look as he says, I don't like that grin on your face. It's like you are saying you will be able to cut anything. Can you cut even time? Buggy gets ready to fight again and says, I don't want to say I can't. It will limit my growth because I will think that I've reached my limit. I like to think that my ability can still grow, so I will be able to keep growing. Whitebeard just scoffs, crazy bastard. I can say that you have surpassed Roger in terms of craziness. I will take that as a compliment, says Buggy before attacking Whitebeard again. Their world-shattering battle still hasn't ended yet. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 390, Old G vs New G. Buggy's battle against Whitebeard continues, and it gets even bigger now. They are destroying the island slowly and even threatening the surrounding islands with the effects of their battle. The strong impacts of their battle are reaching nearby islands, after all. Massive waves, strong shock waves, and tremors are the main effects that reach the islands. People even start evacuating from their islands to avoid unwanted results. That's just how scary their battle is to normal people. But their crews are still chilling on Moby Dick while watching them fight. They have stopped fighting completely because their captain's battle is disrupting them. So now they just watch while cheering on their captains. They are still on high alert though, because they are staying very close to the sources of this catastrophe. No one in the crew is confident they can handle the direct impact of this battle. So they need to stay alert and prepare to leave anytime. Buggy and Whitebeard are exchanging deadly moves one after another. They use everything they have in every clash. Physical power, devil fruit abilities, all 3 types of haki, battle skills, instinct, everything. They squeeze themselves to let out every bit of their power now. Whitebeard is grinning widely all the time because he enjoys this so much. No one has given him such a fight since his last battle against Roger. Buggy is also very excited though, because he finally can fight the man who leads this era alone. What's wrong, kid? Your blows are getting weaker, says Whitebeard while grinning. Isn't it your sense that becomes duller, old man? You can't even tell that my attacks are getting stronger and stronger, says Buggy while grinning too. Oh, my bad, it's my attacks that get stronger, so yours feel weaker, says Whitebeard while slashing his bicento down. See? You are getting senile now, geezer, says Buggy while swinging his swords up in a cross shape. Both Buggy's and Whitebeard's weapons are coated by haki and their devil fruit abilities. Their attacks hit each other despite their weapons aren't touching each other. They are really using all their power in this clash now. Everyone can feel a very strong pressure falling upon them. Even those with great power and conqueror haki like Cricket get overwhelmed by this pressure. This is not just the effect of the conqueror haki clash, this is an effect of the world collapsing. Even the Marines who stay far enough feel this super strong pressure. The weaker members of Marines and pirate crews are falling one by one from the pressure. Even the stronger members and executives are having a hard time holding themselves straight. The island can't even hold the effect of their clash anymore. Everything on Buggy's side is getting cut into cubes as if this is Minecraft. While everything on Whitebeard's side is getting destroyed into rubble. The island is collapsing and it will truly become uninhabitable after this. Damn, this is ridiculous. Something like this comes from 2 men. Asks Enel in disbelief. Yeah, this is very unbelievable. This might be the first time Pops used this much power in his whole life. At the very least, this is the most powerful battle he ever did since I joined his crew, says Vista. I also never saw our captain use this much power, and I am his first mate, says Cricket. It seems they are surpassing their limits in this battle. Damn, I can't believe he is younger than me, Yoi, says Marco. Everyone looks at the battle again and sees that the only place left intact is where the 2 monsters clash just now. Other places have been destroyed and they are sinking as seawater fills the gaps between the destroyed ground parts. Both Buggy and Whitebeard look at each other with menacing grins. Then blood comes out of Buggy's nostrils and Whitebeard's mouth. Their bodies have been injured even though none of their attacks truly landed on their opponents. It's just that the effects of their clashes are too great even for them. They are the ones causing all those destructions, so they are actually the closest to the source of destruction, their clashes. So their bodies received all the impacts of their clashes directly. Both of them are even staggering because they are getting tired and their bodies are damaged. They are the embodiment of the saying of their bodies can't match their talents. They are too powerful even for their bodies, which doesn't make sense but strangely happens. You look tired, old man. Why don't you stop now? Asks Buggy while grinning. Ha, you wish, says Whitebeard firmly. Both of them continue their battle and none of them are avoiding each other's attacks. The Clown and Whitebeard pirates know that their captains are enjoying this battle so much because they only try to overpower each other instead of just trying to win this battle. If they want to win, then they will need to evade their opponent's attacks and counter. But they don't do it and just keep clashing directly. They fight something people called a men's battle by not avoiding each other's attacks and taking everything head-on. It's a high-risk battle, but it's also the most satisfying battle. Besides, every battle they have is a high-risk battle because they always put their lives on the line. But there's no battle more satisfying than this kind of battle for them. Both of them are standing on top of this world's power. So for them, this kind of battle is the most appropriate to decide the winner because the result of this battle will become the true strongest man in the world, and maybe the strongest living being alive. Big names all over the world have heard about this battle. So their attention is now drawn to it and they keep observing the battle through their men. They can't watch the battle, but they try their best to keep updated because the result of this battle will decide this era's direction. The new generation born in the great age of pirates who grew in power very fast vs the old generation who conquered the sea even before the great age of pirates are fighting to decide who will be the one ruling this great era of pirates. But Buggy and Whitebeard, who become the center of attention, don't care about such a thing. They only enjoy their battle because this is one of the greatest battles in their whole lives. For them who enjoy battles, this is also one of the best moments in their lives. They keep attacking and taking each other's attacks without taking any step back. None of them can overpower the other yet. They stay equal for quite a long time and it makes everyone else wonder where their energy and power come from because they seem endless. But everything will surely come to an end, including their seemingly endless battle. Buggy and Whitebeard have been clashing for a whole day with the same intensity without catching any break between. They are tired and injured badly, but they are still as powerful as when they have just started. However, their age difference can't be hidden and their desire to win this battle is also different. Buggy has more desire because of his young blood and he is braver to use deadlier or riskier attacks. It doesn't mean Whitebeard doesn't have a great desire to win, but Buggy's desire is just stronger because this is his ambition for years. The fire in Buggy's eyes is stronger and it makes him able to release more power in their next clash. Buggy and Whitebeard use all their power and skills in this clash. They get into a stalemate, but then Whitebeard's hands are pushed a little. That little push becomes a game changer though because it breaks Whitebeard's momentum. Buggy uses this chance and squeezes everything left in him. Whitebeard tries to hold it, but he fails, and Buggy's attack passes through. His twin Kopis swords cut through Whitebeard's bicento that gets coated by the old man's devil fruit ability. The two swords keep moving in opposite directions after cutting the bicento. Silence falls in the battleground before suddenly Whitebeard's body gets cut in half. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 391, The Strongest. Whitebeard pirates are shocked when they see their captain's body gets cut in half. Without any hesitation, they jump out of their ship and rush toward Whitebeard. They all are panicking while the clown pirates are just smiling excitedly because of their captain's victory. Pops! Shouts Whitebeard pirates with panicked tones. Stand back! Shouts Whitebeard, who has been cut in half. His upper body had fallen on the ground, but his lower body is still standing firmly. There's no blood from the cut that Buggy made because it was caused by Buggy's awakened devil fruit ability. So Whitebeard is still alive even though his body is getting separated. I am still alive because of this kid's ridiculous devil fruit ability. Go back to the ship. I need to talk with the kid, says Whitebeard while raising his upper body with his hands. His crew members are very relieved to see him alive. They were panicking so much they forgot that Buggy's devil fruit ability to cut things is unique because it doesn't make his enemies bleed, so they won't die unless Buggy releases his power and make the cut into a real wound. Help me up, kid. You win this, so let's stop all of this, says Whitebeard before sighing. Buggy grins and reattaches Whitebeard's body by floating the upper body. He attaches it to the lower body and Whitebeard returns to normal again. The old man looks at his bicento, which has been cut in half too in size. Damn, Murakumagari is one of 12 supreme grade blades. You've just cut one of the 12 best blades in the world. Do you know how expensive this is? Asks Whitebeard annoyedly, but there's a clear sign of astonishment in his voice. 12 supreme grade blades are the highest ranked blades. They are the best blades ever created so far and are wielded by the best users who can show their full potential. So it's not just a matter of the blade's qualities, but also the user's qualities. Yoru wasn't a supreme grade blade, but after my hawk made it into a black sword and he became the best swordsman in the world, Yoru's rank rose to supreme grade. The same goes for Whitebeard's Murakumagari and Roger's ace. Those blades have been used by great users and clashed against other great blades. They have helped their users reach the peak, and that's why they could become the 12 supreme grade blades. Their users' achievements are the exact reason why Odin's Inma and Ama no Habakari could only become 21 great grade blades. It's because he couldn't reach Roger's and Whitebeard's level using those two swords, even though those two have ridiculous power and didn't lose from Ace and Murakumagari in qualities. Their users' power and achievements were just different. It seems we will have 2 new swords in the 12 supreme grade blades, says Whitebeard with the same annoyed tone while reattaching his bicento. That will be great. Damn, my hawk has made his big ass sword rise to that rank. I felt like I'm being left behind even though we still haven't found the winner of our rivalry, says Buggy. You surely can win now, says Whitebeard. Well, I would always win if I use all my power, but that's not how our duel works. Me and him are just competing in our swordsmanship. We have even stopped using advanced haki and only use normal armament haki to protect our swords from getting damaged. It's just a pure swordsmanship duel now, says Buggy. Tisk, no wonder you struggled that much against him. Whatever, you have defeated me, now tell me what you want. The winner of 2 pirate captains' battle can take everything from the loser, after all, says Whitebeard. This is all I need, I just wanted to fight you and see if I can surpass Captain Roger, says Buggy. Whitebeard sighs and says, in terms of power, I can say that you have surpassed Roger in his prime even by a small margin. I might have gotten older, but I can remember Roger's power vividly to this day. You can show it to Rayleigh if you don't believe me, says Whitebeard. Sure, I'm going to visit him after this anyway, says Buggy while sitting on the ground. Gururera, he will be surprised, the whole world will be surprised by this, says Whitebeard. Why are you so happy after losing a battle? Asks Buggy while lying on the ground. Let's just say I'm happy seeing someone replace me holding a burden. And I'm glad that it's you because I know what will happen if Linlin takes it. I'd rather give it to you than Linlin because, at the very least, you know the importance of people's lives, says Whitebeard. Hey? What are you talking about? Asks Buggy confusedly. He is genuinely confused right now. Gururera, you will understand soon. Just enjoy your title as the strongest man in the world. I, Edward Newgate, acknowledge you to be stronger than me and Pirate King Roger, says Whitebeard while slamming his bicento to the ground. Buggy just raises an eyebrow because it feels like he is doing an inauguration ceremony that he never needed. He doesn't need acknowledgement because he is satisfied by knowing that he has succeeded. As long as he knows it, then no one's opinion matters to him. Even without Whitebeard's acknowledgement, Buggy already knows that he has surpassed Roger's power. He has defeated Garp and Whitebeard by himself. It makes him at the same level as Roger, but Whitebeard's acknowledgement just makes him more sure. The whole world finally knows about the battle the next day. It's such big news that every news agency put the topic of Buggy and Whitebeard on every page of their newspapers. Their headlines are the same, the result of the battle between the two emperors. With Whitebeard's defeat, the world finally acknowledges Buggy as the new strongest man in the world, replacing Whitebeard. No one ever expected that someone would take that title from Whitebeard, who is still hanging on his prime power. It reminds them that Buggy has defeated Sengoku and Garp, who were helped by some other strong vice admiral alone. They aren't sure why he didn't fight Whitebeard earlier, but this battle makes them realize that his victory over Garp and Sengoku wasn't a stroke of mere luck. A great feat after another, Buggy and his crew always surprised the world since the start of this great age of pirates. They are the sources of fear and astonishment for people all over the world. They rose so fast, reaching this point where they are said to be the strongest. Everyone now wonders what the world government and marine do to let this happen. It's like they never do anything significant, which let the pirates rampage as they please all over the world. They couldn't even prevent the big wars and events that clown pirates initiated all these years till the crew reached this point. People are blaming the world government and the marine, resulting in a massive change in the marine body. Kong is relieved from his duty as the fleet admiral and Sengoku replaces him. The positions of admiral are given to Kuzan and Borsellino. Sakazuki was planned to fill that position when the time comes, but he was killed by Buggy. They still couldn't find anyone worthy of that position, and Garp still refuses. So they left it empty for now while searching for someone worthy, because the position of admiral has very great responsibilities. The world government also does a few things to increase its power. But none of it bothers clown pirates, who enjoy a big party with Whitebeard pirates now. They were going for each other's throats before, but now they hold a party like best friends. "Go celebrate it among yourselves, you damn brats," says Whitebeard annoyedly. "Don't be like that, old man. You need to celebrate that you are still alive too, ha ha ha," says Buggy happily. Whitebeard gets pissed and almost attacks Buggy again, but his crewmates stop him because of his injuries. So he just sits again and sighs because this scene is ridiculous even for him. "Sigh, it makes me want to retire." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 392, 5 billion. The party with Whitebeard pirates ends after a day, and the clown pirates finally can start their journey again. They are going to explore Calm Belt now, so they go to Paradise because the first part of Calm Belt they'll explore is the one separating East Blue and Paradise. Buggy's journey started on East Blue, so he will start his Calm Belt exploration from East Blue's side too. Then he will go to North Blue's side, West Blue's side, and lastly South Blue's side. The order is just like when he explored the Blues with his crew. On their way to Twin Cape, where they'll start their new exploration, they receive big news that once again shakes the world. Buggy gets a new bounty, and it's something that takes the world's attention because it is the 3rd bounty in history that surpasses 5 billion after Roger and Whitebeard. Clown Lord Buggy, 5.1 billion. Buggy's new bounty is more than Whitebeard, but not by much because Whitebeard's bounty is 5.046 billion. It is still lower than Roger's bounty too. Roger's last bounty was 5,564,800,000 belly, which is also the highest bounty for a pirate in history. It is very difficult to surpass Roger's bounty because one doesn't only need power to rival Roger, but one also needs to achieve something bigger, which is the most difficult thing to do. Even Whitebeard can't close that 500 million gap with Roger solely because of his lower achievements that threaten the world government. Even so, surpassing 5 billion is also very difficult in itself because only 2 people known in history ever get that before Buggy. But now, there are only 2 people alive with bounties higher than 5 billion. Buggy is the highest bounty holder now, so he is the world government's #1 enemy now. It doesn't faze him at all though, he is very happy instead because he just broke a record. Not only he surpassed 5 billion, but he also surpassed Whitebeard's bounty. It's a very great achievement for him, so he immediately holds a party with his crewmates while still sailing toward Twin Cape. The celebration for Buggy's new bounty also happens on Clown Land and Clown Pirates territories. Their families and friends are also excited by this. Well, except for those who get more worried because now the Clown Pirates will surely face harder challenges. Too bad though, those harder challenges never reached the Clown Pirates because they disappear after Buggy's new bounty got released. They have entered Combelt without the world government or Marine's knowledge. Only a few people know about this and no one spreads it, so the world doesn't know where they've gone. Having a new bounty excites Buggy a lot, but exploring a new place is even more exciting for an adventurer like him. After all, this is a place no one has fully explored, and there's no known record about Combelt, so they really start a new history. Well, maybe there were people in the past who have attempted it. But there's no record left, so it's better to think that their crew will be the first. It is more exciting to think that way rather than thinking that others have done it before them. So, how will we find the first island? Asks Jude. You are the navigator, think of something, says Enel. Don't be like that. I just want to know everyone's opinion, says Jude. Well, let's go around in a zigzag pattern along the Combelt line. This sea is not that wide compared to Grand Line, not to mention the 4 blues. As long as we move in the path that allows us to see the border of what we saw in our previous path, then we will be able to see every inch of Combelt. The compass works well except for the area near Grand Line, so we should be able to do that, says Dion. So you want to see the entirety of Combelt? Asks Cricket. Yeah, that's the only way to find islands here because there's no trusted map of this place, says Dion. Will our supply suffice though? Moving around like that will take time which will affect our needs. Also, we will keep using our engines because there's no wind here. So energy is also a problem that we need to think of, says Palu. They keep discussing while Buggy is just looking at them with a pissed expression. Are you still going to talk about those things? I thought we have talked about this and we were done already. So why are you repeating this discussion? Everyone looks at him and says, we just want to make sure. Making sure? For the 11th time? Asks Buggy rather pissedly. Hey, this is quite nerve-wracking. There's not enough information about this place and it is the den of monsters, says Mantis. Yeah, but we've talked about this for years and planned this for months. You should be prepared for it. Besides, we've gone through Combelt many times, says Buggy. Those were just passing by. But we will basically live here now, it's different, says Della. Different? There's nothing different here. It's the same as when we passed through it back and forth. Stop your bullshits and start working. We will adapt soon anyway, so there's no need to be overly worried about this, says Buggy pissedly. Everyone boos him while they scatter to do their jobs. They start moving again by using their ship's engines because there's no wind here. There are no waves too, so the only sounds they heard are the sounds on their ship like the engines and their voices. Buggy admits that it's a very strange feeling because they are used to hearing the sound of waves and wind. But there's no wind or waves here, so those familiar sounds are nowhere to be heard. So to break that strange feeling, Buggy orders Brooke's team to start playing. Some music will lighten the heavy mood caused by the silence of the sea. The loud music might attract the giant sea kings, but no one here is worried about such things even if tens of those sea kings appear. Then, it really happens. 8 giant sea kings suddenly come out of the calm sea and raise their heads high. The sea kings are surprised to see a ship and people there because they couldn't sense anything as the ship's bottom is coated by sea stone. They look down on the ship and the happy pirates who ignore them even when they've appeared. Sea kings are quite intelligent and they understand many things. So they know very well that they are ignored and it makes them angry because, for them, people are weak and just their prey. They are pissed and immediately attack the Black Pearl. But then they stop just a few meters away from the ship with widened and shivered eyes. They will let out cold sweats if they are hot-blooded creatures, which shows that they are very afraid right now. The cause of their fear is none other than the man sitting on the mast. Cricket is sitting there while smoking because he is tasked to look around now. But then the Sea Kings appeared and suddenly attacked them, so he released his conqueror haki. I'm still being nice now, so fuck off. You will be dead already if it's not me who stops you. Tell your friends to never mess with us while we're here because we won't show mercy next time, says Cricket calmly, but it sounds very terrifying for the Sea Kings. They are intelligent enough to understand Cricket just from his tone and intimidation. So they nod and immediately dive again after Cricket stops his conqueror haki. Cricket has trained his conqueror haki a lot since he awakened it in the war against beast pirates, so now his control is very good because it's been years already. He rarely had the chance to use it, so he is quite happy to use it now. Damn, I should tell those Sea Kings to call their friends so that I can keep using this rarely used haki. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 393, Calm Belt Journey. Their exploration of Calm Belt doesn't start well at all. They haven't found any island even after going around for almost 4 weeks. But they kept getting attacked by Sea Kings that came out every once in a while. The Sea Kings kept attacking even though each one of them get beaten up badly and some even ended up in the pirates' stomachs. Sadly, the Sea Kings' attacks are keeping them from getting too bored. They also do other things like playing games, music, training, sparring, etc. to entertain themselves. But without other people to see, the giant Sea Kings become their only companions besides their crewmates. Luckily, their suffering finally ends after going around without results for 26 days. They find their very first island to visit in this exploration. It's just a small island the size of a small town, but they are still happy to find an island after so long. The clown pirates land on the island and they immediately get out of their ship after dropping the anchor. They all have the same reaction as they immediately lay down on the beach to feel the land that they haven't felt for so long. This is the first time they sail for almost a month without finding any land, after all. Their ship is fast, so they never need this much time to reach an island after leaving one. They can even travel from East Blue to New World in just 3 days, so this is very slow for them. That's why they are very happy to see this small island and they just want to feel the land for now. Even the fishmen are missing the land too because they are fishmen, not fish. They live on the seafloor, which basically is an underwater land, after all. The clown pirates keep rolling on the beach for a rather long time and most of them actually fall asleep. They feel at peace now after finding an island after so long. Even if they are used to sleeping on their ship, sleeping on something unmoving still feels the best. Buggy is also one of the ones who fall asleep on the beach. Well, every man in the crew falls asleep anyway. It's only the women who stay awake because they don't lie on the beach for too long and enjoy it differently from the men. They wake up at night and immediately hold a party to celebrate the finding of this island. They don't even think of what to do next and just want to enjoy this moment. The party lasts the whole night before they finally run out of alcohol, which is a nightmare for pirates like them. No. Our lives! Shouts the boys. What? Asks Jude confusedly. Alcohol is their lives, everything they like is their life. Running out of alcohol is killing them, says Della. They've spent 26 days without being able to refill their alcohol supply. But they keep consuming it while sailing and now at the party. So now they run out of it and they can't buy it here because there's no civilization here. Don't be overdramatic. Just go explore this island and find fruits or grains. We can ferment them and make alcohol, says Mantis. The boys lightened up and immediately takes their stuff before scattering all over the island. It's quite unreal how the boys are so concentrated because they don't want to miss anything. They gather any kind of fruit and grain they find on the island. After a few hours, they return to their ship and give everything they find to Mantis. Mantis tells them to wash and sort the items, which they do without any hesitation. She is the only one who can save them from this nightmare, after all, so they can only do what she asks. After they're done, Mantis tells them to leave and do their jobs, but they are hesitating. Then they ask, when will the alcohol be ready? If you want something at least decent, the fastest is in a week, says Mantis. Their souls immediately leave their bodies when they hear that. Mantis sighs and says, "Sigh, this is not cooking, this is fermentation, so obviously it will take time. You all should know too that the longer alcohol is aged, the better it tastes." The boys are still sulking even if they know that. They will live a week without any alcohol, after all, so it feels like the end for them. But what can they do? It's not like alcohol can just come out of a tree or ground. So they start doing things to distract themselves from the alcohol. They haven't explored the island correctly, so they start by doing that. This is an exploration, after all, so they need to explore the islands they find like true explorers. The boys then start exploring the island and they finish just in a day. It's just a normal island without any strange things like those often found in Grand Line. This is a good starting island for them because they don't need to get through shits on their first island. But they can't hope that other islands in Com Belt will be like this. Even though there's not much information on Com Belt, they still know a few things. Com Belt is like the combination of Blues and Grand Line. They can use a normal compass to navigate here, but the islands also have a magnetic field like those in Grand Line. However, log pose can't be used to go to the next island just because of the magnetic field. Although eternal pose can be used to mark the islands and return to them. There are also many islands here that are absurd like Grand Line's islands. The easiest example is Ruscana Island located near Amazon Lily. It's an island in Com Belt, but it has 48 seasons a year, which is extreme even for Grand Line standards. So the clown pirates are ready to find even more absurd islands than the ones they see in Grand Line. But now, they just need to enjoy the normal first island because they might not find another one on this journey. They stay on the first island for almost 2 weeks because they need to set an eternal pose. Even if it's just a small island, this is still the first island they find in Com Belt. So they want to commemorate it and make an eternal pose of this island. The problem is this island doesn't have a name yet, at least not to their knowledge. So they need to name it and they discuss it all night because they can't really find a good name for it. Until finally they decide on a name after getting too tired of thinking. One island, everyone agrees. Asks the sleepy Buggy. Yeah, replies everyone with low energy as they are sleepy too. All right, says Buggy before he falls asleep, followed by everyone else. One island, a simple name they've decided just because they can't think of anything else already. But it doesn't sound weird, so they are satisfied with it. Then after their eternal pose is set, they leave the island and go to find the next island that they don't know how long it will take them to find it. Luckily, they find it just in a week now. It's fast compared to before when they almost need an entire month to find the first island. The other good thing is they don't run out of alcohol now, so they can fully enjoy their time here. They explore the second island, which looks normal but has many giant beetles the size of average dogs. This island is very big and giant beetles are everywhere. Other animals also live here, but their populations are low and it's hard to see them. Still, it's none of Clown Pirate's concern because they don't know much about biology. Only one of their scientists is interested in biology, so this is heaven for her. But it's just another interesting island for the others and a source of food for their journey. Their opinion changes immediately after they find something that excites all of them. On the fourth day of exploration, they find something that seems to be man-made. It's just a rusty and broken rod, but there's no way the beetles made this rod before it broke. Buggy grins and says, another ancient civilization. Another source of treasures. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 394, A Wannabe Ninja. Ancient civilizations, the once thriving communities that have disappeared from this world and even history. Many people are seeking traces of these ancient civilizations with different purposes. Some search for it just to know what happened in the past and some are after their leftovers. Clown pirates are obviously the last one because they don't really care about what happened in the past. What they care about is what they can get from ancient civilizations. Treasures, technologies, knowledge, and other things they can use. They've found a trace of civilization on this island and it most likely is an ancient civilization. It makes them very excited because every time they found one, they always got treasures even if there aren't many because sometimes others have found it first. But those who found it first often left a few things they didn't see as valuables like broken weapons or precious metals buried underground. For the clowns, broken weapons are very valuable and they can detect hidden metals using Enel's ability which has gotten much stronger. Right now, they also try to find the treasures using Enel's ability. He puts his hands on the ground and spreads his lightning all over the island. He only uses weak lightning though because if it's too strong, he can break the old metals, and they don't want that. There are a lot of them, says Enel excitedly. Freoval.cm. Well, that should be the case considering this place's location. There weren't many who can survive Calm Belt, so not many people went to the sea. That's why this place may be undiscovered for so many years and the treasures here haven't been taken by anyone, says Buggy. That means we can take everything for ourselves? Asks Hashin confusedly. Yeah, now you will see how we hunt treasures, new guy, says Cricket while smirking. Alright, everyone forms groups as usual, and we'll explore this island as fast as possible. This is a big island, so we need to move fast. We need to map this island so that Enel will be able to map the treasures. Focus on mapping and if you find treasures, only take the ones you can take easily. Jude, take your team and sail around this island to draw the layout of this island. The others will gather information to help you make a detailed map. Let's clean this place, lads, says Buggy while smirking. Aye, Captain! Shouts everyone excitedly. The crew spreads immediately to not waste any time. It's not like they are in a rush, but they know this whole process of treasure hunting is long, especially on this island which might be as wide as Alabasta. So they'll never finish if they are too slow and waste too much time. They move fast and spread all over the island with their groups. Each group has a Denden Mushi to communicate with other groups like reporting if they find unusual things. They follow their usual procedure when exploring islands. Buggy is exploring the island alone and does not join any group. He doesn't need any protection, after all, and he wants to do what he wants, so he always exploring alone. In the past, he always explored with the kids, but now those kids have made their own crew, so he can move alone now. He is exploring the island by jumping on trees like a ninja. Buggy was also a fan of Naruto, so he always wanted to move by running on trees. This place has a lot of big trees with a lot of branches, so it's his chance to do what he always wanted to do. Buggy jumps from one tree to another and he sometimes uses his hands to swing like a monkey. This is very fun, after all, and he often does it when exploring jungles. Walking on the ground is quite boring because he has done it in his 2 lives. Anyway, he wants to enjoy his life and does what he wants because now he has the power to do anything he wants. This is the reason why he seeks power, after all. He wants to do anything he wants without any worries. Well, it's not like he can do everything because he isn't a god. But he also doesn't want everything, he only wants what he always dreamt of in the past. He doesn't need the world because his world is what he has around him. Buggy is still doing his job while having fun though. He still looks around and notes everything he sees while making a crude map. All clown pirates now can make crude maps to help Jude map the whole island. They learned it because it is very useful for their adventure. After moving on the trees for almost an hour, Buggy suddenly sees something unusual. He sees a hut with some types of equipment that look very good. There's even burnt firewood and charcoals that indicates someone made a fire before, maybe last night. He smiles happily as he thinks, so there is someone here. Maybe a human or a person of another race. I'm not sure who it is, but it must be an intelligent individual. Maybe a native of this island, a descendant of the past civilization. Or maybe it's someone stranded here. Buggy doesn't need a long time to confirm who the individual is. He suddenly catches an arrow that flies very fast from his left. Someone is shooting an arrow at him and it's surely the person who owns that hut. Calm down, buddy. I'm not here to be your enemy, says Buggy with a nice tone because he doesn't know if the person will understand his language. There's no answer from the person for a while before Buggy hears, "Who are you?" It's a man's voice and he can speak the current common language of this world. Buggy knows that the man is most likely someone who was stranded here because if he is a descendant of this past civilization, he might not understand his language. I'm Buggy, an explorer. I came to this island with my crew and we split to explore this island, says Buggy. He doesn't say that he is a pirate to not scare the man. You came here on your own volition? Asks the man in shock. It seems he never thought some people would come here on their own. Yet, we are explorers, after all. We've explored many places and are now exploring Com Belt. This is the second island we visit in this exploration. What about you? Who are you? Asks Buggy calmly while sitting on the high branch. I won't tell you because I haven't trusted you enough to tell you about myself, says the man. Is that so? Then, can you at least tell me if you are a native or not? Asks Buggy. Yeah, I'm a native, says the man. Buggy has met many kinds of people that made him able to tell if someone is lying or not. This man doesn't lie, but it also doesn't sound like the truth. Let me rephrase my question. Are you a descendant of the people who lived here in the past? Asks Buggy. No, says the man after a short silence. Buggy gets even more confused now because he can't understand those two contradictory answers. He needs to talk with this man to know more because he is very curious now. Hey man, honestly I am very curious about you and this island. I am an explorer, so obviously I am curious about the island. But you also look interesting and must have some interesting stories. What can I do to make you want to talk to me about yourself? Asks Buggy. That's. Tell me about the world outside and I will tell you about myself, says the man who still hides on the tree. A trade, is it? Fine, I can share what I've experienced when exploring the world with you. It's just some stories anyway. Besides, I like to brag about my adventure to people, says Buggy while smiling widely. He really likes telling people the stories of his adventure because it feels like he has achieved many great things. His smile is genuine and the man can feel it. Buggy's wide smile makes the man feels he can trust Buggy a little now, so he comes out of his hiding. Buggy can finally see the man now. He doesn't have any expectations, but he is quite disappointed. Sigh, his voice and appearance don't match at all. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 395, Maverick. The man that finally shows up has a small stature with a skinny and rather short body. His skin is black and he looks quite young, unlike what Buggy thought after hearing his voice that sounds deep and very manly. Buggy thought someone with a Giga-Chad physique will appear, not a kid-size man. There is something unique about the man's appearance though. He has an eye on his forehead, a third eye that looks like his other 2 eyes and functions normally. So Buggy knows this guy is a member of the Third Eye tribe, but that doesn't matter at all. Are you a kid? Asks Buggy. No, I'm an adult. My dead mom said that I would be an adult after turning 20 years. It has been 6 years since I passed that age, says the man. Oh, so you are 26 even though you look like a kid. Well, 26 is an adult, still younger than me though, I'm 30 this year. After all, says Buggy. What about the story? Asks the guy. I will tell you, don't worry. Let's change the place though, says Buggy. No, let's do it here, says the guy with a wary tone. He is still vigilant toward Buggy. Fine, but at least tell me your name, says Buggy. Maverick, that's what my dead parents used to call me, says Maverick, the 3-eyed man. Damn, that's a cool name. Alright, Maverick, what do you want to hear first? The full story of my adventure will take a long time to tell. So I can tell you a general view of this world that I've seen, or a group of people who look like you, says Buggy with suspense. Maverick seems surprised by the last statement, people like me? What do you mean? You sure realized that you have 3 eyes and I only have 2, right? Asks Buggy. Yeah, you are strange, says Maverick. He thought that everyone has 3 eyes because his dead parents also have 3 eyes and he had never seen other people besides his parents his whole life. I know I'm strange, but that's not because of my eyes. Most people in this world only have 2 eyes, Maverick. There aren't many who have 3 eyes like you in this whole world, says Buggy. Really? Asks Maverick, still not fully believing what Buggy said. Maverick doesn't just skeptical about Buggy's statement, he is also confused because he doesn't know how big the world Buggy means. His whole world is this island. Even though his late parents have told and taught him many things, he won't understand much without experiencing them himself. Buggy is very impressed with Maverick's parents now. They taught Maverick so well that he could grow to this extent without socializing with people other than them. From the way he talks, Buggy knows that Maverick isn't an idiot, he's just inexperienced. Well, let's start with that then, about the nose groups of people with different physical characteristics, says Buggy. Buggy starts telling Maverick about known races and tribes that spread all over the world. He also tells Maverick the estimated number of people living in this world right now. There are billions of them, and it makes Maverick confused, so Buggy doesn't dwell there. He focuses on telling Maverick about the variety of people. Human, giant, fishman, Lunarian, sky people, etc. He tells Maverick about those races and human tribes like the 3-eyed, long arms, long legs, snake neck, etc. The human race is the race with the most varieties in this world. There are a lot of classified tribes that have members with distinct characteristics. But tribes aren't the only factor that makes humans very diverse. There are many humans who have unique and distinct characteristics too. They are mostly coming from the normal human group, but getting unique traits from birth. The easy example is Buggy with a red round nose, Cricket with chestnut hair, Big Mom her gigantic size even though she is a human, etc. Buggy's descriptions of the diversity of this world's people make Maverick amazed. He never saw anything outside this island, so he is very curious about the outside world. Even if Buggy only tells him a fraction of what he said right now, Maverick will still get impressed. But Buggy tells Maverick everything because for him, telling people about the world he has explored is very enjoyable. He also has met three-eyed people and they are just like normal people. They are one of the nicest groups of people the clowns ever met. It's just that they have great anxiety and are very wary of outsiders. They have been targeted and attacked because people see them as freaks. They are the targets of discrimination for people who consider themselves to be normal. The clown pirates needed a rather long time to befriend the three-eyed people. They stayed quite long on the three-eyed people's island to befriend them. The reason is simple, they want to know more about the three-eyed people and the only way is to hear it from the people themselves. Long story short, they succeeded and now they know a lot about three-eyed people. That's why Buggy can tell a lot of things about three-eyed people to Maverick. Although what he says is still just the surface of what he knows, that's enough to make Maverick happy. Where are they living now? Asks Maverick curiously. They live in a sea called New World which is a part of a bigger sea called Grand Line, says Buggy. The three-eyed people lived on a small island in New World now. They have been relocated from their initial island by the clown pirates. Previously, they live on a big island along with other human tribes, and that made them always receive discrimination. Buggy proposed to them to move to another island where they can live alone after they became friends. They were very worried at first because even though they always wanted to move, they didn't know much about the outside world. Also, they weren't used to kindness, so they became suspicious of clown pirates. But the clowns handled it really well by saying that the three-eyed people will move to an island in their territories. They would also work for the clown pirates because they have skills that clown pirates needed, sewing. Yeah, they are very good at sewing and while the clown pirates didn't dwell in the fashion business, they still need good tailors for their business. The Caribbean is a group of spies, so they will need a lot of pretexts. Selling clothes is a very great and unusual pretext to gather information. By selling high-quality clothes, they can entice nobles or people of high positions to their stores and gather information. They can even do it on Sabayati to entice celestial dragons. Those pieces of trash don't always come down just to get slaves, after all. Anyway, the three-eyed tribe agreed and now they live on a small island protected by clown pirates. Their new island is quite close to Clown Land, so it is one of the safest places in the clown pirates' territories. Buggy went to such lengths because that's just how he is. He is never half-assed at helping people. Buggy keeps telling Maverick about this world's people. He also tells Maverick the general view of this world like the Seven Seas, the main groups competing in this world, etc. Maverick keeps listening excitedly even with his limited imagination because he never saw the things that Buggy tells him. This world is very vast, Maverick. My crew has explored a lot of places for more than a decade now, but we still haven't finished because of how vast this world is, says Buggy with a cool face. Maverick is silent for a moment before he asks, what is a decade? Buggy's cool face cramped instantly, but he still answers, a decade is a cooler name for 10 years and there is a century for 100 years. Ooh, I see, says Maverick happily because he learns something new. Buggy sees Maverick and ponders that he must have looked like that whenever he learns something new too. I need to take this guy out of here. The feeling of being alone in the world, I know that feeling very well, and it makes me hurt just by thinking that it happened to someone I met. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 396, Panic Maverick. Buggy keeps telling Maverick more about this world. Maverick also getting less wary of him and now sits closer to Buggy. He sits on a tree next to the one where Buggy sits and he puts his bow down. They keep talking without realizing that the night is coming. Only when Maverick's stomach growls that they realize they have been talking for too long. Maverick seems rather frustrated when he realizes it because he hasn't caught any prey today. "You don't have food?" asks Buggy. "I have, but they are meant for winter that will come in a week," says Maverick. "Winter? In a week?" asks Buggy with a rather surprised tone. Today is very hot, so Buggy thinks this is summer on this island. But then he remembers that Calm Belt is also as absurd as Grand Line. Ruscana is located in Calm Belt and it has 48 seasons a year, so a winter after summer is not that strange. "Then, do you want to eat on my ship? We have a lot of food and my friends should have hunted some animals too," says Buggy. Buggy thought that Maverick would be wary of his invitation, but the guy has a horrified expression instead. "Buggy, we need to meet your friends now," says Maverick with a panicked tone. "What's wrong, man? Are you angry that we explore this island?" asks Buggy. "No. Most of the animals here are very poisonous. They are very deadly and those who don't know them well might not survive meeting them, not to mention eating them," shouts Maverick. "Oh, all right, let's go," says Buggy without any slight of worry. They run to the beach where the clown pirates dock their ship. Buggy runs from branch to branch and Maverick also does the same. Maverick is far better than Buggy at moving through trees and his movements are very silent even though he is moving fast. "Damn, you're a real Tarzan," says Buggy. "What's Tarzan?" asks Maverick while swinging using a vine. Well, he is someone in a story who lives in a forest like you," says Buggy. "Oh, so I am Tarzan," says Maverick. "Yeah, you're basically him," says Buggy. It doesn't take long for them to reach the beach and they see the clown pirates lying on the beach. Maverick looks very horrified as he thinks that they are dead. "No. We're too late," shouts Maverick sadly. The clowns are very surprised because Maverick is very loud. They jolted and get up before looking at Maverick at the same time with confused expressions. No one there has ever seen Maverick, after all, so they are very confused by a few things now. Maverick is just as confused as them and he is also very shocked because the dead people return to life again. But then he realizes that they haven't dead, to begin with, so now he is very relieved. This is the first time he ever met with people other than his dead parents, so he was quite excited actually. "Who's this guy?" asks a man. "Dunno, maybe it's just Dion transforming into someone else using his chameleon power," says someone else. "But Dion is on the ship," says another man while pointing at Dion who sits on the ship's railing. "Then who is that?" asks a fishman after a short pause. Everyone gets silent before they realize that Buggy is standing quite close to Maverick. So they all look at him now with expressions that show they demand an explanation. "Guys, this is Maverick. He lives here and I met him today. He was shouting because he thought you were dead. Apparently, most of the animals here are poisonous, that's why he was very worried," says Buggy. "Ooh, so that's how is it," says everyone in unison before their bodies stiffen. Buggy gets suspicious of them and asks, "You haven't eaten this island's animals yet, have you?" They all look away and avoid eye contact with Buggy who sighs and shakes his head. He suddenly hears his crewmate's stomach growl and sees them hold their stomach, even the executives. Buggy looks at them with an intimidating face and says, "Don't you dare drop your filths near my ship." They all know Buggy is very serious because he loves his ship very much. So they immediately run into the forest and soon some bottom eruption sounds echo in the forest. The women are fine though and Mantis approaches Buggy who walks to his ship. "I've warned them," says Mantis. "I know, that's just how they are. They've gotten too overconfident with their metabolism and digestive system," says Buggy. "Yeah, and I'm sure you'll also eat with them if you were here," says Mantis while giving Buggy a side look. Buggy doesn't answer that and introduces Maverick instead. "This is Maverick, a friend I've just met in the forest." Mantis knows Buggy is avoiding her question, but she lets him off. "Hi, I'm Mantis, the kids' caretaker. Kids? Asks Maverick confusedly. Yeah, these boys are basically kids who can't take care of themselves, so they need someone to babysit them, says Mantis. Maverick doesn't understand that, but he has a feeling that he should just shut up. He trusts his feeling a lot because it has saved him from many dangers. So he just nods and goes along with it even though he doesn't understand. Maverick, this is the ship I've told you about before, and they are my crewmates. Don't worry, you are my friend, so you can enjoy your time here. No one will problem you because you are their captain's friend, says Buggy. Brute poot. Will they be fine? Asks Maverick when they hear the sound of agony in the forest. Don't worry, they won't die. The poison was strong, but it was not enough to kill them. They will be fine after cleaning their stomach, says Mantis. Let's ignore them and think of ourselves. Is there any food left? The healthy one? Asks Buggy. Yeah, I've cooked a lot, but those guys were so stubborn. They only ate those strange animals they've caught in their exploration, says Mantis. How strange are those animals? Asks Buggy curiously because he hasn't seen any. Mantis points to a spot behind a rock and Buggy sees some animal carcasses there. Those animals look like they came from some alien movies and Buggy is sure he has never seen any of those animals in any books in this world. What the fuck did they just eat? Asks Buggy in disbelief. He's sure that he doesn't want to eat any of those things even if Mantis told him they are safe. He has eaten much strange food, but these things aren't food, they are aliens. Even their blood has many colors that might come from their poisons, which make their blood looks very disgusting. Yug, it's the first time I want to throw up after seeing dead bodies many times. Let's just get on the ship and eat. Tell those guys to clean this mess after they returned, says Buggy. I agree with you, says Mantis. They leave the beach and get on the ship to eat real food. Maverick is very stunned by the ship. He keeps looking around with his jaw drops. Buggy and Mantis don't say anything and just pull Maverick so that he won't walk in the wrong direction. After a while, they arrive in the dining room where some women are chatting while drinking tea. Buggy introduces Maverick to them and they are very excited to know that someone is living here. They ask him many questions while Mantis prepares the food, but no one mentions Maverick's third eye even though Buggy didn't say anything. Clap. Mantis claps her hands and says, "All right, let our captain and guest eat first. We can talk more later." They stop chatting immediately and start eating the food. Maverick tries a small bite first and his eyes widen instantly. The others smirk because they know how it feels to eat Mantis's food for the first time. Mantis just smiles and says, "Enjoy your food, customer." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_. https://www.pa_/captmermain. Chapter 397, A Fraction of Power. Maverick keeps eating until his stomach bulges. He just can't resist Mantis's food from the moment he took the first bite. Even great chefs all over the world will bow down to her cooking, not to mention a guy who only seasoned his food with salt. After Maverick finished eating, the boys return to the ship. They look very miserable and seem to lose quite a lot of their weight in a short time. Well, they've just emptied their stomachs completely and their buttholes are still burning now. "You're hungry?" asks Mantis. They all nod weakly, but then Mantis says, "Too bad, the food has been emptied by our lord and his guest. Besides, you shouldn't fill your stomach immediately after cleaning it, right, Manba?" Manba, the doctor, who unexpectedly is among those who ate the poisonous animals, nods. They need to let their stomachs rest first before filling them with food. Mantis gives them herb tea for now to relieve their pain a little. The idiots who rarely drank tea immediately act like some nobles while drinking their herbal tea. They even speak in a sophisticated language that doesn't suit their scary appearance at all. It's quite unbelievable to see people who have just suffered joke around like this. Maverick, who was worried before, is confused now. He knows how deadly the poisons of those animals are, after all. So he is very confused because the clown pirates are very fine and only get stomachaches as if they only ate expired food. No need to be confused. We have eaten a lot of bad things that could kill people when we were in bad places and didn't have any choice but to eat those things. So all of us have high resistance to things like poisons, says Buggy. Maverick is even more shocked to hear that because he never thought that humans can achieve something like that. He will get even more shocked if he knows Buggy can destroy this island in just a few seconds. While the crew acts like idiot nobles while drinking their tea, Buggy introduces Maverick again. The boys were busy with their stomachs, so they haven't heard about Maverick. They all welcome Maverick to their ship and immediately ask Buggy to throw a party. But Mantis objects to it because they need to rest first. Besides, they are short on food too, so they can't hold a real party now. The boys are disappointed, but then they brighten up when Hatchin proposes to catch a seeking. They immediately want to do it, but then Maverick freaks out and tells them not to do it. He has seen seekings a few times when they came out of the sea. They are massive and he has seen their power when they fought against each other a few times. Don't worry, Maverick. Just watch. We will show you something good, says Buggy while grinning. Who's gonna do it? Asks Palu. The one who can swim and dive to search the seekings, says Cricket. Then it's a fishman's job, says Simon, the orca fishman smugly. Hey? Are you saying that we humans can't do it? Asks an offended samurai. But it's a fact that we're better underwater, says Simon while smirking. You wanna try it then? Asks Palu while bumping his fists. They look at each other and get ready to fight, which makes Maverick nervous. Enough, says Buggy, stopping the tension immediately. Let's just draw the sticks as usual. Only those who can swim and dive will participate, says Buggy. The boys boo him because they just wanted to have fun by brawling. Buggy doesn't care and only takes a sip of his tea, making the boys even more disappointed because he doesn't get angry. They don't have any choice but to draw sticks now. Strangely, there aren't many who participated in drawing the sticks. All 13 male fishmen participated, but only 9 male humans participated, including Cricket and Palu. The women don't participate and the other boys also don't participate. Maverick then asks about it. Why are they the only ones doing it? Well, because the rest of us can't swim and the women aren't interested, says Buggy. Maverick is dumbfounded when he hears that the other boys can't swim, including Buggy. You can't swim? Asks Maverick. Yeah, to be exact, we are cursed with the inability to swim, says Buggy while smirking. Maverick gets even more confused now because he doesn't know what a curse is. Buggy realizes it and tells him to not think too much about it. It's not that important anyway, so Maverick can just let it go. Anyway, the one chosen to catch a seeking is their best shipwright. Palu gets the marked stick, so he will go to catch their dinner. He gets very smug while looking at the others who don't get chosen and booing at him. Everyone then goes to the main deck to watch Palu catching a seeking. Palu strips his clothes and only leaves his boxer, but no one minds it, even the women. Then he jumps and dives into the sea that must be very cold at night like this. Maverick, who has just met Palu for a few minutes, looks very worried while Palu's friends who have been with him for years are betting on how long it will take him to catch a seeking instead. There's no sign of worry in the face of clown pirates. Just a minute later, the very calm Sea of Calm Belt is flaring up. The water becomes violent and then a gigantic seeking comes out of the water. It raises its head very high in the sky and someone much smaller than it is clinging to its mouth. Oh, there he is, says Cricket calmly. Oh no. He will get eaten, says Maverick with a panicked tone before preparing his bow to help Palu. Buggy stops Maverick and tells him, "It's okay, buddy. Just watch." Maverick wants to say something, but he sees that Buggy is very serious about what he said, so Maverick stays silent. He just keeps looking at Palu while hoping that nothing bad will happen. The bad thing really happens though, but not to Palu. The bad thing happens to the Seeking. Palu climbs to the top of the Seeking's head and forms a fist. He grins before sending a punch toward the Seeking's head. Strong ripples appear in the air as Palu uses his Hashoken, which makes the Seeking's whole body vibrates. The world turns silent at that moment before everyone hears a splurt sound. A lot of blood comes out of the Seeking's mouth, nose, gills, and eyes. Then it suddenly falls into the sea, dead. Palu has destroyed its brain with that Hashoken punch, killing the Seeking instantly. The clown pirates have many reactions like happiness or frustration because of their bets. Some have stoic expressions because it's an obvious result. But Maverick is very shocked that his jaw drops and his eyes become round and white from shock. This is the first time Maverick sees a Seeking this big. He always thought that nothing in this world is more powerful than the Seekings. His parents once told him that there are creatures stronger than Seekings, but he never believed it because he never saw it. However, he finally sees it, a creature stronger than a Seeking. It's not a bigger and scarier looking creature. It's just a man that has a pair of white wings on his back. The said man has killed a Seeking with a mere punch. This is something Maverick would never believe if he doesn't see it himself. Even now, he still can't believe if it's real or not, even though he saw it with his own eyes. This scene has made him speechless and his brain almost gets shut down. Buggy smirks seeing his new friend's shocked expression and says, "Maverick, my boy. You have just witnessed a fraction of power from a world-level powerhouse. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 398, Pure Talent. They hold a party after Palu caught a Seeking for them. Maverick is still in shock after seeing a man actually kill a giant Seeking with just a punch. Even when Mantis serves the Seeking's meat to him, Maverick only looks at it in disbelief. The clown pirates are doing their usual party by dancing and singing happily. They don't look like people who have just gotten cured of poisons and had painful stomach aches just a few minutes ago. Well, they are abnormal, after all, so it's not that strange. "What's wrong, Maverick? You don't feel hungry?" asks Buggy while drinking the alcohol they made themselves. Well, I ate a lot just now," says Maverick, still with a shocked expression. "You need to eat more, that's a woman's portion, you know," says Buggy. "Hey?" asks Maverick confusedly. "What you've just eaten was a woman's portion. A man needs to eat more than that. Just look at them," says Buggy while pointing at the boys who eat like hungry beasts. Maverick gets even more shocked seeing how much they eat. The stronger they get, the more food they need to supply their daily energy. Although well, Luffy still eats more than them, that guy is just a glutton. The curious Maverick finally takes a bite of the Seeking meat after Buggy persuaded him. Once again, he gets shocked by the Seeking meat taste that can only be described as insanely good. Of course, Mantis's cooking skill is an important factor, but the Seeking meat itself is high-quality meat. If not for him being full, Maverick will ask for more Seeking meat. But his stomach has reached its limit and can't take more food. So he can only watch the clown pirates eat the Seeking meat happily. Maverick was quite shy at first, but he gets closer to them quite fast. The clowns, being as they are, can make people comfortable quite fast. They don't even try to be fun, they are just being open to their feeling, and people with the same frequencies find it fun easily. After the party goes on for a few hours, the clown pirates heard that Maverick is good at using the bow. So they want to see it by using some targets to test his skill. They start from 10 meters target and keep increasing the distance. Maverick keeps hitting the bullseye even after the target is placed at 800 m and only stops after that because his arrow can't reach that far. It's the clown pirates' turn to be shocked now because it's very difficult to do even using their advanced sniper rifle without the help of a scope. But Maverick did it only using a wood bow. "Maverick, do you want to try using our weapon?" asks Buggy out of curiosity. "You have a bow?" asks Maverick excitedly. "Not a bow, we have some types of long-range weapons called guns." "Danny, show them to him," says Buggy. Danny nods and takes a pistol, an assault rifle, and a sniper rifle. Then Danny shoots them one by one at a tree close to them. Maverick is surprised by how loud the guns are, but he gets even more shocked when he sees the damage on the tree. "What kinds of weapons are those?" asks Maverick with a shocked tone. "They are weapons sought by many people in the world. Do you want to try them?" asks Buggy smugly. Maverick nods furiously because he really likes long-range weapons. He tries the pistol first and his first shot is obviously a failure. A strong gun has a strong recoil too, after all, very different from his bow. The clown pirates think that it will take a while for Maverick to succeed, but he actually succeeds in his second shot. Now, they are truly surprised by how good he is at handling the gun. He keeps shooting the pistols to shoot targets at long distances and the clowns only help him insert the bullets. Maverick does something that none of the clown pirates can do. He can use the pistol to shoot a target at 1 kilometer easily. Then he uses the assault rifle to shoot a target at a 1.5 kilometers distance. Lastly, he shoots a target using a sniper rifle at a 2 kilometers distance, all without using a scope. He has a natural talent to use long-range weapons. It's not only his accuracy that's very impressive, his eyesight is also very impressive because he can see a small target 2 kilometers away from him without using a scope. Furthermore, he hits the bullseye even with the gun's strong recoils. Everyone in Clown Pirates knows that the three-eyed tribe has great eyesight. But they never thought it is to this extent and they know Maverick can still grow even further. He is still an unpolished gem, but even that unpolished gem is still shining very brightly. "What the hell? Is this really your first time using guns?" asks Buggy with a very shocked tone. Yeah. It's even the first time I know such a weapon exists," says Maverick. "Dude," says Buggy while grabbing Maverick's shoulders. "You definitely need to join my crew," says Buggy with stars in his eyes. His crewmates also have the same reactions and they all look at Maverick excitedly. It's the first time they see such a talented sniper in their whole lives. Leaving Maverick here is such a waste of his talent, he needs to show it to the entire world. But Maverick himself is still not sure about leaving this island. I don't know about that, Buggy. But please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't like you so I don't want to go with you. I actually enjoy being together with you. This day is one of the best days in my life and I am also curious about the world you've told me." "Then why?" asks Buggy curiously. I guess I can tell you about this. My dad and mom actually ran away from what they called devils disguised as gods. I don't understand what they mean, but they were chased by those entities after escaping a place they called a fake paradise. They were captured and imprisoned there before eventually escaping. They almost died many times before through sheer luck reaching this island and living here," says Maverick. Devils disguised as gods, imprisoned in a fake paradise, and escaping that place. These three clues are enough to make the clown pirates understand what happened to Maverick's parents. They were slaves of celestial dragons who escaped Mary Gosa. There were many cases of slaves escaping Mary Gosa. Although not many of their stories ended well and most of them ended up dead. Maverick's parents were truly lucky because the only incident when a lot of slaves escaped safely was Fisher Tiger's attack on Mary Gosa. "Maverick, did your parents have this mark on their bodies?" asks Buggy while drawing the slave mark. Maverick is surprised and asks, "How do you know?" Because there is only one place that matches the descriptions in your parents' story. It's a very famous place hated by every sane person in this world. Also, that's the place where the greatest enemies I've told you to live, says Buggy. Maverick now remembers that Buggy told him about a place Buggy really wants to destroy. A place where people who endangered his family and friends live. But Maverick never thought that it was the same place his parents told him. We know well what happened to your parents and they surely don't want it to happen to you. But Maverick, do they really want you to stay in here until you die? Asks Buggy. Maverick is silent for a moment before saying, no, they actually wanted to leave this place too, but they were unable to do it. They have built some ships and tried to use them to cross the sea. But they couldn't find a way to escape the Seekings until they died. They said their biggest wish was to go home and show me the world. Maverick said that with a very sad tone as tears come out of his eyes. Buggy pats his right shoulder and says, then, you need to fulfill their wish. If you feel sad about leaving the place where you grew up and where your parents are buried, then let me tell you this. Your parents live inside you even if their bodies are buried here. Their blood runs in your veins. You achieving their wish and hope is the same as they achieve theirs. I am a parent too, and as a parent, there's nothing more important to me than my children's lives and happiness. So Maverick, live your life to the fullest, and make your parents proud. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 399, Recruit. Buggy's offer is too sudden for Maverick, so he can't decide anything yet. Buggy tells him to not rush it because they will stay here for a few days to do their exploration. Maverick can observe them and interact with them to know if he can trust them enough to leave this island together with them. The crew continues their exploration the next day, and now they stop hunting the strange alien-like animals on this island. They only hunt animals that look rather normal because they don't want to get stomach aches again. Also, those animals didn't taste that good anyway. The clown pirates explore the island and map it quite fast. They also scavenge anything they find in their ways that look valuable. Their harvests aren't much because Enel has said that most of the metals he senses are deep underground. Maverick follows them around because he is curious about what they are searching for. He is quite confused when they take gold scraps and gems they found on the ground. These things don't seem valuable to him who lives in a jungle for years. Why are you taking them? Asks Maverick. They are very valuable and sought by a lot of people in the world. These shiny scraps can provide a lot of food for people out there, says Buggy. Ooh, do they use it for their hunting weapons too? Asks Maverick. Hey? No, that's not what I mean, says Buggy with a stunned tone. Then, what are they using for arrowheads? Asks Maverick. Arrowheads? Says Buggy with a more surprised tone. Buggy then asks Maverick to show his arrows and Maverick show them. The heads are black, but the black color disappears when Buggy rubs them. The black color turns into a shiny gold color which makes Buggy stunned. You use gold for arrowheads? Asks Buggy. Yeah, my dad taught me to use them because they don't rust. But the color is too eye-catching, so I rub charcoal on them to hide the shine, says Maverick as if it's a normal thing. Buggy and the others in his group tilt their heads to think about it, and it makes sense to them. For Maverick, gold is just another metal. The most useful thing gold can do on this island is by being shaped into tools like other metals. Also, it's easier to shape gold than metals like steel because they have different melting temperatures and gold is lower than steel. Anyway, Buggy and Co continue the exploration without minding too much about Maverick's gold arrows. They continue the mapping and scavenging until they finish in 3 days. This island is very big, after all, so 3 days is fast enough time to finish mapping. The next day, Enel sends his lightning through the ground all over the island once more to detect the metal scraps which are most likely treasures. Then he draws their locations on the map they just made. Buggy then signs the crew to excavate the locations that Enel has marked to get the treasures. Everyone takes their tools and starts their work immediately. They have equipments for this kind of thing because they've done this many times. Now, they are miners instead of pirates, and with their power, mining becomes easy work. Maverick keeps following them everywhere to see what they are up to. Everything the clown pirates do is a new thing for him. He starts to enjoy his time with them, listening to their stories, chatting, singing, and dancing with them every day. Then, without anyone's realization, the 13th day has come. They've finished their treasure hunting and get a lot of treasures. Although they also get a lot of junk because Enel only detected metals. He couldn't really tell what kind of metals he found. They found scraps of daily tools or things made out of normal steel. But they also found a lot of gold, gems, and even documents in an unknown language. It's a big haul actually, because the treasures they found here almost fill an entire storage room. With the treasure hunting done, it's time for the clown pirates to leave. They still have a lot of places to visit, so they can't stay here for too long. That means it's time to hear Maverick's answer to Buggy's offer. "Have you got his answer?" asks Cricket. "Not yet. But I've told him that we will leave when the sun is right above our heads." "Just keep preparing to leave," says Buggy. "Sigh, I hope he'll come. The world is very vast and he needs to see it," says Palu. The clown pirates keep preparing, and even until they are finished, Maverick still hasn't come. So they wait as the sun keeps rising and get closer to its highest point. Many of them get anxious because they've gotten much closer to Maverick in the last 13 days. They almost leave because the sun almost reaches its highest point. But then they hear a voice from the jungle and they all look there. They see Maverick running toward them with a very big leather bag behind him. And by big, it's very big, the size of a small hut. Everyone is happy seeing him come, but they are also confused about the massive bag. Maverick is panting very hard and his run turns into a walk that gets slower until it turns into crawls. When he arrives beside the ship, Maverick falls onto the ground without any energy left in his body. "What's with the luggage, man?" asks Buggy. "Huffed that's food," says Maverick while panting hard. Buggy opens the bag and it's really just food, a lot of food. He knows what this food is. It's Maverick's winter supply that he collected for a long time. Winter came last week and has gone again now. But Maverick didn't eat any of his supplies because the clown pirates kept hunting and he ate with them. "You take your food here?" asks Enel. "Yeah, because no one will eat them if I left them here," says Maverick while smiling. The clown pirates widen their eyes a little before they all smile widely. No one will eat all of this because Maverick won't be here anymore. He will go with them, which means he will join the crew and leave this island. "Welcome to the crew," says Buggy while grinning and throwing the food onto the ship with a hand easily. Maverick is used to their abnormal power now, so he doesn't react at all and just smile too. The crew then helps him get on the ship because he doesn't even have the energy to stand for now. So they help him and now it's really time to leave this island. "Will you be fine, man?" asks Buggy. "Yeah, I've talked to my parents and said that I will finally leave this island to fulfill their wish," says Maverick while smiling on the floor. Suddenly, something shiny slips out of Maverick's fur shirt. What's that?" asks Buggy. "Ah, my parents left this for me, but I don't know what it is. I never wore it and always left it in my box. But I felt like wearing them to meet my parents," says Maverick. "You don't know what it is?" asks Buggy while looking at the item. "It's actually a pendant. Not a gold pendant or something expensive, just a cheap pendant made of cheap shiny metal. But it's an anti-rust metal, so the pendant can last this long. Yeah, they just told me to wear it around my neck like this," says Maverick while holding the pendant. "Can you show it to me?" asks Buggy. Yeah, says Maverick while taking it off. Buggy takes the pendant and as he thought, it can be opened. So he opens it and it freaks Maverick off because he thought Buggy breaks it. Buggy tells him to calm down and just look at the opened part. The pissed Maverick looks at it and his pissed face is gone immediately. It turns into a shocked face before tears start coming out of his eyes. Inside the pendant is a picture of his parents in their youth. They must have had this pendant before they get enslaved because they have a couple photo inside the pendant. It might be the only thing they could keep after being enslaved and they gave it to Maverick. They were old when they died, but their faces in the picture resemble themselves a lot, especially when Maverick was still a kid and they were younger. Buggy pats Maverick's head and says, "Your parents are always there with you, Maverick." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 400, Unexpected. The Clown Pirates have another member now after Maverick joined. So Hatchin isn't the youngest anymore because there is someone younger than him now. Hatchin is 29 now while Maverick is 26. Buggy is the 3rd youngest in the crew at the age of 30 now. Maverick is very curious about anything on the ship because almost everything is new for him who lived isolated on an uninhabited island since he was born. He keeps asking what's this, what's that, and the others answer all his questions because they all know his situation. His curiosity is higher than children and he also acts immature most of the time. Maverick can be said to be a kid in an adult body. He is just tough physically because he lived in a jungle alone. But he didn't have anyone to interact with after his parents died a few years ago, so his mind hasn't grown that much. The crew knows it is now their job to teach Maverick about the world. They've raised kids before, so they have experience with this. Besides, all the boys here are immature actually, so their brains' wavelengths are similar. It's just that Maverick still has less knowledge than them. But that just means he needs to learn more and the crew will gladly teach him. Luckily, he can read because his parents taught him, so he can read books to learn by himself. On their way to search the next island, they encounter yet another poor Seeking that comes out and tries to attack them. Buggy asks Maverick to try using their cannon to shoot the Seeking. They have taught Maverick to use the cannon, so he can operate it. Buggy asks him to shoot the Seeking's left eye and Maverick hits it in one try. He has used the cannon once without targeting anything, yet he already understood its power, and the angle he needs to use to target the Seeking's left eye from this distance. He then shoots Seeking's right eye after Buggy asked him. Then the Seeking's mouth while it screams in pain from the previous shot. Buggy keeps asking him to shoot some spots and he never misses even when the Seeking is squirming because of the pain. Maverick has hunted animals since he was a kid and he can predict animals' movements by instinct. Although he only hunted land animals, his instinct is still better than most people. Also, he has much better eyesight than most people because of his 3-eyed tribe's traits and he can see what the Seeking will do from its small movements. The continuous attacks kill the Seeking that couldn't escape because it is tied by one of their members who has chain fruit. Clown pirates now have a lot of devil fruit users. In fact, most of them are devil fruit users now. Their devil fruits were either bought or found on the islands they've explored. They found a lot on the islands in New World that haven't been found by people. So the devil fruits in those places haven't been found for hundreds of years. None of them knew what those devil fruits' abilities were. But they trusted their gut feelings and ate the fruits that seemed to call them. The clown pirates believed that there are no useless devil fruits, after all. There are only useless users who can't make good use of their abilities. Although some abilities are difficult to use and the users need to be very creative to make their useless abilities great. But the clown pirates are never worried about that because their basic power is great. So even if they got useless devil fruits, they would still be strong. For them, devil fruits' abilities are just tools to increase their skills, not power. They only trust themselves, their own power is the greatest power. Although they also wanted Devil Fruit's abilities because they look cool even with all the restrictions. Besides, they all know a Devil Fruit that didn't look that great but became one of the best because of its user. Buggy's Devil Fruit won't be eaten by a lot of people, especially those with great power like them. But that weak Devil Fruit became one of the scariest fruits in Buggy's hand, especially after awakening. Devil Fruit Awakening, the key to every Devil Fruit ability's greatness. Even useless Devil Fruits will become terrifying once they went through awakening. Buggy, who could only chop himself, can chop the world now because of his Devil Fruit Awakening. So the clown pirates were never worried about their choice of Devil Fruits. The only things that mattered to them were whether they would like their new abilities or not, and if their abilities were compatible with their battle styles. Nothing else matters to them. Luckily, most of them got Devil Fruits that have high compatibility with their skills. It's because most of them got Zoan, which can be used for any battle style. The Zoan Devil Fruits they got even made Buggy wonder if they got them because they destroyed Beast's pirates. But well, most of their Devil Fruits are different from the ones Beast's pirates had. For Zoan, 35 people got the normal Zoan, 8 people got Ancient Zoan, and 2 people actually got Mythical Zoan. The rest got Paramecia Devil Fruits, so the Logia users are still just Enel and Jude, and along with Magnus, they have 3 Mythical Zoan now. The Ancient Zoan they got were Dire Wolf, Mastodon, Stegosaurus, Velociraptor, Ground Sloth, Meganeura, Megaceros, and Glyptodont. As for the 2 new Mythical Zoan, they got Griffin and Cerberus. These Zoan Devil Fruits were found on the unexplored islands in New World, not bought. A lot of their normal Zoan and Paramecia Devil Fruits were also found on the unexplored islands. In fact, they also found 2 unknown fruits on Maverick's Island. Maverick said he knew those fruits' existence but never attempted to eat them because they look poisonous. Buggy offered him to eat one of the fruits, but he refused because now he knows that he won't be able to swim if he eats it. One of Maverick's wishes in his list is to swim freely in the sea. He couldn't do it around his island because it was infested by giant sea kings. Rather than the magical abilities of Devil Fruits, he prefers swimming freely in the sea and also dives deep in it. Buggy understands it and doesn't force Maverick because even he also wanted to have the ability to swim. There's nothing he can do now though because he already ate his Devil Fruit the moment he woke up in this world. Anyway, the crew keeps exploring Calm Belt to find the islands there. They start finding islands more often after leaving Maverick's Island. Those are just small islands, but they are unique, so the clowns never get bored. There is an island shaped like a standing O, an island of ice with a quite hot sea around it, floating plants that form a rather big island with animals living on it, and a giant tree growing from the seabed like the giant mangroves on Sabayati. But this tree is much bigger because its top is as wide as an island already. Even a giant like Magnus can walk on its branches easily. Calm Belt seems as crazy as New World just from the unique islands they find. This journey in Calm Belt is more interesting than they thought and they can't wait to find the next island. But what they find on the next island is not something they ever expected. The next island is just a normal medium-sized island. It's just that this island is full of marines and there are 5 marine ships near it. Enel can even hear the voices of more than 2,000 people on the island and he says most of them are young teenagers. This must be an island Marine HQ uses to train their cadets. We knew they have an island in Calm Belt to train their young cadets, but I never thought we would find it this fast. This will be interesting, says Buggy while grinning. His crewmates also grin excitedly except for Hatchin who knows he is still weak and Maverick who doesn't know what happens. But it will be interesting because the clown pirates won't give up on exploring this island, so there will surely be a clash between them.